Now can you hear me? I think you can hear me now. Good. I think they're here. Welcome everybody. Welcome back. As you can see, £2,328.82 is the total raised yesterday, which is epic. Thank you everyone. I've got potentially Paul joining me shortly for a chat while we drive. Right. But you can hear me now. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, I muted. The microphone auto muting thing is not quite working the way it's supposed to, so I'm having to manually do it now, which is, you know, terrible. Have I slept? Yeah. I got up about, you know, at least 20 minutes ago. Right, okay. Right, yeah, so Paul will be joining me shortly. I'm going to pull him into the conversation in a bit. I just want to get going on this, and then I'll go and yank Paul into the call. And that we expect better. Why? Did you set your alarm? Yeah, absolutely. And then I ignored it. And then I ignored the second alarm. Right, and then I made breakfast. Right, okay. Right, let's put that on. Released. Dynamic brake is off. Driver's brake valve is off. Get doors open. Put that in there. Put that in forward. Emergency power is fine. Compressor, rate release, sound, wheel slip. That's all good. Let's put those on. Signal lights normal. Instrument lights on. I think we're good. I've got a nice latte, so. So 110 on the back, yeah. I've got the cab car though. What did I have for breakfast? I had 2 bacon rolls with brown sauce. Brown sauce. Oh, 103 coming in there. Matthew Bateman, what's the plan for today? Like I said, Paul will be joining me shortly. He was sitting there waiting for me to go and drag him in. We've got Lincoln Rhinestrecker, Blackpool branches, New York Trenton, Fife Circle. Then Harry's going to join for some trouble. Then we've got San Bernardino Freight, Bremen, Lioness Line, Peninsula Corridor. Calter's going to join with a video that they've done. And then Northern Transpennine to finish us up. And we'll see how that goes. I mean, the schedule reckons that finishes at 11 o'clock. Given that I always run late, probably means we're finishing about midnight-ish. Right, okay, lock the doors. Brakes. There it goes. Are we going to go? Get going. It's better. Cool, right, let's go and grab Paul. Paul! What? What was the alarm? Are you there, Paul? He's gone.
I think so.
Oh, there you are. Was that not Sifa? I was smacking Q like crazy. What was it doing? Right, how are you doing, Paul?
I'm doing well.
Thank you for your video that you did yesterday. It was absolutely brilliant. I think really enjoyed that.
Yeah, cool. Pleased to do it. Someone in the
It was
chat
Paul's
said it was
fault.
my
Thank you,
fault.
Mothman. I agree. I agree.
I'm trying to figure out which mic this has picked up.
You can never quite tell with Discord. It does appear to be random.
It does. Okay.
And when you think you've got it
It's got the
set up-
camera anyway.
Oh, there's a camera there.
If you can hear me, it's all good.
Yeah, yep. Let me switch to... I should have paused the game so that we don't have shenanigans going on while I'm trying to set this up. And I need to turn that on. Look back for the lock preview.
I've got a new name. I'm Alex.
Yeah. I wish window capture would work between sessions. That would be so nice. Window capture again. Cool. I need to, let's put it at the top. Filters, add a crop. And then we can zoop down.
Right, I've done some window vandalism here, so I'll actually be looking at the camera. Unless I watch your stream. That looks like me. That's scary.
It is. It is very scary. Right, and then somewhere in here there's a title. Let's go ahead and that's gonna fit.
Someone said in the chat you're wearing a TSW4 t-shirt. Maybe I should go get my TSW3 one.
I am. My 5 one I wore this week, so it's in the wash. So I'm trying to not wear a t-shirt more than 14 times a week, you know, cutting down.
I wear another t-shirt under it, so I don't have to wash them as often. And then I only put them on for streams.
See, that's genius. That's genius. Particularly now as the weather here in the UK is getting a bit grubbier. That's actually a genius idea.
Well, here it's warming up. Spent the whole day outside working outside. It was quite warm.
Okay, you've got to press and hold the Q key. Ugh. I'm gonna go and have words with people. I hate that. Q key should be a tap job. Never mind. Right. Welcome, Paul.
Yeah, thank you. The total's looking very healthy.
Yes, it's looking good, isn't it? I'm really happy with that. It was a good day yesterday. I'm expecting a good day today.
Oh, he's hoping we beat last year's, because that was quite a spectacular result too, if I remember rightly.
It was one of the best ones, if I remember rightly, last year.
So you've got a 110 down the other end of this thing.
Yeah, we're on the Linkline-Strecker, so we're doing the N-Wagon train, the mint train.
Nice and green.
I do like the mint livery, and I thought this would be an interesting train to drive. For those of you who are excited about the potential for the West Coast Main Line over Shap route, or those of you who don't quite understand why people are a bit excited about the West Coast Main Line over Shap route, the Class 87 is driven like this. It's got a very similar controller to this train. So this is where you need to be practicing.
So it's going to be fun and complex.
It's a tap changer with a notch up, notch down, run up, run down control. Which is a challenge, especially with the neutral sections, which mean you're going to have to be running down and then re-notching back up again as you go through the taps. Otherwise you'll not damage the train, but it's really uncomfortable if you're on power and suddenly the magnet kills your circuit breaker.
There's going to be lots of
job.
Pop jam.
And then of course you've got to run down again before you can reapply it once the power comes back on again. So there aren't any TSW5 hats, I don't think. I don't recall them. Because I think it's
No,
like
I think I've only seen a
basic.
3 hat.
Sorry.
I think I've only seen a 3 hat.
Yeah, I can't remember which ones we've had. The Rush Hour ones were terrible because for some reason they were child sizes or something daft. They were really small. But the Trenton 2 was really good actually. I really liked that one. The thing is, I wear baseball caps when I'm in my car. You know, when I've got the roof down, because it the visor stops the sun getting in quite nicely. Otherwise, it can get a bit blinding. And yeah, it's so I ended up going and buying some baseball caps so that I've got them, because the Trenton World one, I've worn it for so long, it's all rubbing and nasty.
The sun is just a little bit of an issue in your car. There's only got no roof.
Turn the game sound down a tad there. Is that better, everybody? Do you want to try talking again, Paul? Check the volumes.
Hello, g'day, hi there.
There you go. That looks better. Let me know how it is, folks.
I won't use my standard mic test because it's rude, but it's designed to test all the P and T's and I's and S's, so you can guess what word it is.
Yeah.
Should I plug British Ace's mug again? Thanks, British.
Go for it. Oh, there you go. Excellent.
He bought that when we went off visiting down in Brighton. He goes, hey, come over here. Come into this shop. Yeah, so with your car, you need a hat, don't you? Because it's kind of got no roof.
Yeah, well, when the roof is off, you put the hat on. I mean, you don't need the hat for the, for your hair. I actually, I like the feeling of the wind through my hair. Lol. But it's the sun is the problem, because quite often you're driving and the sun is glaring at you in places it wouldn't normally be. It's really annoying. Whereas with the baseball cap on, it stops that.
I'll loan you some hair if you want.
Sorry?
I can loan you some hair if you want. I've got a bit extra.
No, that's all right. This is the economy option for maintenance purposes.
Looks like there's a lot of people who want merch in the chat.
Yeah, I know, but it doesn't really matter. What we found is, because we did the Amazon store 2 years ago, and it doesn't really pan out. So I think that's one of the reasons they stopped doing stuff with it, because there's a few people bought stuff, but not that many. So, which is a shame, because I love merch. I think it's really cool.
I think that straw was restricted from memory. You couldn't buy things from Australia on it.
Yeah, well, the thing is, when you set up an Amazon store, it's kind of like you have to grow the store. So you can add, when you start off, you can be in one region. After you've made a few sales, you can add another region. Then you can add more products, then you can add more regions. And it's kind of like it's got to grow to get there. And yeah, it couldn't, I don't think it got to that point. I will go and double check and see whether or not, whether it got somewhere. Maybe there's some options to add some more, but that was the reason. It's kind of like, I know they were trying to add stuff everywhere they could.
Yeah, I was fortunate enough that being an ambassador, I asked Alex if I could make my own shirt with the logo, and it's like, yep. But I know that the average person can't really do that.
Another 110 in the other direction. I don't really run this route very often. I don't know why. I think it's because I'm just too hooked on the likes of Dresden and now Frankfurt. But I always used to like running this route in TS Classic.
Yeah, I think we all get dragged into the newer stuff. I had a person ask this morning about Sandpatch, and I just intended to run a long enough video to show him how to set it up and get Banking Com working, because Sandpatch's Banking Com, it's a different button to the other routes. And I ended up playing the whole thing. All 2 hours of it.
Excellent. Sandpatch is good. The remastering that was done for Trenton Mod 2, was it? Really uplifted it.
Yeah, it holds its own with the current stuff, I think. No one can complain there's not enough foliage on Sandpatch Grove. There's a lot.
Oh yeah, no, there's definitely a lot of foliage. Just tweak the volumes again a little bit.
Cool.
You can tell how little I played it with all of the shader compilation going on here.
Yeah, that's a fun thing. I came up with a method. Every time I open up a new route before I do anything serious with it, I jump into an AI train and sit in the second person seat and ride the outside camera. Forces it to do everything while I go and do something else.
Exactly what I do. You know, quite often I'll be sitting there in before a preview stream. I'll be in meetings all day on the laptop on the other side of the office. This machine will be sitting here doing exactly that. You know, up and down the line for 3 or 4 hours, so that by the time I come to do the preview stream, it's hopefully done everything it needs to do to calm down.
Yeah, and I find you do generally one during the day each direction, and then do another one at night each direction. That tends to help out.
Yeah. Lexus, why every time I join the stream I see German routes? Well, I kind of do. I kind of do an alternation. German, UK, US, German, UK, US, German, UK, US. So you're probably just joining whenever I do the German bits.
Luck.
Global, do I run the Arosa line much? Not a lot, no. Good route, but I don't really run it so much.
You don't like putting giant American diesels on a Rosa?
Well. No, I don't really do the mix match stuff. I know that some people really enjoy that stuff, and that's great. That's one of the reasons that free roam and scenario planner are good fun, but it's not really my thing. I notched down yet? Looks like it's all notched down. Brakes are off. Right, let's try and get some power on.
I know I'm seeing the stream about 20 seconds behind hearing your voice, but yeah, PZB, isn't it fun?
Yeah, it is. Let me just start that off and then kick that on. Okay, you should be able to see the stream live now.
Yep, definitely. Can migrate some windows again. That will be helpful. And I can still see the in chat in case that strange person comes back.
Oh, except now it's back to there. Hey, that's better. Let's put you back on again. Right, let's try and actually. The problem with PZB, you have to pay too much attention to be able to do anything else. So I got a question for you. I've been curious about this, and we have a lot of Australians who joined. With lots of number of people yesterday asking about Aussie content. So I guess a couple of questions about that. You're an Aussie, obviously. He says stating the bleeding obvious. What is it that attracts you to a game with no Aussie content?
There's not much choice with Aussie content, so you're kind of driven to everything else. So if I had local content, I would certainly play it. I don't know that our market is huge, so I understand why there isn't a lot. There are other franchises. Like TSC's got New Zealand, that's close. Kind of like our eastern states, if you like, although they consider us to be their western states, I'm sure. Some other franchises have got some Australian content, but it's few and far between. And I just like trains.
Yeah, I mean, I guess one of the things I was getting at with that is, what is it? You know, what do you tend to play in TSW? Is it tend to be just a mix of everything, or are there things that you're drawn to particular?
If you can believe the stats, it's Boston. That's my most played route.
Oh, really?
But I tend to like fast-paced things. I like commuter. I like the short haul freight services. Not a huge fan of the 2 and 3 hour runs generally. Do them occasionally, but I've got to be in the right mood for those.
Right, all the passengers delivered in roughly one piece, approximately, give or take. Yeah, so I mean, it's like so you're similar to me then. I guess you like the feeling of. So for me, it's what I like. I don't care what country the train is from, really. I just want to feel like I'm driving a train, not babysitting a train.
Yeah, that's basically it. The closer you can get to simulation, the better. Granted, there's always going to be constraints there. You can't be exactly the same. The operators are not too likely to allow that.
No, I mean, some of them are more flexible about it, like obviously Deutsche Bahn with the Expert 101. But on the vast majority of cases, no, they are not fans. They're not fans at all. They're very worried about people being bad actors on their railway.
Which would be easy to do.
Well, it's some of the operators see the train sim as good fun, good entertainment, good PR. You know, it's good to be part of that conversation. But there is a concern that people might use it for the wrong purpose. So, unfortunately, I'm not aware of any instance where people have used it for the wrong purpose. But I have heard of instances where people have done unhelpful things, let's say. So it's not a perfect world, and this is one of the challenges that the operators have when they want to sign a license or not and join the franchise.
Yeah, I can imagine they go through all sorts of considerations. Their marketing people probably go, "Hey, this is great, but how we control our brand?" And then the security people would go, "This is a bit weird. What do we do with this?" So,
an accurate model of the interior of the cab to practice on? I don't think so.
Yeah. I imagine some of them probably get worried about accurate trackside too and forget all about the fact that aerial photos are so accessible these days.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, I mean they literally do. That's come up more than one occasion. So yeah, it's a real challenge. And like I said, it's unique for every operator about where their concerns are, and it'll be down to the challenges they face on the railroad and the railway every day. People don't get paranoid without reason.
Indeed. Well, we did see recently that a YouTuber did some naughty things and caused a derailment, and will no doubt pay a fairly hefty price for that.
Yeah, I hope so.
I just saw someone say that Cathcart wasn't in New York. It was more south than that, I think. Okay. Joshua Moss just said Cathcart looks like a Melbourne route if you squint, and my response to that is we buried all of our blue trains. They weren't just containing asbestos; they were kind of made of asbestos with wheels. They buried them all.
Yikes! Yeah, that's pretty terrifying.
I think riding in them was probably fine, but you wouldn't want to work on them.
Just looking at the comments, who decides the routes that are going to be made? So, complicated process involving a lot of people. So, there's probably 3 or 4 of us that come up with ideas. I'll review all of the ideas, and I'm the one basically who takes the ideas and massages them and turns them into this is what I think. And in many cases that is really just reviewing the idea, because the rest of the team are pretty good now at what we can practically achieve, what's sensible in the resources. So it is just a question of looking at that stuff and sort of saying, oh, this forms a picture through the year, this works out sensible, because you can't just have all big routes, for example, or all lots and lots of trains. You've got to kind of have a mix of different things. Some of the routes have got to be smaller to make up for some of the routes being bigger. Otherwise you end up not being able to do it all. So it's kind of work out a picture, and then what happens is that will then go through, we have an internal focus group, I also talk through the ideas with the beta group, and they'll mull back ideas. Sometimes they'll come up with ideas, and we'll try and turn those into potential proposals sometimes. And the focus group is kind of like a gathering of all of the train enthusiasts in the business, and which we think is important, but it's not just about train enthusiasts. It's also that whatever routes we make, they need to be appealing to the wider group as well. So it's it's trying to get that broad consensus, which is why there's a range of different interests involved. We then do the LAMP reviews that Steve does, where again that's another place where the community gets involved, because you'll be looking over one of the sections there is the anticipation, which is the section that covers going and looking at forums, at discords, at social media, and seeing what people are asking for, and what ways they're talking. So it might be that we've got a route that we're considering that's maybe it's an American Midwest freight route or something like that. That's not a hint. It's random, and essentially what he'll look at is anyone looking for that route? Is anyone looking for American freight? Is anyone looking for Midwest? Any of these particular towns coming up in requests? Are they looking for freight generally? How the broad thing of it, not just that exact pinhead of an exact art thing. It's what's the broader thing, and how interesting would that be? So it's trying to take in a lot of different factors to figure out how these things would be appealing, and then look at that across the broad spectrum of the whole catalogue, because the whole the offering in the year, and all the DLC that's coming, and what the range is going to be. Are you going to end up with all freight routes, all passenger routes? Are you going to end up with all express lines, or you've got all commuter lines? Because you want to have a variety of stuff in there. So it's kind of looking at all of that stuff, plus slicing and dicing and trying to come up with a balance. And it's like you think you've got a plan at least 15 times. Each time it gets upturned, and someone's like, "Oh yes, but it's quite a fun process overall." But no, I've seen people comment that I get the routes I want, and I dictate to people what the routes that I want, and if I don't want it, it's not going in. That's nonsense. If it was all the routes I wanted, they'd all be BR Blue, and they'd all be first gen or second gen DMUs. So anything that's not that is not the top of my list. So it is a team effort, and a really, really strong team effort, to be honest. Everyone puts a lot of energy into it.
Yeah, and if you want to inspire a team to deliver something good, they need to feel a lot of buy-in, a lot of involvement. So if they were being dictated to, that wouldn't happen.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. They get really frustrated, disconnect with the whole thing. As I say, I might be the executive producer, but I'm not there to tell everyone what to do. I'm there to play part of a team figuring out what we do. And then help and support the team to do that. That's how it works. Do you have to get the licensing before you do the route? Ideally. Generally things are unpleasant when you do it the other way round. We try and never do it the other way round. Unfortunately, that as is known from this year, didn't quite work out the way we expected. There was actually another route supposed to be in the core this year, and that went the same way as the licensing. But we changed that one way much earlier on, and we still don't have that license. So it's a good job. So yeah, it's a process, and it changes rapidly all the time. You've got to keep on top of it and make sure you're still trying to offer a really good product, essentially, that everyone's going to enjoy.
That's got to be a massive challenge, I imagine, just trying to find the right people to negotiate with, and hope that they are the right people when they say yes, in case something comes along later on.
Licensing is very challenging. We've got 2 people in the licensing team that are just... We would not be where we are without them, and I cannot be more grateful for the work that they do. challenging work. It can be frustrating work. It can also be really fun and rewarding. I know talking to the operators can be a really, really fun process. Actually, they ask some really interesting questions, and it's still amazing how many people have no idea that train simulation even exists, and so we'll share them. We'll go on a call and we'll do the screen share and show them the game, and they'll be like, "Wow!" They thought it was going to be a video or something like that. So that's always really fun. Except unless the blood drains out of their face, obviously, and they're like, "Oh, this is what you do."
Yeah, realization sits in that it's while it's not photorealistic, it's getting pretty close.
Yeah, it's operationally almost is virtually photorealistic, to be honest, from an operational perspective. It is the area the teams spend the most time on, is making sure that the signals are in the right place, look the right thing, do the right thing, and it's amazing how much of that is the team's knowledge and experience and expertise, rather than just copying from the specification from the railway, because we quite often don't have access to that, and so they'll just be looking at the signals going, well, that probably works like this, that probably works like this, and effectively doing a signal engineer's job. And that can be a surprise, but how do you know that signal does this? Well, because it's obvious, isn't it? If you know what you're doing. So yeah, it's an interesting process. Now I've seen a couple of requests for the licensing team to come on. I'm not sure whether or not they'd be willing to do that. I mean, I can certainly explain more about how that process works, but its problem is it's different with every license holder. They all have different concerns, but broadly, you get on a call with them and you explain what the game is, what we do, what we want to do with it, what we've done in the past, which is tricky because quite often what an operator doesn't want to see is their competitor's brand being showed back to them. So you kind of want to show them the game, but making sure you're not showcasing their competitors back to them. Because you'd think that would be a way to say, don't you want to be involved? Look who is involved. But actually it tends to turn people off. They're not interested in that. So you've got to be a little bit careful, play a bit of politics. And just be ready to answer questions, to be honest, and being really upfront and really honest about how things work, what expectations are, what realistically we could do and might not be appropriate to do, so that it's not about trying to get the license by any means necessary. It's about trying to get the license in a way that everybody walks away feeling like this was a good thing. Sometimes that involves going and seeing them. A lot of the times it doesn't these days. Used to a lot more. It's a really interesting process about that. DJ Snap Attack, the licenses incur zero cost. It depends on the license. Quite often, yes.
Yeah, I think the world-changing event that we had has made people a lot more comfortable with dealing with other organisations remotely. So it's had one benefit.
Yeah.
I imagine once you've got the in-principle yes on a license, then you've probably got the inevitable commercial side of it, where you start writing the document and back and forth on that.
Well, yeah, I mean we've literally got to the point where we've gone through, in some cases, gone through a massive process of back and forth on the actual legal document itself, only for at the very end for it to go and get final sign-off, for that then to be rejected and the whole thing thrown out. Sometimes it can be months of work that ends just with a actually no, which is quite an unfortunate end that no one feels good about, but it's a reality, and at the end of the day they're saying no for a reason ultimately. So but it's an interesting process, and honestly it gets us the liveries, colours, trains, brands that we want in the game that make it feel more realistic. So I think it is worth the effort.
Yeah, I think definitely. I don't mind an unliveried or a near liveried train, but I do prefer to see an actual branded one.
Yeah, likewise. The LNWR 350 initially grated with me, but it doesn't. But for the most part, I'm sitting here in the cab and I don't see it, so it doesn't bother me at the end of the day. But no, I get why people are disappointed by that. But it is what it is. Unfortunately, it's that or no West Coast main line, and I think no West Coast main line is not the answer.
Definitely. Yeah, a lot of people look forward to that one.
Well, it was the #1 requested route alongside East Coast Main Line, so it's kind of like, no, you have to do West Coast Main Line. You have to do it. I'm glad we did it. It's a good route, very good route.
And there's it's such a long route. There's so much scope to make more parts of it for different areas or right up into Scotland. So
Yeah,
plenty to do.
exactly. Well, same with East Coast Main Line. There's options there as well to come back and do another section of it. Coming into Bingabook.
You've got Odin Moore asking in the chat a question I've wondered about before: is how does licensing work for tracks that no longer exist, like Matlock to Buxton?
So don't think about it in terms of the track, because there's not really a license for the track as such. Think about it in terms of the company. What operator would Matlock to Buxton have been? I don't know off the top of my head what that would be. If that's British Rail, then it's British Rail. It's covered in the British Rail licence. If it's an operator that doesn't exist anymore, then normally someone in the UK, someone like the Department for Transport would know whether or not they own it, and if they don't own it, it probably means it's a rarity, which is a lost licence, which is it doesn't exist anymore. So kind of free game really. Anyone can do what they like with it. A lot of licenses in the UK end up back at the DFT, and then other companies, you just have to look at the heritage of what happened with them. So, for example, old American freight operator, if you look at how the companies in the US moved around, there's tons of mergers and acquisitions and so forth going on with the likes of the Union Pacifics and the Denver and Rio Grande Westerns and the Southern Pacifics and the Southern Railways that were all ultimately Union Pacific, by the time they'd finished doing all their mergers and buyouts. And there's some really interesting history about who owned what renamed to what, and so forth. Because the Union Pacific, for example, from earlier in railroad history, is not the same as the Union Pacific as the newer one. They're effectively, if I remember rightly, Union Pacific merged with. Ultimately, it became Denver and Rio Grande Western, which, when they did their merge, they decided to go with the Union Pacific name or something like that. So it's really interesting, sort of seeing that. But then once you follow that through, you can then find out generally where things are. Or there are also agencies and registers where you can find out where copyrights are, who owns trademarks for brands and style marks and the like. Another example is. If you look at Pennsylvania Railroad, or New York, New Haven and Hartford Railroad, or Penn Central, I think it is, those brands are owned by an insurance company, because back in the day, I think it was Penn Central. They got really big and really, they were kind of like they were the big cheese in New York, Pennsylvania, and but then the crash happened in the 1980s with the railroads. But while they were big, they set up this holdings company to do other things. They started diversifying the portfolio a bit, looking at companies that would do other things, and essentially when the railroads crashed on the East Coast, which is what effectively called the government created Conrail, Consolidated Railroads, to sort of merge, collapse all of these railroads in to keep things operating. It's a bit like an operator of last resort, essentially, in the UK. They created Conrail to manage all that stuff when the operators collapsed, But what happened is all of Penn Central's assets, which includes Pennsylvania Railroad and New York, New Haven, and Hartford, collapsed, and they all of the brands are held by this insurance company. They set up the holdings company. Now, if you want those railroads, you have to go to that holdings company. So it's kind of like the assumption is if a license, just because a license is not current on the railways, doesn't mean it's gone away. It's probably owned somewhere. The Pullman license will be somewhere in the UK. Seeker, the GNER license, I know is somewhere in the UK. I can't remember where it is now. For a while, I knew where it was. It used to be with sea containers, of all the strange places to end up. But there was at one point with GNER, there was a group that were trying to set up another instance of GNER to run a private operator in the UK, and I don't think that ended up going anywhere. So it's one of the licensing team's real challenges is figuring out where things are, who are the right people to talk to, and then kicking off that conversation.
The noise in the background there. Something's going on in the family. Yeah, I know in the US, quite a lot of the defunct or heritage operators, however you like to refer to them, they actually still exist. And they are still part of the current operating companies. So they can be quite challenging to track them down because they still have income, they still have expenses, and they still operate. And they still have trains.
Yeah. Well, it's like there is this myth that so what happened with the whole Conrail thing. Conrail, there is this belief, the simplified version that people tend to latch onto is that Conrail was split up into CSX and Norfolk Southern. And the truth is actually a bit more complex than that, in that CSX and Norfolk Southern were actually, they existed, they were other operators. Again, there's a big history for each of those. Like CSX goes back to family lines. I mean, CSX is, I think, Chessie Seaboard X. Yeah, so you got Chessie and Seaboard as being two parts that join together to create CSX. Norfolk Southern is the Southern Railroad and Norfolk and Western joining together to create the Norfolk Southern. And they, I can't remember which way round it was, but effectively they each got wind that they were considering the purchase of the Conrail rights and assets. So they both bidded for it. And then it sort of kind of got split up into their sections. And while they have the rights to use the Conrail logo, they don't own the Conrail logo. They don't own the Conrail brand. So they can put the Conrail train on their heritage trains, as other operators can that have that linkage. But they're not Conrail. The Conrail still actually exists. It's a Class 3 railroad, and they operate in a very, very small area, obviously being a Class 3. But it still exists. So if we wanted to create Conrail stuff, we have to go to the actual Conrail that still exists, because the likes of CSX and Norfolk Southern, it is not within their gift to grant that license. It's that they are themselves able to use that. Oops, forgot about the 500 hertz.
PZB.
Yeah, because that's the other thing, is because is the person you're talking to, do they own the license, or do they have a right to use the license? Because in the latter case, they generally can't grant you the license to use it, so you then have to take it down another notch on the chain. So it's quite again, like I said, it's a real challenge. There is nothing even remotely obvious about what the team do. It's a lot of detective work and figuring stuff out, and yeah, honestly, they're really, really good at what they do. So we're very fortunate.
Yeah, it's good. I think every time I talk to you, Matt, there's the one thing that amazes me is how much stuff's in your head.
Amazes me too. So half the time it feels like it's falling out, dripping out my ears.
That happens. It's the joy of getting old, Matt.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. Does the country make it easier? It can make it harder, but generally no. Lawyers tend to talk a common language, or at least understand each other. So it's that aspect of it less of an issue. It's really the challenge with country is when you start going to wildly different cultures to the West, like Asia, because the things are so different. You end up with talking to companies like JR Central, who have literally never signed a contract with a Western company ever in their history. And you got to think, are we really going to be the first company that they do that with? Does that feel like, that's going to happen? Probably not. So it's that's kind of why there's no JR Central. So yeah, it's a real challenge getting across some of that. But if you haven't got the cultural and the broad differences to there, then by and large, no, it's generally much simpler. Alexis, this is Linkseinstrecker or Left Rhine.
I suppose that's where other partners like Union Workshop come in, because they've had some local experience. They might be able to get some inroads that others might not be able to do.
Much easier. There is, it's, if you've got someone who's local, then the chances are they know people. It's amazing how often that knowing the right people, getting hold of the right person is key in something like licensing. In a lot of cases, you follow the phone call chain through from the main number, but if you've got someone who happens to work there, for example, and they can be like, oh, it's Bob you want to talk to, let me go and pass your business card to Bob, and and they can shortcut the process and get you right in touch with the right person. That's brilliant when you can kind of get that, but that doesn't happen very often.
It's a little bit like the
third parties. Yes, we do. Sorry, Liam, we do. We have to have the license because we're publishing it. Sorry, Paul, carry on.
That's all right. It's a little bit like the Heritage Railway I work on. I've been trying to get permission to make videos on how to fire steam locos, for example, and the drivers like the idea. Well, some of them anyway. Some of the other firemen do. The training guys love it because the training would be easier because they could use it in their training. And it took me a long time, even in such a small organisation, to actually find the right person who could finally say yes. Yeah. And could then start cascading that down through the tree to say, it's okay, he can do it. We're going to review it all, but he can do it.
Yeah, when it comes to a licensing request, the easiest thing in the world is to say no, because then they move on with their day, so the challenge is sometimes convincing people the value of saying yes. And putting that extra, taking that risk, because licensing is all about risk. It's like, if I let you play with my brand, what are you going to do with it? And is that going to cause us any problems? So, fortunately, we've got a good experience with dealing with a lot of brands now, to where that I think people can instinctively see. Okay, there's fundamentally, we're a good partner, and it's more working out, what specific concerns particular partners might have.
I imagine that potentially that's the reason behind the game just ending if you derail or spad.
It is. Yeah, it is. It's one of the
no one's going to want to see their brand upside down.
No, exactly. I know that there was a lot of debate in the racing games, and eventually the racing game industry actually got big enough and powerful enough that they were able to start dictating back to the brands. It's kind of like, look, if you don't want to have your cars crashed up a bit, then we just won't include your car. And that wasn't acceptable. They didn't like that idea. So they ended up coming up with, having a stronger position in some of these conversations. But you'll still find some brands are, they don't mind damage and wear and texture damage, but they don't want deformation and explosions and all the rest of it. And so it is still about finding a happy medium that everyone walks away thinking this is a positive thing.
Yeah, I quite like the trains that look a little bit dirtier, because it's a fact of life. Trains are dirty things.
Well, they look more real, I thought. Whenever I see trains that are perfectly clear in the game, clean in the game, they look like the double O gauge models, or HO gauge models. They look, they look like models. Whereas when they've got some nice weathering on them, it's just like it just makes them fit the world better, and amps up the realism. But we've got to be really careful with weathering, because some operators are not fans of weathering. Some of them don't mind a little bit. Some of them don't care at all. They're fine with it, but for the vast majority of cases, we're kind of we have a bit of latitude to put some weathering on, but it needs to be. There can be no implication that the train is not being looked after, if you like.
Yeah, I think light weathering's probably okay with that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of the other things I noticed recently, the San Bernardino route comes to mind, where there's some rubbish or trash on the ground, and I actually really appreciate that. I like seeing a bit of clutter and rubbish around the place because that's reality on railways. It blows in from everywhere.
Yeah, exactly. I like that as well. Again, it's that kind of thing removes the sort of the clinical sterility of the route and makes it feel lived in and real.
Yeah, when you're
Same with
travelling
graffiti.
down any route. Yeah, go on.
Go on, sorry. There you go.
When you're travelling down any route, there's always a bit of track, or there's a bit of old equipment, or there's some rubbish that's come in, or there's an overgrown area. Those things just exist in reality, so it's fantastic to see them appearing in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Come on, folks, let's get some donations moving. They've nothing so far today. Let's get the day started. All for Special Effect. I'll be showing you videos later on to remind you why we're raising money, why this is a great thing.
You'll have to put up with some typing for a moment, but I'll kick you off.
I do like the 103. It's very nice. We're at 99 donations at the moment, are we, F1 fan? I hadn't even looked at that. That's interesting. Oh, no, yeah, of course. My mistake. I haven't got the damn tool running. I switched it off last night to stop spamming Just Giving's back end. That sounds really bad. There we go. It's updated now. What have we got? We've got Tom Nice, Super Steve, Andrew Rotteville, and Phil Connor. Thank you very much. Putting us at 2406.94. Apologies, I should have had that. Check that and made sure that was running. Too busy enjoying my bacon sandwich this morning, you see. Right, we've powered off now.
Always good to have a bacon sandwich.
Oh yeah. I'm not getting anything. Let's power down. Right. Still not getting anything. Let's bring it to a stop.
I always think it's slightly creepy when the browser on my PC remembers everything I put in on my phone.
Yeah, it is kind of off-putting. There we go, we've got power.
Done. One of the cool things about having a YouTube channel that makes a little bit of money is I can give it away.
Well, that's very much appreciated. Thank you, Paul.
Was this the first route that used the new water textures?
So Vorarlberg had a new pass on it. Oh, Train Simulator Driver, yours is in. Thank you very much. And Drummy, Sean, thank you very much for yours as well. That's awesome. What are we up to? 20... Oh, we're making mind up. Total. Crikey, it's going up and down. Let me make a minute to stabilise. 24:37. There we go. That's awesome. Thank you.
People were asking where I went. I guess when I went to the other window, Discord probably went, "Oh, you don't want to talk to him anymore." Okay.
Oh no, that was me. When you put another window, I put Open Visual Studio to start the Just Giving tool, and it covered your camera. So Just Giving obediently didn't capture the thing that was on top of the camera. It just couldn't capture the camera anymore. Otherwise, there'd have been a face full of Visual Studio in that camera slot. So
People going.
No, I can't remember whether this was
Is
the
that the
first one.
game?
Sorry.
People going. Ooh, is that code the game?
No, I don't have the code. No one will let me have it. So water effects. They've kind of iterated on them on a few occasions, and I can't remember where Lincoln's Rhinestrecker falls in that. Vorarlberg saw quite a big jump in the water effects, and I think the latest weeks this year have seen another big jump in the water effects. But I can't remember where they were. It looks like they are because it's not got the repeating texture on it, which is always one of my biggest bugbears about the water effect, where you can see the repeating texture.
It hasn't got straight lines on the edges either.
Yeah.
You know, I actually really like the attention that's been played to the creeks and rivers lately, with a little bit of growth in them and some things floating on it. It's great.
Yeah, it looks real. You know, it's an imperfect surface. Imperfect edges is what makes the difference.
Yeah, it's one of those interesting things, because you might see a river that you're passing over for, I don't know, 4 seconds, but just that little bit in your brain that says, hey, that looks really cool. It makes it much more playable, much more interesting.
Well, I quite like, it's like when you leave Minehead on West Somerset Railway, after you've gone over the level crossing, you've got the ditch on the left-hand side there on the way up to Dunster. And I really like how all that was done, you know, because again, it's got weeds and all sorts of things in there. It looks very natural.
It's really nice. That was a huge change in the remaster for that one.
Yes, Liam did an incredible job on that, really did. I'm a big fan. I don't know what it is about those steel cars, but I've always really liked those telescope wagons. My dad's got
a coils or slabs inside.
Usually coils, if I remember rightly. Certainly the only ones I've seen open have been coils.
Good to have those things contained, because I don't know if you've ever seen a video of what happens if they break their bands, but it's violent.
No, I can imagine. I've never seen it, but
Goebbels asking for a link, which I assume is the Just Giving link, so I'll pop it in the chat.
Is adjustable FOV in the works? One of the things I want to do, and I don't have a plan for when we'll be doing it, but I want to do a whole seat adjustment thing, view adjustment thing. But I don't know when realistically that'll come in. But again, it's one of the many things I've got a sort of an outline design for, to see when we can do it.
If you've got yourself a head tracker, you can kind of do it now.
Yeah, I must admit, I don't run Tracker when I'm streaming, just purely because I think people find it makes them a bit sick. It's great for me because it's looking where I want it to look, but all everyone else is seeing is, oh god, the camera was moving all over the place.
Yeah, I learned that too. So I've got this great thing, I'll use it on stream. I won't use it on stream anymore. People who are watching trains.
One of the things that people struggle with when you try and show people VR, because when you're doing VR, you tend to do this and look around at all the great things, but anybody else that's watching it on a YouTube video or something, it just looks insanely sickening. So if anything, it actually works against VR. It's really difficult. I think one of the big challenges with VR is trying to, how do you sell or showcase the experience of VR without VR? It doesn't really work.
Yeah, you get this flat representation, and yeah, the looking around thing certainly does come into it when you see people trying to stream it. I have wondered if it would be possible to stream VR into other people's VR headsets. so they can't control the game, but they can see what you're doing.
Yeah, I mean you know, if you were to share a 360 video, then effectively people could look around at, you know, whatever's going on. So you're in the cab of some, if you're streaming a 360 video of this, then you could look around the cab and kind of look wherever you want to look. It should be really interesting, actually.
I know at one point YouTube could stream 360. I don't know if it still can though. Because you used to be able to stream from the 360 cameras.
Yeah.
Have to look into that.
I mean, at one point we had a 360 mode. When we were developing this, we actually had a 360, the ability to take a 360 screenshot, which was really cool. And you know, I used it, and then what you could do is you could load them into various tools on your VR headset as a static screenshot that you could just freely look around. You know, only 3 degrees of freedom, obviously, because it's a static screenshot, so you can't like move this way or up or down or anything. But it still worked really well. So I do wonder whether or not there's an option for streaming that. But then it's again, if you, it's one of those things that unless you've got VR, I don't think it's possible to understand what VR is, which is its biggest problem. The single biggest barrier to VR is trying to explain to people what it is for people that have never seen it before. Because you can say all sorts of fluffy things like it's like being there, and everyone with VR headset is nodding and going, "Yeah, it really is," and everybody else is going, "What? That doesn't even make any sense. It's a video game. How can it be like being there?" You know, it's difficult to perceive.
Well, I think you got to see the look on my face when I tried the new game in that brief little part that you had as a demo. It's like, that's pretty impressive. Mind you, could probably only see, you know, this much of my face.
It is. I mean, when we had the ambassadors down to have a look at the VR as well, they were you know, they were pretty much all smiles, which is really good to see. Actually, I love these buildings on the left. It's really cool.
Yeah, there's lots of really Bavarian colours.
But yeah, it's and you know, one person went out and immediately bought a VR headset on the way home. And I know at least 1 or 2 beta testers have picked up VR headsets. So it's kind of like, you know, there's a journey here that people have, you know, that people will hopefully be going along to try it out. It's really good fun.
Yeah, I think people will. I was quite impressed in how the VR headsets have changed, because in the early days they used to make me motion sick, but the one that you had that I was trying certainly didn't.
No, these days they... Whether some of it is down to the headset, some of it is down to best practices. You know, the industry has learned a lot about do's and don'ts in VR. You know, having a good frame rate is important. Having a consistent frame rate is important. And there's all sorts of little funny techs like space warping they've done, which means that now even if the game does lag a bit, space warping will actually make up for the frame rate. It's a really clever system, that because the challenge with where you start getting sick is where fundamentally it's a disconnect between what your eye sees and what your brain feels, right, in the senses. So if you turn your head and the world does not turn smoothly in your eyes, your brain goes, ugh, and sends a signal to your stomach to do something about it. And so what space warping does is, if it hasn't received the frame in good enough time from the game, because the game is running laggy, then, because if you're running at 72 frames per second is what the Quest runs at. And so let's say the game dips under 72 and goes down to 40 because it blipped while it was loading something. If a frame wasn't ready when the headset wanted it, the headset will actually look at the image that you've got, look at how far you've turned your head, and slide the image accordingly. Yeah. So actually, it looks completely smooth. But when you understand how space warping works, you can see the little black edges on the side, which will just tell you that, oh, hang on, the frame rate's not keeping up. But unless you know to look for this stuff, it just looks really good. It looks like you're running at a really high frame rate, and it works really well. So they've kind of come up with tech which helps work around some of the problems, and they've that CIFA come off yet? Yeah, brakes coming off. I hate the way that takes so long to apply. That's terrible. And what else have they done? There's things like movement. Oh, another donation's coming. G11, thank you very much for the donation. Much appreciated. You've also got things like motion. It was quite common in early VR games for smooth walking, a bit like in a normal first-person game. And a lot of people don't like that at all. That makes them very ill, because I'm moving, but again, my brain is not feeling that movement. So my eyes and my brain are not lining up. And so they came up with teleporting, where you operate the joystick and point to a place in the world and teleport to that place in the world, and your brain is completely fine with that because you effectively haven't moved. The world has now moved around you, and your brain can cope with that. It's really odd. You'd think your brain would get used to walking because you do that all the time. Not one person in the world teleports anywhere, and yet your brain is fine with that. But this is some of the learnings that they've gone through. Another one is smooth turning, so a bit like an FPS using your mouse, where you turn like that. Some people, again, for the same reason. And they developed a system called snap turning, where when you use one of the joysticks and you just click it right, and you'll turn 45 degrees to the right instantly. And again, your brain's fine with that. So it's really interesting to... I've got to stop again. It's not survived that CIFA recovery.
Oh well. What I find really interesting, and I know they're absolutely nothing to do with each other with CIFA and PZB, is they often both demand your attention at the same time, just purely by coincidence.
Yeah. And what happens is, I like the PZB will come on, and I'll be like, really proud of myself. I was like, oh yeah, I've acknowledged PZB in exactly the right time. I'm slowing down, doing the right thing, and then all the alarms come on. I missed the CIFA.
Yep, you're
Daniel,
not the only one.
thank you very much for the donation. Much appreciated.
And judging by the occasional cab ride video that gets out, the real ones do it too.
Oh yeah. Rather the odd accidental emergent or unintended emergency stop, but also have the benefit of a safe railway.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, we don't have any kind of vigilance on our steam engines, but we do on our diesels on the Heritage Railway. When I'm firing on steam, I have plenty to do. When I'm the fireman on diesel, my job, every 87 seconds, bock. And look ahead on left-hand corners because the driver can't see.
Yeah. Jack, yeah. Paul has, I haven't. The closest I've got to the railways is riding a train as a passenger.
You have to go and suck up to Jamie and go and play on his railway.
Yeah, this is true. This is true. He keeps teasing me. I got to drive a 9F today. Go, shut up, Jamie.
Yeah, I tried to make a visit with him and his railway happen, but we just couldn't get the timing right on my UK trip, unfortunately. It's one of those sad things. People actually have lives. They can't just drop everything because you're turning up.
That's weird. It's weird, isn't it? It's unhelpful. Work harder.
Yeah, definitely. Atomic Danny's gotten onto Pacers in the chat. And you have a new donation, apparently.
Sorry?
You have a new donation, apparently.
Daniel was already there. My favourite routes in the game. God, I think we get asked that about 15 times a day. Southeastern High Speed is pretty much my go-to answer to that question. I mean, realistically, I like most of the routes. I play, all of the routes a lot. But no, Southeastern High Speed is probably of the entire collection. If someone said, you can have one route on your train sim going forward, what would that be? It would be Southeastern High Speed. What would yours be, Paul? You can have one route on your desert island trains. What would that be?
I actually kind of think Peak Forest.
Oh, nice.
I know I'm weird.
No.
But I love the accessibility of all of the yards and sidings on that one, and you can do pretty much whatever you want, and you can get trains to go almost anywhere. So it's cool. There's actually a bit of that in San Bernardino. Yeah, and there's a bit of that in San Bernardino. A lot of the sidings and yards are accessible, even ones services don't use, so you can do lots of fun things there.
No, I get Peak actually. I think that's a good shout. It's one I don't play enough, but I need to at some point. Have I ever played a Dutch route on Train Sim Classic? Not on Train Sim Classic. I used to play a lot of Dutch routes on Microsoft Train Sim though, which I think Chris Longhurst was actually involved in because he did all the stuff back then as well. No, I used to play the Dutch routes on Train Sim Classic. Sorry, MSTS quite a bit, but I don't recall playing any on Train Sim Classic. No.
Yeah, I've still got a machine that can run MSTS.
I can't remember because I actually we speak of MSTS. It's kind of got a copy right here. I've got the original copies in the giant boxes somewhere. I used to, but I got that one more recently because I actually wanted to install it and have a look at. No, I don't have it here. I got Sandpatch Grade as well from Maple Leaf Tracks. Back when we were doing Sandpatch Grade, I sort of wanted to sort of see what MSTS's Sandpatch Grade looked like and what they did with it, and it ended up not being able to gain anything useful out of it because I'd forgotten just how far Train Sim World is away from MSTS visually. It was kind of like firing up a retro game and going, oh, this isn't what I remember. Yeah, so I got that, and but yeah, it's fun MSTS.
Yeah, it's interesting trying to put together a machine to actually run it because you need a pretty old copy of Windows. I think the newest thing it will actually work on is Windows 7.
I think people got it working on Windows 10. I seem to recall people
Yeah, OpenRails does.
Windows 10. Yeah, OpenRails certainly does, but I think people got it working on Windows 10, but it was a bit, you were kind of on the edge of things at that point.
Yeah, and I think you probably had to give it lots of access that you wouldn't like software to have.
No, almost certainly.
It's always one of those things of getting really old software working is just how insecure do you want to be? Why? But I keep waiting to see some big boat turn up on the river.
There are moving boats on there, are there? You fire along with the Clinchfield remaster. So I've relit the main line, 2 of the branches. I've got 2 branches I think left to do. Then I want to do a scenery pass, timetable pass, add some extra mines, redo the foliage, redo the water textures. I'm barely started. The SD40 now has working banking com. Both of them have completely redone lighting, which looks a lot more realistic, according to engineers. So it's coming along. It's a radically different driving experience now compared to what it was, but I'm barely started on the list of what I want to do to it. I haven't touched it in the last 6 months at least, because Train Sim World 5.
Just that little thing got in the way.
just that little thing. Yeah.
I'll have to find you the signal number, but I have a definite request for Clinchfield. There's one signal that's around a corner, and you always spat on it.
Oh no.
It either needs to get further from the corner, or be before the corner.
Yeah, get me the details and I'll take a look.
Yeah, cool. It's one of those interesting things, actually, because you expect a progression in signalling, but it's not always right, and not all railways did that. So sometimes it is quite accurate to just turn up on a red one.
Well, it's something to look into to find out, because there have been, you know, there's how many signals and routes there are on a route. It's very easy to for one of them to get not quite right. Duncan Hodges, thank you for the donation, much appreciated. We are not far from 2,500 now. See if we can get that up to 2,500 before the end of this journey, which is ages away yet, so no rush. Really nice.
I was thinking that the tunnels on this route are quite interesting because most of them look like little castles.
Yeah, well, that's kind of an iconic feature of this route, is some of the castles along it. I think there's something like, I can't remember how many castle models they ended up having to make. It was a lot because it's such an iconic feature of the route.
Yeah, it's certainly a very different driving experience, this one, to a lot of the other routes.
Well, I'm quite enjoying driving this N-Wagon cab car. Actually, it's a real challenge to drive. You can't just set the throttle and sit back. You've got to monitor that tap controller and.
Otherwise, enjoy resetting the MCB.
How much thrash is too much thrash? I don't understand the question. Paul Wilkinson, thank you for the donation, much appreciated. We're over 2,500, 2,535.
Woohoo!
You know what that means? Nearly at 2,600. Thank you, Paul.
Well, the challenge was to get to it by the end of this run, but you got to it by the end of the next station.
In the station, yeah, really. So, 2,600 by the next station then, yeah? 8.4 kilometres.
Oh, there's nothing wrong with issuing a challenge.
Does the training centre have tutorials on how to stop heavy freight trains downhill? Not stop them. We don't have a big downhill on the training centre, so it's difficult to do a tutorial on how to do that. What we try to do is include braking tutorials generally. And more than likely you'll find those in, like Home Pass has a tutorial, I think, on braking down the hill. So that's where I go to for that, to be honest. Home Pass has a number of tutorials on things like, you know, downhill braking, hill starts, all that kind of thing.
And there's quite a few different ways you can do it that work until that little moment when they don't anymore, and you're riding a pair of ice skates.
Well, that's just it. The thing I find with, you know, riding down Cajon Pass, riding down any hill, but Cajon Pass is probably one of the worst in the game because it's the steepest. It's so easy to take your eye off the ball, and it's like I was going down. It might have been Sherman Hill. I was going down, and I was on a stream and I was talking to people, and I'd got the train beautifully balanced at about 31 miles per hour, and it was coming down nicely. And so I took my eye off it because it had been stable for a bit. I took my eye off it and just looked over at the chat and was chatting, you know, for probably no more than 60 seconds. And when I looked back, the gradient had changed by a fraction of a percent, and we were now doing 36, which meant my dynamic brakes were starting to fail because they're sort of between 31 and 35. The dynamic brakes start rapidly degrading in their efficacy. And so I had to apply I think it got to the point where I had to actually bring in a little bit more air to recover the train back again, which is a terrible thing, because then you almost have to, because you can't release air again until without stopping the train. It was just that 3 or 4 miles per hour really upset the train coming down the hill. It was really annoying.
Yeah, it's one of those interesting things on air brakes. With a train the size of the ones on Cajon Pass, it takes 20 minutes to pump the train pipe back up again.
Yeah, exactly. And I think
So,
a lot of people that don't get that, and even just applying the brakes, it can take, you apply the brakes as going down the hill and you watch the decelerometer, how it changes. It can take a few minutes before the train has actually fully applied those brakes.
yeah, definitely. I mean, even on our little trains, you feel that.
Glen GT UK and Sander Princeton, thank you for those donations, which put us at 25.75. Is that fully updated? I think so. So we are very nearly at 2600 by the next station. Wow, keep it up, folks. That's incredible.
Yeah, nice one.
So yeah, it's interesting for me when people... Go on, sorry.
Yeah, as a fireman, my official role, but I do get to drive from time to time when drivers go, "Hey, would you like to step into my office for a while?" As if you'd ever say no.
Exactly,
and
yeah.
when you're breaking down the 6 mile 1 in 30 on our railway, you've got to be very careful, because you've got 3 big brake applications before you have to completely recharge the train, and you've just got to be so on the ball. And playing in the game on a steep line like Cajon Pass is no different.
Yeah, you've got to really, really watch what you do. Consequently, from a challenge in the game perspective, it's probably one of my favourite things. It's the one, there's driving German trains with PZB turned on, and there is going down Cajon Pass with a heavy freight train. Those are kind of right at the top two of the top levels of almost an elite, if you like, in terms of, you get those right, you're kind of there, because it requires a really good level of concentration, a really good level of knowing your machine, knowing the behaviours, I like it. For me, is definitely the sort of the top 2 things in the game to do.
Yeah, it is certainly a lot of fun, and when you get to the bottom of the hill, you have a sort of an unclenching moment.
Yeah, indeed. Jack, you would says you'd think on long trains, trains that long, they'd use electronically controlled pneumatic brakes. The answer to that is cost. Yeah, EP brakes are not infallible. They can be very fallible, but the problem there is cost, because EP brakes require every vehicle to have compressor. I believe they've got they're effectively independent units, plus all the electronics and so forth in there. So you're looking at a more rigorous maintenance routine for all these wagons. Bearing in mind that there are tens, thousands, hundreds of thousands of these wagons in America, and you need to have a train which all of a sudden all of the wagons need to have EP brakes on them, or none of them do, because you can't have a train with partial EP brakes. Otherwise you don't have continuity. Or all of a sudden you're organising the train by where the EP brakes are, not where they need to be easily switched at the various subs points along the route. It's a bit then like having air hooked up at the front of the train in old steam days, which I'm probably glad that they don't have to do anymore. So that's the main reason, because I thought the same thing myself, and when you look at it, the cost of a wagon goes up probably a small amount, but then multiply that over hundreds and hundreds of thousands. And then add in all the maintenance work that needs to be done and so forth, and you can see why they wouldn't do that. Just get used to the system, essentially. It works. They've added a lot of refinements over the years. In learning how the American brakes worked, I've learned the history of how they work. Why is there a quick service reservoir? Why is there an emergency service reservoir? Because in the early days of these brake systems, those things didn't exist. When you ran out of air, you ran out of air. There was no, oh dear, now is the time to throw in the emergency brakes, bring it to a stop and we can recover it. If they ran out of air when they didn't have an emergency reservoir, they were done. And that train was running away and there was nothing they could do about it. Hence they added an emergency reservoir so that they had a fallback. But again, what an emergency reservoir does is adds another load of time to pump the train up, because you're going to pump that tank up as well. I mean, if you've blown the emergency reservoir, bringing it to a stop, that's why you're looking at a huge thing, because you've got all of these reservoirs need charging up.
There's actually some situations where the emergency reservoir will cause the brakes to release even though you've applied them. So
Yeah.
It's still an interesting game.
It's fascinating, you know, when you hear about runaway trains and or runaway wagons that have just rolled out of a yard, and it's because, you know, one of the reasons is that they've bottled the air, which is a big no-no with standing wagons, because no system is perfect. The air will leak, and once it's leaked enough, the brakes will come off.
Yep.
The wrong doors.
And it all works from some very simple rules in physics. But you couldn't make it more complex if you tried. It's like trying to explain to someone how a steam injector works to push water in against boiler pressure.
Yeah, indeed. Elderly
I
neighbour,
usually
thank you
just
very
tell them
much.
it's magic.
We got we're at 25, 95, and 97 now, so we've got about £4 left to
So
go.
close.
£4 and 3. So close, so close. Good shot though, folks. That's brilliant. Ever thought
Yeah,
of
I
having
usually
an air
just tell
pack wagon
people-
halfway down the train, Daytona? So what they do actually is when they've pressing the wrong button. When they have distributed units, in modern trains at least, the locos at the either end of the train and the middle of the train, wherever they are, can contribute air into the pipe, and they will also release the brakes the same as the lead unit is doing, which does speed the process up. You know, it's not, you know, going to make it a short number of minutes, but it can make a big difference in that side of it. So it is it's well worth having.
Yeah, that has to be controlled carefully, though. You'll tear the train apart.
Yes, very much so.
Yeah. Each wagon actually does have its own reservoir, usually two.
Brylar, this is Linker Einstracker, left Rhine. Gamer Teza, getting steam trains are hard. A struggle to get the thing to hold its speed. So you want to be managing your boiler pressure and your cut-off and your regulator. There's kind of your three parts of balance. And it's not just about more power with the regulator. It can be, you've got your power control on a steam loco is a combination of the cut-off and the regulator. It's about how you're using your steam, when you're using your steam, how much steam you're using at any given moment. You can sometimes achieve more with less with steam engines. In fact, that's generally how you accelerate. And so as you accelerate, you want to be pulling the cut-off back towards below about 20. You know, as you're going faster, but you'll also find sometimes you've got excess steam in the boiler and you want to speed up. You can push the cutoff forward a bit and use that to then to spend that and get the train going a bit faster. So manage those two off. Sometimes you want to be a bit less on the regulator, a bit more on the cutoff. You know, find the right balance. It's different for every loco at every speed, so you constantly need to be managing it.
Just speaking from my railway, even though we've got 5 locos that are in theory identical, they all behave differently.
Yeah, because they're not machine manufactured, were they? You know, they were all hand built. A lot of these things, and nothing is perfectly the same. It's amazing how something not quite the same shape by millimeters can make a big difference over the course of the rest of the system. Just a series of imperfections that, if you were to look at it with the eye, you probably couldn't see, but they make a difference from how the machine is. I mean, that's always been the case. You know, they will say that steam engines have personality, and it's because of that uniqueness in their constructions.
Yeah, every fireman has a love or hate relationship depending on the 10-minute period.
Well, that uniqueness of construction was actually the downfall of Baldwin, because they never Baldwin made really a great steam locos, and as they started to go into diesels, they didn't upgrade their processes. So when you looked at something like the repo for Creative Classic, did this wonderful thing, the Baldwin Centipede, which is just like, it's a train, big long train, it's a huge thing, and it's just all wheels. It's just all wheels along the bottom. There's like millions of them, you know, roughly, give or take. The reason that the Centipedes, that the Baldwin failed, was because all their locos were uniquely built, the same as their steam engines, whereas the likes of GE, EMD, Alco were starting to get into manufacturing and machining, to where they were bulk building things, and you could easily take the spare parts off one loco to repair a different one. Whereas any given Centipede, you couldn't take the bits off a Centipede 1 to fix Centipede 2 because they weren't not fit. Yeah. And that was ultimately, I think, where Baldwin failed. Morning, Andy.
Yeah, maintainability is very important.
Yeah.
That's something we don't have in the game. Your train broke, you've got to put it in the workshops for 9 weeks.
Can't boot the game anymore.
Maybe that wouldn't be popular.
We have sometimes joked, and I stress joked, about having it to where if you run a red light, it deletes the game. It's like you're fine. Have it in hardcore survival mode. Delete your profile.
That'd be one of those funny ones from sometimes when I play the game on stream, so just for something to do, I'll go and sit in the back and talk to the passengers. And I always think, one of these days, Will's going to make one talk back and it's going to scare the crap out of me. Hello to Sam MBTA Trains, who just said hi to me. There's Richie's there, who's one of the other people I met when on my trip. We went off and explored York.
Another 103.
They just look cool.
They do. They do. They ooze cool.
Kind of the Volkswagen Combi of trains.
Andy, yes, I had my bacon butty this morning and it was glorious, with proper sauce on it. The one true bacon sauce. Koblenz. Is that the end? Hey!
Just about there.
I enjoyed this. It's a good run. I need to do more with this route. This is actually a really, really pleasant, enjoyable route with some really nice scenery.
Yeah, it is.
I've been running this for about an hour and a half, Eric, so yeah, possibly. It's a long route.
It's a nice commuter run with lots of stops.
Jack M says, Train Simulator driver, what's your favourite loco or MU from the US, UK, Australia?
Well, Australia, that's really easy. It's the ones I fire. They're a Australian copy of the Baldwin Prairie. We have inside frame wheels. They're 2'6". They're little, and I guess a lot of countries probably complain about China's antics, where they take something from another country and then copy it and sell thousands of them back again. That's exactly what we did to Baldwin. We bought 2 of theirs and then we made about, I don't know, 16 more. But that's my favourite Australian one. For American ones, the SD40-2 I always like. It's probably one of the last machines that was in really common usage and still is in usage today, where you're driving by the seat of your pants. You haven't got any help. It's you controlling that thing. You are the computer. UK, what would be the favourite one in the UK? Have to go probably Flying Scotsman, to be honest. Both
Very
in the
nice.
game and in real. It's just an impressive locomotive, and I've seen it in person in the UK. Also saw it when it came to Australia in 1988. It's a cool machine. And German trains. I'd like to say the Expert 101, but I love to hate it, and it loves to hate me. But I'm going to say it anyway. You like a challenge? Turn the chaos factor up to 99 and see how far you get.
I need to find some time and have a play with that. I haven't even had a chance to boot it up yet.
It's well worth some moments. Just don't do it live.
No, I'm not going to do it live for the first time. Can you guys play the MBTA one yet? I'm not streaming it. I mean, can I play it? Yes. But no, I'm not playing it on the stream. That'll be on the preview, which is 2 weeks' time?
Yeah, 22nd, I think. And do I remember right? 29th, I think? Something like that, when it's coming out. Yep, Gav's said 22nd for the stream, so yep. There went another minty green stripe the other way.
Yep.
Needs a giant toothbrush following it. There you go, I got it right, 29th. There you go. I was just slightly worried remembering that because I'm thinking, I was trying to think to myself, I'm sure it's been said. So I didn't want to say it if it hadn't.
That's my problem. I'm always just like, when I do know them, I can't remember if it's public knowledge yet. So.
All says, note to self, don't try driving Cathcart Circle when Matt's streaming a route with PZB. So many false AWS alarms.
Nice. See you later, Coprain. Just me driving today, Jack. Calter is joining me later on for he's doing a video, and then we'll be talking over it, same as we did with Trenton Plays yesterday. And Harry's joining me for shenanigans, 4ish, I think.
I look forward to watching the stream tomorrow while I'm working. You just hit 2600 there, Matt.
Oh, hello. Let's wait for the donation to come in. I don't own this model train set, Dream. That's my dad's train set. But yes, he owns that still. He's still building it. He's been doing a load of modifications to it. Come on, tool, update the Just Trade, the Just Give It thing, so I can see who to shout out. Mark Jolly, thank you very much. Puts us up to 2600. Who here knows the nerdy significance of the number 2600?
An Atari?
Sorry?
It's an Atari.
Yes, and that is also related to the same thing. It was named the 2600 for exactly the same reason that it's got an early significance, actually. So 2600 is the frequency that would trick an old phone system to letting you have a free phone call.
Cool.
Discovered via accident when Captain Crunch cereal in America included a whistle as well as the free thing that falls out of the packet, which happened to deliver an exact 2600 hertz whistle. And you'd get parents, parents on the phone with the grandparents, and the child would come up to the phone and blow the whistle, um, and say, "Look at this toy that I got off my cereal box," and they started realising that all of those phone calls became free, and so
Excellent.
2600 hertz became is one of sort of the hacker culture, one of the first hacker culture things. And the Atari 2600 is named because of that heritage.
There you go. We're back to the look at all the things in Matt's head space, aren't we?
Freaking, that was it, Sony. You got it.
Philip was wondering if you were doing that.
No, that actually predates when I would have had it, because that was Captain Crunch back in the 70s, I think.
I can give you a nerdy train thing to go along with your nerdy phone thing.
Go for it.
For the timetablers that take part in this game, on their railway there will always be a train that is departing a terminus station at 4:12. And there's a lot of timetablers around the world who do it.
Really?
So if you go looking at working timetables, you will find a train that departs from the terminus at 4:12, and a lot of them.
Why is that?
There doesn't seem to be any actual reason for it, it's just they seem to do it, and timetablers all seem to know about it when you start talking to people who make timetables, and you go, I know about the 4:12 thing, and they go, really?
I wasn't aware of that. I have to talk to Joe, see why there aren't any 412 services. Assuming there are.
I think you have got some.
I was going to say,
Yeah, there are some.
copies of the real thing, so it wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, I think it fits into one of those things, there's the right way, the wrong way, and the railway.
Yep. Oh, I guess we're changing lanes. Changing lines, and then we've got our red light.
Always good when you're approaching the end of the route, you're watching a red light, and you're thinking, am I going to get to the end?
Well, it's after the platform, so I'm comfortable.
Well, the good news from my Euston video yesterday is, yeah, about 10 minutes after I stopped recording, it went green.
Hey! I was going to ask you, and I completely forgot. It's kind of left in suspense.
Yeah, sometimes you do have to wait a little while when you've done things with free roam, because the poor little dispatcher's trying to figure out a way to get you there, and you've asked for something really weird.
Well, it's kind of the dispatcher builds up priority dispatch tables, and what happens is your request goes onto the back end of that table, so it's kind of like got to wade through the things that were in front of you to get your one through. As an onward journey thing, it goes through things very quickly, but terminus stations generally pass through quite slowly, I think, which is why it can be a bit more challenging.
Yeah, well, to the credit, it usually does get you in there eventually.
Yeah, oh yeah, no, the dispatcher's pretty good at figuring it out. It gets a bad rap, but actually it does a pretty solid job. Gives you an awful lot of freedom.
Well, anybody that's done signalling even on a small railway will know just how hard it actually is, and when you're thinking about doing it for an entire railway, it's not a small task.
Well, not only that, fully automated as well. It's like almost all the real railways have got wetware controlling them.
Yep.
By which I mean people, and people can make on-the-spot judgments and decisions and solve problems that maybe no one's even thought of. Whereas the dispatcher in the game is kind of got to deal with the logic it was given when it was born, and live on every route and figure out every problem, regardless of what free roam service you throw into the route. It's got to figure it out, and it does a pretty good job of managing that.
And the people version of it can even do it with knowledge of the actual drivers or engineers on the trains, because they'll know one runs a little bit slower than the other one, so they can get the other one into a siding first for a meet, even though the timetable might have it the other way around.
Check my silver out.
Nowhere near enough speeding there, Matt.
No, I was running a bit on the slow side, to be fair. It took me a little while to just remember how to drive a tap changer, but I got there about halfway through. I sort of got back into the flow of it again. So, right, okay, that's the end of that one. I'll be running Blackpool branches in a minute, but I'm going to have to go and take a quick comfort break. Paul, it has been magnificent having you on the stream. Thank you very much for joining.
Thank you very much for having me.
For the video, for your video you did for yesterday as well, folks. Go and watch the video for it if you didn't see what Paul. There was some really interesting stuff about preserved railways and what you can do to help out your local heritage. Lots of good advice there. Go and do that, because they need volunteers. Without the volunteers, there is no heritage railway. So
indeed.
So yes, but anyway, thank you very much, Paul. It's been actually really, really good way to start the stream. I'm going to go and have a quick comfort break. What I'm going to do is probably leave the train running a passenger service while I disappear off for 5 minutes, and we will see you another time, Paul. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Thanks, Matt. See you later, folks.
Bye. Right, that was really good. Thank you very much, Paul. Right, okay, let's get this thing set up on a quick passenger run, just so that it's doing something. Let's try and get some more donations in while I'm having a quick break. Do you have people shouting at you to turn your mic off now, Matt? What do you mean? Right, what should we have? Let's have a bit of Boston Sprinter timetable. When is an Acela train due out of Boston? Let's go with 8:57. So if we spawn Boston 8:55 on foot, typical Boston 8:55 July, light clouds. There's my cellar. Let us hop on. Yeah, let's sit in the one window with the curtain where we can't see anything, shall we? That'd be a good move. Hopefully it'll behave itself and do its thing as it goes. But otherwise than that, right, I'm going to leave you a bit and I'll be back shortly. doesn't seem to have gone very far. So that doesn't seem to have been quite as exciting as I was hoping. Oh, okay, we've got a single level coming in. No? Wow. We have stopped here. We made it forward about 4 coaches and then it didn't go anywhere. That'd be why, because of that train coming in here. Anyway, I'm back now, so let's get back on the plan with what we're supposed to be doing, which is Blackpool branches. For any of you space nerds, by the way, the launch is in 23 minutes. 20 minutes, sorry. That's when SpaceX's stream is starting. I think the launch is in about an hour. Right, let us do Blackpool branches. What did I have down for Blackpool branches? I had 2F13. Let's go with orange. 2F13. 1058. Custom weather, July, light clouds. Go. Well, the special effect video lasts about a minute, Eloquent. That's the problem. And I figured it'd probably be more than a minute. Right, okay. Put that on. Put that on forward. Let's get the doors open. Instrument panel, destination light, headlights. How do we look? Let's put this on. That's on tail lights. This don't look very good. We'll put the destination light on. Oops, that's no use. That'll do. Shut that door. Wait till 11 o'clock. Almost time to go. Come on, round a door, Matt. You can do this. You can do door. Right. Rail driver is probably not the right answer, Holly Trucker, for a lot of people, but the special effects sort of control setup they normally use works great with Train Sim World. Oh yes, AWS. Good shout, Bob. Good shout. Where is that in here? Let's put saloon lights on. It's normally under a cupboard or something, isn't it? Where is the AWS lever on this thing? The nodding donkey. This was the first train that got a suspension system. Eloquent, yeah, this is the 142 Pacer. Going past the amusements. Blackpool Pleasure Beach, I guess. Brakes work reasonably effectively. Near Mill House, do you want a coffee? Yeah, go for it. Aeroquint, the Pacers do bounce a lot, and it's because they got no bogies on the front. They're single axle, so they bounce an awful lot compared to modern trains, which have got bogies for that reason. Oh, hang on, the doorbell's going. I know I've got the microphone still on, don't worry, I'm not going to the toilet. Hello.
Sorry, I've got a parcel for us. Do you know?
Oh, is it this one? Yes.
Yeah, fabulous, thank you.
No problem.
See you later.
Apologies. Lock the doors. Get out of here. What other country in the UK are you thinking about, F1 fan? Northern Ireland? Oh, Europe. Netherlands is the most requested country after Japan, and Japan has got its own challenges. So, and the Netherlands user base is also one of the bigger ones outside of the normal. The Netherlands was, I think, top most common requested country in the player survey. So yeah, you told us you wanted the Netherlands, so we're doing the Netherlands. I haven't yet, no, Mark. How far in advance do you plan routes? a year, sometimes more. Yeah, the AIPIS bug on the 465 is on the list to look at, yeah. I love how this route looks. You know, you've got all the demolition and so forth going on the left-hand side there. The route looks really lived in, like it's a real place. It's really good. It's like exploring some post-nuclear fallout thing in Fallout, isn't it? In the early versions of it, Race Kingful, before release, we had a jump feature. The problem with it was that you ended up getting stuck, trapped, lost, and that was going to be a lot of work to fix and just remove the jump function, because actually it didn't do anything you really wanted. Second, I think someone said earlier on for the MBTA stream, William. Ansel and Fairhaven.
The next stop is Ansel and Fairhaven.
Is your pink chair new? No, I've had, well, newish. I mean, I've had it for a year now. I mean, I normally stream. I don't use this chair because this chair normally is the one I use for work. And I don't know if you can see. There's another chair back there. That's the one I normally stream on. That's the original chair I had. But this chair is more comfortable. It's a newer version of that one. Them. Julia Foe, thank you very much for the donation, much appreciated. Putting us up to £2,620.93p.
The next station stop is Lytham.
Oh, I like S-Bahn type routes, William. They're probably one of my favourite types of routes. Yeah, I don't think they had a pink one when I got the first one, F1 Land. Which city would I like to see S-Bahn? Any? I don't mind. As long as it's fun and interesting drive, bit of a challenge. Did you ever get to ride on a pacer? I rode on one pacer. I had to go to St Helens for a customer visit on a previous job, and I rode up to got the train to Wigan North Western, and then got the pacer over to there's 142 over to St Helens. I enjoyed it. I thought it was great. I didn't know everyone was complaining about. It was extreme, proper bus seating and everything. Would you prefer ECML or the West Coast Main Line? So West Coast Main Line that we've modelled is more my style of route with the commuter traffic. I thought I was going insane, but the SpaceX live stream keeps resetting the timer at the top. It went from 4 minutes to 9 minutes. Yeah, NASA spaceflight stream is saying about an hour, yeah. Hey, Foles.
The next stop is Lost Eye.
Some services are missing intermediate coaches. Amazed taste. DM me some details. That's not ringing any bells. Something I know. For the time being, formation designer for units will just be units. Unfortunately, because of the problem is that a lot of our multiple units are kind of built to be a specific formation. And while sometimes you can get away with mixing it around, a lot of cases you can't. So we want to find a way of explaining that so that you know you're making a formation that works. Like you can make a fake 466 by putting two ends of a 465 together, but you can't then, you won't have any way of charging the brakes. So you'll eventually find you can't release the brakes. And it's because there's no compressor on the 465 end cars. They're on the middle cars that you haven't got any of. So we can't do automatically off at the moment, F1 fan. That's the reason we haven't done it that way round. At the moment, if a layer is present, it defaults to on. You can't default it to off. So I have got a request in with the team to work out how we can put a default to off on there. Then we could potentially look at that. One of the problems, though, is that you end up with an actually bigger timetable. Even if the layers are turned off, it's still using memory to know the information that it's not using because it's in one file. So at the moment, you're getting extra memory for what you have got, based on the fact that it hasn't got to load a bunch of stuff. So there's still a balancing act to do there. I'm not aware of what the Steam discount plans are, I'm afraid, Yanzim. Kirkham and Wesham. Where are the 5 car 710s used? Is that what's actually on the West Coast main line? What's my job title at EDTG? I'm executive producer for trains. Where am I going? I am going to Ormskirk from Blackpool South. So the other way around. And do you know what a 5 car 710 is made of? Is it just a copy of one of the other coaches? Is it as simple as that, or have they got a custom coach? More often than not, you find that they're custom vehicles. Joe, I'm just thinking whether or not we could just provide a 5 car 710 formation. I don't know how heinous that would be. I don't know how accurate. Baked Bean Kids pretty much understood my job. Yep, exactly that. Make tea, play trains. Bit faster around here. Oops. Green light coming into Kirkham and Wesham.
Stop is Kirkham and Wesham.
Oh, a bit of duff action. Have I done any rail tours in real life recently? No, I've not. I don't think I've been anywhere near the railways recently. I've really only ever done one rail tour super steer. It was Bristol to Kingswear. Really good. Behind Tangmere. Is it Tangmere? Something like that. Off to Preston. Don't forget to keep those donations coming in, folks, so that we can keep supporting Special Effect. No, there was no fish fans left. They were all in the water, Baked Bean Kids. Certainly by the time I finished, anyway. I know there's been some work done on the BL114, so I'll find out on Monday what they're finished off doing, or whether or not that's everything that was like. I think the brakes have been looked at. I don't know when that's coming out though. Wow, we've got some full-on nodding donkey action going on right now. Yeah, I'd like to do. I would like to have done German Steam Locos Game Hero, but I don't know if we're going to be doing any more Steam Locos. I think there's a third party doing a German Steam Loco though. Train Sim World 5 is coming to disc, yes. Probably in time for Christmas, sort of December, early December, something like that. Don't know if PlayStation's coming that early. Oh no, it's the US that will be coming a bit later. The UK and German editions are coming first. Yeah, Pacers are long gone now. There was a big program to get shot of them. They're all resting on preserve railways now for the 142s or other various purposes. Hey, later, Jet. .5 miles. Take the power off.
The next stop is Preston.
Start slowing down for that 35. Try and do it properly this time. Rob, given the SpaceX stream has taken the counter off and is now showing loads of old footage, I assume that they've scrubbed for today by now. Yes, Eloquent, I do prefer the minimal HUD. Why do I prefer it? Because there's less on the screen getting in the way, and more that I can focus on watching the outside window of the train. There's also everything I need is in a little tiny bit in one place to look at. I don't need it to be a giant, great big thing. Oh no, they've got another countdown now showing T-minus 32 minutes. Do you ever get sick of hearing your own voice? I've always been sick of hearing my own voice. Sounds weird. The reason that your voice sounds weird to yourself is because you're hearing it from the inside of your body, from the ears, whereas everybody else is hearing it from the outside. So when you hear the podcast, when you hear your recording of yourself, you're hearing something which doesn't sound like you, and you know it's you, and you can recognize it as you. It doesn't sound the same as the inside version of you, and that's why your voice sounds weird to yourself. Yeah, it's an uncanny audio value. Yeah, you can recognise that it's yourself, but it's not yourself, and that's what makes you can be about your body going, whoo. We do as well. Thanks, Baked Bean Kid. Love ya. I'm really pleased with the text-to-speech system that we used for the for Train Sim World 5, though. I thought that came off really nicely, and it gives us so much flexibility, and means that we can do the voice recordings so much later in the schedule. Really worked well, I think. Leaving at 11:40. I'm leaving at 11:39. Someone's off. Or screaming, I don't know. Being attacked. Did I get any kip last night? Yeah, I got a good 8 hours. But I kind of spend most of the day tired. I don't know quite why. Get decent enough sleep as far as I can tell. But never mind. Thomas Crothers, I'm in London. No, I'm in Chatham. Or Gillingham, sorry. more noises for Preston. Yeah, I live just down the road from the office. Alright, let's get doors closed. Oh, there's a duff over there. Ah, freight. Down for a crossover. No, it's just 30 limit here. Over the bridge, I guess. Any plans to add 350 and 390 to BCC? Not at this time. Jeffrey Weimar Schultz, thank you very much indeed for the donation. Things must be getting serious for the launch. They're fueling it up. Double yellow. This is, I guess, approach control to go off to Ormskirk. God, it's taking all the junctions. tree just lifted up from the ground. That was super weird. Distance showing yellow. Yeah, Rob, SpaceX have got it at 2110 at the moment. And looking at the visuals, it's definitely getting filled up. You can see it freezing. Right, got a red light we're approaching here. No, it's SpaceX is launching doing their flight 5 of Starship. Baked Bean Kid, if you're even remotely interested in space flight, I would recommend giving it a watch, because they're going to attempt something really really cool today, and try and catch the booster, literally catch it. It's insane just even describing it. Thank you, buddy. Off we go. Yeah, I'm hoping this time, Rob, they can give us they can cite something to get us some footage of Starship splashing down as well. At least they did eventually get some footage of the booster splashing down last time, but it wasn't very good. Hopefully this time things will run better. They've got the new heat shielding on Starship, so hopefully it doesn't melt the wings away this time. Favourite part of making a route? I mean, I always enjoyed the timetabling, but that was the thing, the bit that I used to do a lot more of. For me, it is all about all of it coming together with the, the train and the route, the gameplay, all of that. That's my favourite bit. Is sort of that latter stage of the development. the most annoying part when you get to the end and it isn't quite right. It's kind of the same thing. Oops, this will be an overshoot. We just missed that station. Bye bye. No one wanted to stop there anyway. Anyway, it's fine. Hey, Macro. Restream's not working. Let's see if it's working now. Have you ever had to scrap a router at the end because it didn't look right? No. Not that I can recall. Yeah, Restream's back up and working again on the chat, so I can see everybody now. I'm watching Twitch chat, so if Restream goes down, I miss all of the YouTube. Do you only play Train Sim World? I don't get tons of time to play games, but yeah, I do try and play other games. Like I've been playing a lot of Satisfactory lately. I played a bunch of Fallout 4, the Expeditions Mud Runner. I used to play a lot of Flight Sim, Truck Sim, Farming Sim. Less so these days, just haven't had the time. There's two games that I've been enjoying, just as an aside. One of them is Cosmotea, and the other one is Stardeus, Stardeus. They're similar games, but they're not the same. They've got kind of a different approach to a similar topic. So it's kind of like a macro Starship control type thing, but it's more like automation and factory control and managing power systems, or adding structuring the, in Cosmotea is more about designing the ship with weapons and shields and structuring it correctly. Good night, Paul. Thank you very much for joining us earlier on after the video yesterday. Much appreciated. But Stardeus and Cosmotea are both excellent. They're both really, really good fun. Cosmotea is a bit more actiony. Stardeus is a bit more cerebral. Not that there isn't stressy moments in there, but Car Factory. No, I've not seen that one. Which one's that? We stopped somewhere at least. I used to play a lot of ATS and ETS2. I haven't played them in a while, Monty. No, the G key for controlling the phone over here was a custom thing that Just Trains added. It's not part of the core set, so there is no remappable control for it, as far as I'm aware. Is there going to be a Halloween stream? Harry has something mischievous planned that sounds actually quite fun. But but I don't know any more than that. So keep an eye out for an announcement about it. Thank you, Bills. I appreciate that. Oh, it's guard signal, is it, Ed? Oh, there you go. Let's have a look. Oh no, I think they were talking about, is there a controller setting for it though? Not remappable. Sorry, my mistake. I don't think it is on the gamepad. Yeah, guard signal buzzer G. But that's not on the gamepad. Eloquent, I do 2 charity streams a year. This is the sort of the October one. There's usually one March time as well as the other one. Burskoff. Bursko. Here's me gunning it with the power into the 15 limit. Is Harry the community manager? Did the photo mode live stream? I believe that's... Oh, she did that, yes. But Harry is community manager, yeah. She'll be joining me around 4ish today. Car manufacturer. Oh, okay. Harry's in the driving seat for that stream, Liam. I should just be doing as I'm told, for a change. You know, you could really do like a bit of an April Fool's type thing with the whole ghost train idea, because you could like put this scenario out and say, look, the amazing ghost train scenario containing gameplay never before seen, and then so you play this and it's on a dark, misty night, and you get in the train, and all it really is an empty train with one YouTuber filming a story about parliamentary trains. It's a bit like that scenario that Rivet did a long time ago, or the Sterling team did, sorry, where it sort of sets up this scenario in I can't remember what station it was, but then after loading passengers, it then pops up a message saying, due to issues, your service has been cancelled. Was that at King's Cross? Yeah. That was quite amusing. Playtesting it and going, is this right? Looks like Starship is nearly fueled. Ormskirk.
The next station stop is Ormskirk, where this train terminates.
Yeah, it's difficult to comprehend just how enormous that starship is. On our way to Ormskirk now. No, Starship launches Boca Chica, Texas, at the SpaceX facility. They do all their launches. Well, it's all Starship launches down there because that's where their new Star Factory is as well. I'm becoming one, Araquin. I'm becoming. I've always been interested in space travel, but I'm finding myself more interested in it lately because there's a lot of exciting things happening. On a new London Underground line, the South Western Main Line. I'm not sure what you mean, F1 fan. Is there a new London Underground Main Line? An Underground Line? What's Matt going to be having? Well, what are you going to be for dinner today? Another one of these, probably. Ormskirk. This has got, we don't want those scrappy Peddlesden trains going any further, please, written all over it. I mean, why would you do that? Oh. That's better. Can you couple up paces? Yes. Right, folks, let's get those donations coming in. Let me show you another video. What one haven't we done? Don't know. I think we've done them all, actually. Let's do Elliot.
Elliot has quadriplegic cerebral palsy, which affects his ability to coordinate and control his movements, which makes it really difficult to use a standard controller. So he came to the games room to see if there's a nicer, easier way of him being able to access games so he can play alongside his family. Elliot had a blast playing Minecraft, he really did. We looked at giving him 2 buttons where he could mine and he could jump, for example. And then someone else would play alongside using the co-pilot feature.
Okay.
Don't let you hit the step.
It's right there. Over here. Over here. Over here.
Elliot really enjoyed the social interaction between people, which was a big part of the game for him. So being able to play at home with his dad or his siblings.
Then one turns into like a can we go lady?
We even helped him to use his eyes to play games. Throwing custard pies and smashing bottles, just playing games to get used to a new amazing way of experiencing independence and fun. So the aim of our assessments, we start off sort of finding out exactly what game the person wants to play. Then we'll start to talk about, okay, well, what are the controls that you're finding difficult at the moment? And we'll then start thinking about ways that we can use whatever movements they do have that they're comfortable to use to access maybe extra software, extra switches or joysticks in a way that's far more comfortable for them. None of this would have been possible without our amazing family of supporters, so we'd just love to say a big thank you. You're bringing some amazing smiles to people like Elliot all around the world.
Games are a big part of my life. With my disability, it was one of the only things I could do for enjoyment. So gaming has really opened up that door for me, and it helps connect you to other people in this world.
I can't do a lot by myself, but I can play video games on my own, which gives me a good sense of independence and achievement.
It's just a release from the monotony of the day. If you're not feeling well or you're uncomfortable, it takes your mind off it and gives me something to look forward to.
As a parent, it's made so much difference to Chase being able to access video games. It creates a level playing field. He can do an activity that he wouldn't be able to do in normal day-to-day life. But even better, with gaming, he can play alongside someone.
SpecialEffect are bringing families and friends closer together through video games. The setups we create are personalised, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And this opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create many more magical gaming moments.
I'm muted. No. Baby Kid, thank you very much for that donation. Epic. Big shout out to BBK. Get some GGs in the chat. Baby Kid, lovely. No sound. Thanks. And Anonymous, you know who you are. Big thank you to you as well. Putting us at 27.45. And now we're kind of we can see ourselves getting to 3K, 3,000 pretty soon actually, if we keep up some momentum here. 27.45 is the new total, which is awesome. And let's keep some more donations coming in, folks. You saw the videos. It's really important. They only get money in through fundraising like this and from our support. So yeah, keep it coming in to have the best impact we can. Right, let's go with getting on. Okay, right, this is a miserable dark cab. Let's turn some lights on. I want to try to remember how to do it. Forward. I need to lead is fine. That's the parking brake. Good. Right, let's get the doors open on the left. Put some teeth on the safety systems. This is New York Trenton Aeroquent, and I'm driving the Amfleet cab car with the ACS 64 on the other end. Yeah, these things are, this cab car is teeny tiny, very cramped. Rob, what have you got for a countdown now? SpaceX have taken the countdown off and they've started their stream, which is just Elon trying to flog cryptocurrency. That's a decrease, increase, that's for changing it the pressure. I've changed this to lead and that's all we need to do here. Just coming down to 5 minutes. Okay. Away we go. Hey, Mr. Train Guy. I think if we dig back a little bit further into history, Aeroquent, what actually happened was the Brits went on holiday, stole the land off of the Indians, and then brought their British names with them. Oh, we've got 125 on that. Just wait for the track speed to come up. What's the new London Underground line people are suggesting? I don't think I've seen it. South Western Main Line I'd like to see. I wouldn't mind doing another underground route, to be honest. It's just It's not very high on the request list actually among the wider audience. Waterloo and City now, that's a route I can get behind. Yeah, the official channel's still got Elon waffling. Run away up the other side now. The Amtrak cab card doesn't run east of New York, Mr. Train Guy. Rob, and another anonymous donation. Thank you very much indeed. Putting us at 28.20. Thank you very much indeed, both of you. It's up. That's disappointing. The official channel still just got Elon waffling. Flight 5 is go. This is cool. Yep, thank you, JP. Newark Penn is my next stop. Looks like all the engines are on, which is good. I think I've one engine missing on Flight 4. Good up to 90. Let's speed up. Oh, look at that. I don't think I've seen those blue flares before. Oh, that's amazing. Fingers crossed we do the catch. That's not a guarantee. Fingers crossed we do the catch. Did I not hit the brake hard enough on that? I don't think. I think I've been popped. Yep, I've been popped. Alright, jeez. Now it's alarming the alarm. Main boosters cut out. This is where it gets exciting, folks. For those of you who are watching the launch. Tell you what, I'm just going to pause this and we'll just watch the launch a minute, alright? Sorry, but I need to watch the launch. This is the exciting bit, just for the catch. Me bring it up on, I'm going to bring it up on What About It's channel, because that's the one that I usually watch. It won't be long. On.
Everyone ready?
No, nope. That's not it. There we go. I recommend What About It as a stream. This is like history in the making. This. Here it comes. Mechazilla is the name of that. If you're not caught up to it, then they call that Mechazilla. That the tower. Here it comes. Oh. Not to feel nauseous. Something has fallen down below the booster. I don't know whether we got a problem here. Oh, that's probably the hot staging ring, isn't it? That thing's doing 4,000 kilometers per hour. Look at this thing coming. You've got to appreciate how big this is. This is enormous, this thing. And it's currently doing, well, that's 2,000 boosters, rockets are in. So we're slowing down. 1,400. Oh, that's on fire. They caught the damn thing. They caught it. Oh, that's epic. That's epic. Catching a rocket. I mean, who would have thought If someone would say, how are we going to make a rocket reusable? And someone said, I know, let's catch it. You'd just invite them to leave the room, wouldn't you? Because they're clearly insane. Wow. That's incredible. Right, that was the key bit that I wanted to watch. We'll see what happens with Starship, but that's got about an hour's orbit to do first. It's amazing, isn't it, JP? Absolutely superb. Youssef, thank you very much for the donation. Much appreciated. Yeah, so I was just watching a channel called What About It. Felix, the streamer, is absolutely, or the YouTuber is absolutely brilliant. Go and watch. Go and give him a sub. He's absolutely superb, and his commentary on all things space, what's going on in space industry, is superb. Really on point stuff. He lives in the area. He's German, but he's moved to Florida, I think, and so he's really in touch with what's going on at all the different aspects of with space, not just SpaceX, but Bezos's operation and all the other ones. So, right, okay, let's carry on. Oh yeah, I was in this little disaster, wasn't I? I was trying to forget that I'd got into this little mess. I can't believe they caught the damn thing. That's so good. Well, it'd be interesting to see what happens with Starship then. I think it's 5 circle next, someone was saying. I'm busy at the moment, so I can't look. Two and a half miles to Newark Penn. Yeah, it looks like Starship, it's in its coast phase at the moment. Be about 40 minutes, I think. It does one loop of the planet. But during the coast phase, they're actually going to try doing an orbital fuel tank transfer. I don't know if you see anything with that, but that's key for... The goal with Starship is that they want to be able to bring up 2 starships and transfer fuel from one to the other one, so that the second one that came up can then have a full fuel tank to go Moon, Mars, whatever. So they're doing a trial of fuel tank transfer in today's as well. I think they've already tried it once before, so I think it's more just improving the process. But the key bit for Starship is what happens as it comes down. Previous time it came down, the heat shielding gave way, and so it was able to come down, and it splashed down safely, but probably about 100 miles from where they wanted it to, because the rudders got damaged. Why would anyone want to moon Mars? I don't know. It depends. Where's the Milky Way? Never the twixt shall meet. There's a bounty on these jokes, I'll tell you. And I'm probably thinking, with all of these puns, how dare you milk it? We're already down to 45. So coming into Newark now. I think everyone will be doing the celebrations when we finish the ponds, to be fair. He says, snickering away. What's the best chocolate? See, my favourite is a bag of Curly Whirly bits. Minutes left before we can go. Guess we've got rogue DSD, or the rogue alerter still. I thought we fixed that. $35 limit. Macro, do I stream every day? No, actually. I used to stream every day, but that was a long time ago. I just don't have the time anymore. I'm streaming on this weekend for charity. I try and do 2 charity streams a year. Next one will be in March. Oh, that's still 35. And then I'm on a lot of the official streams, but no, I haven't done the regular streams in quite a while now. Let's get it up to 70. Princeton Junction, number 37 miles. Number 37 miles, that's a strange way of saying it, but okay. You've done it to me again. You go a little bit above the limit and it bangs on those brakes, and that's it. Nothing you can do about it. Right, let's go, and let's try not to overspeed again. I don't know if a mod can share the spreadsheet link. My account, ironically, doesn't have mod privileges, I don't think, so I can't share the link myself. Nice one, thank you, JP. Good to 110. Up. Fastest passenger train in the game is probably the TGV, which does 320 kilometers per hour. That is, it's about 200 miles an hour. And I think the ICE is rated up to 350 kilometers per hour, but none of the routes will do that. code change point brought my speed up, but it's now dropping down access curve to 70, so I'll speed up to 70. Yes, Liam, this is the Trenton line, but I'm driving Amtrak. Could speed up to 125. Devin, yeah, I'll get you an outside view in a sec. UK safety systems are the easiest of the bunch, F1 fan, yeah. I'm not sure how much of a difference being aerodynamic makes to a train in reality, Mr. Train Guy. I would have thought if it was a big problem, they would have been making sure all trains were aerodynamic. Speed back up a bit. Got to speed up now, so just so I can, you know, lay down the law on this NJT train as much as possible. Scare the heck out of the engineer. Clear 125 is the cab signal aspect. Track speed limit is 110, therefore my maximum authorised speed is 110. That's what that's saying, Holy Trucker. The cab signal aspects, there are only a certain set number of them, so you can't say clear 110. There isn't a clear 110 signal aspect. There's like clear 125, I think clear 100, clear 80. And then you got all the medium aspect ones as well. So there's a set, that top cab signal aspect, there's a set range of them. And then the maximum authorized speed is kind of the more dynamic one, which reacts to everything. Is there another route you can make for the Acela? Just more parts of the NEC, to be honest. I'm going to make myself another coffee after this one. I'm not going to bother speeding up because it's going to be slowing me down to 80 anyway. Axis is actually done by radio, usually. Liam, the things you're seeing on the bottom I think are impedance bonds. I think those are for showing in the dispatcher panel as the train goes down the track what the block occupations are, that kind of thing, I think. But no, there's usually, you can't see them on the route, but there's usually like electrical cupboards on the side of the track that have got the radio equipment in, and they use that to talk to the trains as they go past. Got up to 125 now. Sorry, I'm concentrating a bit. This one's a little bit more fussy. You can't overspeed in it by much. Anything more than 3 miles per hour and it puts the brakes on. "17 miles to go, 115 miles per hour. So yeah, the tolerance is 3 miles per hour, Liam. Well, it's from limit to +3. Moon in 15ish years? No, they want to be. He wants to be launching Mars missions by 2026. The Artemis 3 will be the human lander system, Rob, and that will be in about 3 years' time. That's kind of the aggressive timescale they're on. How to read the distance. So it's not reading distance. So over in the top right corner here, took too long. There it goes. So in the top right corner here, you've got this is how far that is reading. So it's 2 miles, 1.9. As I slow down, so it reads less and less ahead. This is upcoming speed limits. This is other upcoming speed limits. These are upcoming signals, and this is me coming to a stop because I wasn't paying attention. So yeah, your tolerances for speed are limit +3 is free. Limit +3 to 6, you get a few seconds, 6 seconds I think, to get back in the limit, and limit 6+ is immediate brakes. There we go, we're off. Artemis is NASA, yes, but it's Artemis 3 is supported by SpaceX because the Starship that went up today and is currently orbiting Earth is the type of ship they're going to be using for the moon landing mission. Right, 80 limit. Being crossed over a sort of slow track for stopping at Princeton, I guess. Yeah, now we're good back up to 110. It wouldn't surprise me though, Rob, if NASA keeps getting delayed because of government funding cuts, if Musk just does his own thing. He's not going to be held back by the government. Not at all. turbo train over there. Under 10 miles to go now. Oh, Anonymous, thank you very much. You know who you are. Much appreciated. Brings us up to 2,836. True MT7, I did sleep for about 8 hours. Oh yeah, we're making sure ATC and Access are working. They're doing well. The onboard systems are working well as well. It is a day for experimentation. Starship's still 144 kilometres up, so not coming down yet. Probably be about another 20 minutes, 15 minutes maybe. Me too, binary run. Me too. I think the particularly the ICM M3. Ever is a very long time, resilience. With no plans at the minute. Couple of GW. Oh, Starship's coming down. It's down to 130 kilometres. Yeah, once Starship gets a bit further down, I'll bring the stream back over and we'll pause the game. 123 kilometres at the moment, so still got a little way to go. It's above the atmosphere at the minute. There you go, 2 miles, there's our station up ahead. Sorry, the person who asked about the distance thing in the top right, did my explanation make sense? I think they might have been a bit fragmented, but let me know if you need any more. The label distance is just because otherwise the 2 mile bit doesn't make any sense just on its own. So the label is referring to the number below it rather than the whole thing. I mean, that's the same as it is in all UK trains as well, binary run, but the game doesn't really have that ability. I mean, the UK trains are only ever unlocked and then they're opened independently, but the game doesn't support that. Well, we're starting to get a plasma build up on Starship now, 100 kilometres. Starting to glow. Pause the game. Starting to build up a nice glow on Starship coming down now, 90 kilometres. What happened before was the this area here weakened and eventually it started burning away the rudders, which meant that it didn't have the control it needed. Now it came down smoothly, but it was in the wrong place. Down to 86 kilometres. I'm driving the Amfleet J Dizzle, but we're just having a quick pause to watch a bit of history in the making. It's starting to slow down now. It's amazing the quality, the visual you get from a ship coming through, kind of re-entering now. The visuals we get, particularly what they're getting through via Starlink, so clear. .75 kilometers coming down. I've not seen these. I don't think I've ever seen these yellowy flares before. Starting to really slow down now. Oh, we've got camera dedicated onto the rudders. That's cool. Decelerating more and more rapidly now. It's looking good though. Seems like its angle has changed a little bit because it's coming down a bit slower now. It's still at 69 kilometers. Some discolouring by the looks of it, but otherwise just because it's getting hot, I guess. Right, that's going to take a while, so I'm going to push it to one side and we'll come back to that once it's doing something a bit more interesting. Right, let's get going. Oh, wait till 8:13. We're all good. There's been all sorts of incidents, Dowler, in the history of what they've been doing here. I mean, just recently, one of the Falcon boosters landed on the drone ship and then fell over because it didn't land quite right. Landed a bit hard. I guess they're just holding altitude so that they can get the speed bled off at the moment. Lock the doors. Away we go. Away we go. Hey, we're moving. Oh, another donation. The No Gamer. Thank you very much indeed for that donation. Very much appreciated. Oh, it's on its way down again, down to 65 kilometers again now. Right, so speed limit 110. What are we at? 8.6 to Trenton. Oh, okay, we're near the end of the route. Pull the speed back a little bit from the 110 so I've got a buffer in case the speed starts dropping. Down to 60 kilometers now. Hey there, Kojo. Yeah, that's one of the, me too, Kojo. That's one of the reasons I picked it, because I was just like, oh, you know, whenever I drive Trenton, I'm almost always driving the Alp 46 or the Acela. Whatever, definitely not driven in a long time. I thought, hey, I'm fleet cab car. Go for it. It's a bit different. Cheers, Jana Schneider. Jana Schneider. Yeah, and also the cab guys, speedometers are in some US trains are very much a wherever it fit. Got there. Did I get there? Looks like I did. Down to 50 kilometers, 12,000 kilometers an hour. Drop down to 45. Keep releasing it too early. Well, I go down to 45 because it's there. I've probably got a red signal at the other end of Trenton station. It says over here max approach medium, max 45. That's probably going to be lower. Yeah. $7,000 kilometers an hour. What's this going to give me? 20. At 31 kilometers altitude now, 3,000 kilometers an hour. Coming into Trenton station. Done. Gold medal, I'll take it. Right, okay, let's leave that on pause and go back to this. Sorry if you're not interested in the space stuff, I'm just fascinated. So we're down to 5 kilometers high now. This is looking at one of the rudders, and 400 kilometers now. We're doing 26,000 kilometers now when we're in orbit. So we're down to 400 now, 4 kilometers up. So it's leveled out, and effectively what's going to happen is at some point it's going to do that and then come down vertically. Hopefully this time we get to see that. One kilometre. Of course, the landing has to be at night time, clearly, obviously. Rocket boosters, there goes the flip. There's the water. In she goes. No, it was bound to explode once it fell over, so that's fair enough. I wonder if we get some footage of it actually coming down. I think it's more about the profile just before it hits the water, because the thing is, it hits the water and it just flops over, so you kind of expect it to go bang. But they look good to me. I guess we'll see on the replays how it actually pans out. Shame it was at night. Right. Right, I'm going to have a quick comfort break and then we'll carry on. Let's get some more donations going, folks. And I'll play a video when I get back. I think we're doing 5 circle next. We are doing 5 circle next with a 170 action, so I'll be back shortly. Nearly made a mistake. Right. Right, okay, main menu. 5. 170. What was our running? 2G02. At 756.
Welcome to the ScotRail service to Edinburgh Waverley. Calling at Cardendon, Lochgelly, Cowdenbeath, Dunfermline, Queen Margaret, Dunfermline City, Rosyth, Inverkeithing, North Queensferry, Dalmeny, Edinburgh Gateway, South Gyle, Haymarket, Edinburgh Waverley. If you see something that doesn't look right, speak to staff.
Yeah, that's what it looked like to me, Rob. It looked like that was actually almost on the numbers across the board.
See it, say it, sorted.
I've got no idea what the train looks like in real life. The 170 screen looks like. Not a clue. But we've got headlights to do. Day running will do. Auto headlights on the tail lights on the back. Yep, looks like it. So we have got this Sharky, then we've got Harry, and then we have got San Bernardino Freight, Bremen, Lioness Line, Peninsula Corridor, then we've got Calta with a session, and then we've got Northern Transpennine to finish up. It does have hill start button, good. There's some sounds in the cab. Where are we starting anyway? Oh, up here. We're going to run all the way around here and down into Edinburgh. Four and a half miles to Cardendon. Local place, thank you for the donation, much appreciated. Turn it down a little bit. Is that better? Is Edinburgh Glasgow getting updated? I've got no idea. That would be a rivet question. Thank you, Baker. £28.98. So we're what, £1 and a bit away from 2,900 and £101 and a bit away from 3,000. Come on, folks, it's for a good cause. Dig deep. Perfectly fine homeschooling. You love the game. That's really good to hear, homeschooling. I'm very happy to hear that. Hey, FSX Simmer. Is my audio a bit low? I can soon turn it up. Is that any better? I'll try and turn it up even more. There you go. My microphone's not quite in the same place as normal. Let me move it. Is that better? No? Well, I'm in the yellow now, so hopefully it's fine. Hey Sharon, how are you?
We'll soon arrive at Cardendon. Don't forget to take your belongings with you before you leave the train.
Got people jumping off of the bridge now. This is great. Hey Jack. Family are out. Oh, nice, Phil. Keep donating sends £102 and puts us over the 3,000. Well done. That's amazing. And whoever you are, keep donating. You're a rock star. Thank you very much. Use the hill start to stop drifting backwards. Loch Yelly is next. Yeah, it does. It's this button here, and you press the brake apply button to operate it. I used it just now. It holds the brake actually up a little bit, so you can apply the power, and then once the power, the engine's running, you can release the hill start button. Brake apply. So on a keyboard, it's the apostrophe, the one that you'd normally use for applying the train brake. Yeah, it's been in there. Even the 166 and GWE had it. Yeah, 323's got it.
We'll soon arrive at Blackpool. Don't forget to take your belongings with you before you leave the train.
He wouldn't put a pacer on a hill, quite right.
May I have your attention, please? Closed circuit television and remote video monitoring is in use at this station for your personal safety and security.
Yeah, so if I press the hill start button and then take the brakes off, you can see the brake dial needle comes down, but it holds at 1.5. So now if I put the power in 4, wait for it to rev up, release the hill start button, and away we go. Press and hold, so it literally it reacts. So as I press the button, yeah, it just reacts. If I press it and hold it, it'll go in. So press and hold while you want it on. I had lunch. Yeah, I had my vanilla. Oh, I didn't finish it apparently. Another donation, Londo. Thank you very much. 3005. Oh, long ago, Liam. It'll be all over YouTube though if you go and look for it. There's already some extra drone footage of the catch of the booster coming up, which is spectacular. Hopefully over the next couple of days we'll get a shot of the Starship landing from the outside. We didn't see it landing from the outside. It took a few days before we got a shot of the booster coming into the water on flight 4. I guess one of the interesting things to come out of this is was there any damage to the Mechazilla, the gantry, when the booster came down with the rocket? Because it did look like it got really close. So it'd be interesting to see if the Mechazilla took any damage and whether they need to do any reinforcements on that. No, the PC version only shows Xbox buttons, Londo. We don't detect the PlayStation controller. We don't specifically support it on the PC. I know Steam do now support it, but we haven't gone back and updated for it. The SpaceX stream, the entire time, Baked Bean Kid, was just Elon out there waffling about cryptocurrency. Oh, really? Bin? Where's there a bin? Not that one. Post up. I know it's going to make me late, but you know what? I was going to make me late anyway, so maybe not. There's troublemakers here. Well, let's move on to the next station. Dunfermline Queen Margaret Platform 2. Oh, they stream on X. Ah, I didn't even realise that. Why do people float in the air? Because the NPC system is just specifically designed to drive me up the wall. I don't know is the answer to that. It's crazy. Anonymous, thank you very much for that donation, putting us up to 30,000? Wow, £3,030. Apologies. Oh, crested the hill and we're going downhill now, that's why. Rob, wow, Rob, seriously, and Kojo, wow. Thank you both for the donations. Rob, you're a superstar. I really appreciate it. Putting us at 3150, so 315. I think someone was trying to go for a different number, but we got 315. That's awesome. Thank you very much. Rob, you are a legend. Thank you, Kojo, as well. Yeah, 315/0. Right, coming into Dunfermline Queen Margaret.
You'll soon arrive at Dunfermline Queen Margaret. Don't forget to take your belongings with you before you leave the train.
315s for Gemel, Liam. The 315. I used to ride the 315s all the time between Forest Gate and Liverpool Street. What trouble can we get up to? I know, I know. Shh, don't judge me. Lock the doors. Oh, a scene in the bus yet? I missed that. Oh, there's Harry. Right, Harry is here, so let's end this one early. And let me go and get Harry, drag her into the stream. Are you there, Harry?
Yeah, I am here. I am.
Excellent. Right, what did you want to do? Did you see Alex's bit yesterday at all, by the way? It's a high bar to set. Right, let me I'm confused. What's the plan, Harry? Tell me what we're doing. Look in the Discord. Did you want me to move you back again?
Hello?
Hello, you back?
I am. I'm back. I'm back. Can you, let me just. What happens if I press this? Let just. let me just press. Okay. Okay, that's worked. Okay. Okay.
Right.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Let me get the camera set up.
Okay. I think I clicked on the wrong thing because like being a community manager that spends a lot of the time in Discord, I'm I'm useless. It's actually because somebody said that I was a troublemaker in the chat and I ran away immediately.
Oh.
My good name was tarnished. Offended. So, you did mention Alex's. What you said Alex's would be hard to beat. What was Alex's? I didn't.
So,
I popped in a couple of times.
Yeah, I'm sorry. While I'm talking, I'm just trying to set the camera up. But yeah, Alex was. We did Pictionary with the Discord whiteboard, which was really fun actually. And
That was that's really good.
What else were the? There was the speed run, which was he gave me a specification of a train he wanted a livery made of, and then I had to take a screenshot of that train with a certain set of circumstances. And the livery of the train was a pink train with a Dovetail Games logo and a Special Effect logo, and you couldn't use the stamps. You had to make your own version of the logos using the basic tools, and then make that train, put it somewhere, take a screenshot of an aeroplane flying overhead on the screen. So it took me 15 minutes. So
that's quite the challenge. That's almost as tough as the screenshot challenges that Joe set me. That was rough. And I tried to lie. I lied. I fully lied on stream. I was like, "Don't worry, Joe's not here. I can't find any cows, but I can find sheep." And Joe was in the chat, and he was like, "I am here." I was like, "Oh, okay." Been caught lying. I was thinking. I was like, "Oh well." I was like, "I'm here to yap." Basically, I'm here to like be a professional yapper. Like that's my whole job. But I was thinking of like I was thinking of like subjects, like talking points that we could talk about.
Yeah.
So I was thinking like favorites, like a list of favorites, and then the chat could give us some ask like what a favorite thing might be.
Yeah.
I was going to talk about accessibility options in games that I quite like because it's on topic.
Cool. Yeah.
And I know a lot about accessibility options in games, because we've done some work with Special Effect before, so I could talk about that. I was gonna be here to yap and to try and make your life a bit easier. However, if at any point you would like to drive a Class 66, that would be completely fine. Yeah.
Well, what we'll do is I'm just finishing setting your thing up because I accidentally deleted the frame that I needed, which was clever of me.
Oh no!
So I've just finished repairing that. I'm just putting the text. It really, really kills me that Discord doesn't have a sensible way of just capturing video, and you have to do all this screen share nonsense.
Yeah.
It's just like, come on, it's the 21st century, he says, double checking.
It's okay. It's Discord. We can just blame Discord. Whenever anything goes wrong, like I stubbed my toe and I'm like, "Oh, Discord!" every single time. Yeah.
I get that.
Yeah, specifically the people in the Discord that hate Class 66s. You know who you are. You know who you are. Okay?
You're wrong.
And you're wrong. Yeah, they're great. They're great.
Right. Okay.
Class 66 on West Coast Main Line. I love them. I just think they're great. And yes, blaming Teams is a good one as well. Teams has been a bit wonky, to be honest. It's had a little bit of a wobbler this week. And Talking Points sounds like a railway chat show.
Talking Points.
Talking Points. Where is the podcast? Where's the podcast?
Indeed. Devin Clancy, thank you for the donation. Right, I think I'm there. Let's try seeing if it works. Yeah, it does as well. Superb.
Is that my face?
It's your face.
Oh, I look a little sunken. Let me move the camera. I'm sorry, Walton. We're gonna have to just chop a bit of your head off for once, all right? You're normally hogging the limelight anyway. That didn't do anything. Is that better? Am I less floaty? Oh yeah, a little bit. The horns have stayed. The horns have stayed. Perfect. Incredible.
Right. What am I going to do with the Class 66, and then we can start our chatting points. Pick a route.
Pick a route. Are you doing it in free? You're gonna have to do it in free roam, right?
Well, it depends. If the route has got a 66 on it, I can just pick a service.
I don't know.
Come on,
Birmingham.
What about audio? Birmingham. Okay,
Birmingham.
Let's have a look and see what the route is on Birmingham. There you go. There's a 66. Look. There's loads of 66s. What should we go with? What colour 66?
Oh gosh. I do like an EWS. I'm a big fan of the red, like a burgundy red.
So the DB red? or do you want the
Yeah.
one of these EWS ones here, the red and yellow one?
I'd say EWS. EWS.
Right, let's go with one of the cargo line aggregates ones then. That'll do.
EWS.
Yeah, there's a pink one, Londo, but it's the one run. But yeah, we're going to do the EWS. Right, so let's find a service. This part 3 service is railhead treatment train. That's railhead treatment. It looks like all of it's railhead treatment train, actually. No, there's aggregates and other things. But railhead treatment train is fine. I can do railhead treatment train. Right, let's do custom weather. Put it back in the summer. And make it light clouds. And get going. Right, what's our talking point's going to be?
Okay. So, should we start with accessibility? Should we start with favourites? We'll start with accessibility
because we get every other question on the chat is favourites. So
I've got my special effect T-shirt on. I don't know whether you can see
I
that.
was going
Just
to
look
have
at
a
the
special
street.
effect T-shirt on, but I wore it yesterday, and I thought people might suspect if I had it on a second day.
Yeah, just like okay. That's if well the trick is to have two. So I've got this one and I've got like a football one, but the football one drowns me. It's big. It's big. They were like we've just sent you one for the stream.
I'll have to get
it
Paige
was
to
when I
send
was
me
in
another one,
sumo.
so I've got two.
The football ones are so good. I love them. Like the football jersey type things. I absolutely love them. I could not find it. I have a feeling that when I've been doing the wash, I've held it up and gone, oh, this must be Chris's, and just thrown it into Chris's pile. But yeah. Okay, so talking points. We talk about accessibility features, nice accessibility features that we like, accessibility features that we wish we had more of in games. So like one of my examples of that is in Horizon Forbidden West. They have a thalassophobia mode. I'm talking all forms of accessibility. They have a thalassophobia mode, and they also have a tinnitus mode. Which, as somebody with tinnitus, it gets triggered by tinnitus sounds, and it's noisy and horrible, and I hate it. So like when an explosion goes off in Aloy's ear, you don't have the tinnitus sound that goes off. And the thalassophobia mode just clears the sea a bit, so it's not as murky and scary. But I wish that was the case in more games, because I play a lot of Sea of Thieves, and I didn't like it.
No, that's interesting. I mean, I was watching Blind Gamer Steve. I've spent a lot of time watching some of his stuff, and I think the favourite one that I've seen of his is his overview of Last of Us 2, is it? And because he worked directly with, I think, the developers at their request, and came up with a massive document of things that he's recommended that they do, and they implemented almost all of them, if not all of them. When he was really surprised at, just how it's one of those things, isn't it? If you're brought in as a consultant, you sort of make a load of recommendations. You expect realistically they'll take the most important ones, and apparently they took almost everything. So he was really impressed with that, and it's just like it gave you this massive range of options, and just so many options in the game that you could pick from. And there's some really cool ones like effectively discolouring and darkening things that didn't matter, and making bright and colourful the things that did matter. So that you could
like
really
a directional tool.
Yeah, well, it's just like in the instance of the screenshots he showed, it was just kind of like the scenery became almost dark and irrelevant, but where the baddies were that you needed to focus on, but were really obvious and clear and bright white, so you didn't have to worry about where you were going, because if you had bad eyesight, sometimes half the problem is I can't even see what I'm supposed to do, let alone do it.
Yes. I used to weirdly, Assassin's Creed used to do that almost accidentally. I don't think that they didn't mean for that to be an accessibility tool, but you've got your eagle sight. You press the button and the enemies light up red, and you can see it's a spidey sense. It's his spidey sense. But that used to be really useful as well, especially because in the older games it was just sometimes difficult to navigate and to tell who was who and what I was supposed to be doing, or if I had to owl sight? I don't think it's called owl sight. I think you're pulling my leg. There's no owls in it. Well, there might be owls in Assassin's Creed. It's been a while. It's been a
Hedwig
while.
sight.
Hedwig sight. Yes. Oh, somebody mentioned arachnophobia mode, which I played Grounded, and Grounded's arachnophobia mode is excellent. I don't turn off. I'm terrified of spiders, but I don't turn the arachnophobia mode on because I'm usually streaming Grounded, and it's just way funnier for everybody else involved when I'm screaming and running away. But if you turn it on, it just turns it into like this little marshmallow, like this little floating marshmallow. Lethal Company did it, and it's a picture of a cat head, and it just says spider underneath.
Satisfactory's got spiders. In fact, I'm not a big fan of spiders at all. I mean, I'm not hardcore arachnophobic, but I will do everything I can to just not put myself in that situation. And I was playing Satisfactory because just the 1.0 came out recently, and I thought, it's time to boot Satisfactory up again. And I was playing it, and the very first thing I did was go wandering in a cave where I got accosted by a dozen spiders. And it was just like, for God's sake. But then I found out apparently that's got an arachnophobia mode as well, and apparently what it turns into is almost as scary, but for entirely different reasons. Just because it looks really wrong and silly. So I thought it was interesting to see, and I really like that kind of thing, because sometimes it is just too much.
Yes, yeah. The spiders in Skyrim used to terrify me. Just they were so realistic looking. For the time, it was 2011.
Oh yeah.
You got it, but like even now, because I go through cycles of playing Skyrim. I go through cycles of playing Fallout and Skyrim, and even now, I hate those spiders. I hate them. I'm like, I need to put one of the mods on that turns the spiders into literally anything else. Arachnophobia mode. Every game that involves spiders should have it. They make my skin crawl. I don't like killing them. So I'll just get Chris to move them out of the way.
For me, any kind of creepy crawly type thing just makes my skin crawl.
I'm okay with like bees and ladybirds. To an extent, wasps. Like I can shoo a wasp away. I can be like, all right, you're freaking my friend out, and they're screaming at me. So can you go in this direction? And if you kind of like clap, they kind of ushered away. I don't mind. I don't mind a lot of insects. It's crane flies. I hate crane flies or daddy long legs or whatever you want to call them. The worst thing in the world. Yuck. And it's crane fly season right now. Like they're coming in your house. If you leave that light on and that door open, straight in. Yep. They're straight in there, and they won't leave. They're like, no, it's nice in here. I'm like, it is, isn't it? It'd be nice if you were not here, because it's less nice you being here. An unwelcome guest. So, yeah. A crane fly is a daddy long legs. It's like it's a fly. It's kind of, they got really long legs.
They're almost all legs. That's basically all they are, just legs.
Legs. But the legs are they can be a little sticky. Like if they land on you, they got little. Thank you. I'd like to opt out of this newsletter. Thank you very much to the daddy long legs. But obviously, going back to accessibility, one of the things that I particularly love about Special Effect is before I knew who Special Effect were, I was in one of those positions where I didn't think too much. It's that kind of thing, isn't it? Of like you've got your own little life, and I didn't think too much about what people with disabilities would do to play games. And it's only since been introduced to Special Effect, like 5-6 years ago, that I was like, oh yeah, that's a whole thing. That's like a whole group of people that might struggle with it. So having like button mapping options is incredibly important, I think. I love button mapping options is like up here. It's like the highest priority. And I have a friend. He's his streamer name is Sightless Combat, and he does a lot of he's blind, so he does a lot of videos. He does a lot of like streams, and he kind of he goes through different games. I've said before, I absolutely love Sea of Thieves, but we played Sea of Thieves with him once, and one thing that was pointed out is that when he loads in, if he doesn't spawn on the ship, then there's no way for him to navigate where that ship is without somebody telling him. So we were directing him, a bit like Nightmare.
Yeah. For those of you who don't remember
I was going to say, I didn't just age myself. I presented a fascinating, slightly boring fact is that I presented on stage with Hugo Myatt. So I know a lot about Nightmare because of Hugo Myatt, who is a sweetie. I absolutely loved him. But it was literally like that. It was like, okay, you've got to do like 10 paces this way, because if you squeeze the compass, then your controller vibrates to tell you how many steps you've taken. So it'd be like, oh, you need to go 10 paces here, and then like take a running jump, and then he'd run and jump and he'd miss, and we'd be like, oh, okay, we'll try and time it. So we'd have to try and time it, and it made we had a couple of rare devs that were watching it, because it was for a special effects stream, and it made the devs go, oh, I wonder if there's, maybe there's a way that we can try and implement something that will help somebody, or like try and get them to spawn on the ship, like more likely to be spawning on your ship. I'm not sure if anything has been done with that, but it was fascinating to see what happens when you don't have those options in game.
Yeah, and sometimes you need to see somebody playing it to see the trouble they go through to fully appreciate the impact of that as well. It's just like what looks like a triviality, a bit like the signals that we've got, where we put the cutouts in them so that you could physically see them rather than just relying on the color change. It's such a trivial thing, and it hadn't occurred to me even remotely that it might be a problem for people until a friend of mine said, I can't play TSW because I can't see any of the signals. They're just black and white to me. And it was just like, and then it dawned on me that, oh, that's such a simple thing to solve though, isn't it? And that was one of the things as you look into this, some problems are more difficult to solve, but a lot of them are actually quite easy to solve. And it's kind of like, you just have to start thinking in that way and just really listening to people. And as you mentioned, remappable controls, putting key controls on everything as well.
Yes. Yes,
because it's
definitely.
Like, as an able-bodied person, for me to go and click that button over here is really, I don't even think about it. But for somebody else, they're thinking, oh God, that's going to hurt. And I'm probably going to miss it.
Yes.
And get really frustrated with it. And whereas if it was just Control G, then I could just get on with it, So, it's I think that's, one of the things I've asked the team to do is make sure that every function has a key. Even if it's not initially by default mapped to something, make it mappable so that someone can go in and set up their system the way that's comfortable for them.
Yes. Yeah, it's button mapping is button mapping, subtitles, and if in the realms of possibility for dev, audio descriptions. Some audio descriptions that can be difficult depending on the game, because if it's something like if it's something massive, I can't think of any massive game. Baldur's Gate took me 200 hours for my first playthrough. Then I can imagine it being difficult to have something where you describe it, and Baldur's Gate is a bad example because I think it does have that. But I can imagine like with some of like the larger games, it's difficult to implement. But that's where it's useful working with people like Special Effect, and speaking to people who are like disability consultants, which is what I mentioned. My friend does a lot of like talking to devs about how they can make their game more friendly to partially sighted or blind people. So all good. It's all good stuff. You're never taking anything away from making your game accessible to other people. You're only adding to it, and people that don't use them don't need to use them.
Well,
don't need to use them.
Yeah, exactly that.
I do like subtitles. I do have subtitles on everything.
I watch
but that's
almost all the
because I have
TV with-
ADHD.
Well, I watch almost all the TV now with subtitles on it. I mean, a lot of what I watch is foreign language anyway, but even with the British stuff, I started to watch
Yes,
with subtitles now. And my wife said to me, "Oh, are you at that age now?"
Ooh. Oh gosh,
I know.
It does. It's definitely. It's definitely helpful if you have ADHD. Sometimes you'll be looking at somebody's mouth moving and nothing is going in, like, because your head is distracted with literally everything else. Like, especially if you're watching something, you're like looking at the back. I like horrors. I love horror films. We're a big horror household. You're not gonna come over for Halloween and watch horror films with us?
No.
No?
I'll send Sarita. She loves horror films.
She can watch horror films with us. But what tends to happen is I'll be looking at literally everything else in the background, and I've not heard a single word that they've said because my brain has shoved that out and gone, probably not vital information. We can just push that to one side and look at the faces. Or like, that plant, is that plant been watered? Is that a real plant? Is it dead for a reason? Is it symbolism? And that's, the ADHD experience. So having subtitles is super useful, not just for the traditional users of subtitles. It's one of those things that's very useful. If you've got ADHD, I recommend subtitles. They're very helpful. But also, something has happened with cinema, I think, recently. We're moving on to the favourites now. That I think people are mumbling a lot. I think something's happened, and people are... Everything is dark. Am I just getting old? I hit 30. Like, I'm 33 now. Is this happening? It can't be happening. Because I'm just like... I'm complaining. Because I'm like, I don't recognise any of these actors. Everything's really dark. And I can't hear anything that they're saying. They're all mumbling. And I'm like, oh no, I've turned into my grandma.
Have you reached that age?
I thought that age was a little older than 33. I'll be honest with you, Matt. I thought that age was going to be a bit older. Yeah. I'm not gonna say an age. But I thought it was just going to be a little older. But I hit 33. I hit 30, and I was like, I started like standing up and going, oh, my knees hurt, like rubbing my knees and going, oh, my knees really hurt. Like I can't like push myself at the gym anymore. I can't do jumping jacks anymore. And I was like, this is supposed to happen later.
Yeah, really.
Why is this happening now? So chronic back pain soon to follow. Don't tell me that. Don't tell me that. I sit terribly as well. I don't sit. I'm sat upright now, but as soon as if I'm working, I'll be like this. I'm like hunched over my desk.
No, I do that as well.
It's been pointed out in meetings.
I'll slide the other way sometimes as well. I'll sort of relax down like this, and then I realise I'll stand after a little while. I'll be like, oh, I'm going to straighten up in a minute, and it's gonna hurt.
Yeah, yeah. Like, I've had it once where I was in a position, like I was like hunched over for so long, I leaned back. I breathed in and my spine cracked, like completely all the way up, just from breathing.
Yeah.
I was going, oh. What do you mean does the grey hair come in? Yes! We go grey very early in our family. We're stressful. We're a stressful people in Wigan. We get stressed out really easily.
I'm not getting
It's
grey.
probably because of all the... No?
No, it's just falling out instead.
Do you know what? I can literally see you. And I was like, oh, you're not going grey. You're in front of my face, Matt. I can literally see your face, and my brain just didn't. I'm now on ADHD medication. I was about to say, my brain just doesn't work. It's supposed to be working right now. Is it working? I don't know. Maybe. I just got a headache. I've just got a headache all the time. Okay, I think we should do favourites. Okay, this is my favourite game to play to get to know somebody. I feel like we know each other, Matt. But like,
pretty well.
I don't know what your favourite piece of. I don't know what your favourite piece of classical music is. or if you even have a favourite piece of classical music, which you should, because everybody should have a favourite piece of classical music.
Moonlight
Like,
Sonata.
it's hard to pick, like, a favourite song.
Moonlight Sonata.
Just say ABBA.
Moonlight Sonata.
You said ABBA. I was like, that's not... that's not
The
classical
other
music.
classical music, yeah?
It's, I suppose it's retro. ABBA would be retro now, because we think about, like, video games. Apparently, retro video games are games that are 20 years old, so Oblivion is about to hit that marker, which makes me feel not very well. I always feel a bit queasy when I think about how old that is.
Yeah, no, I try not to think about
That
it.
always makes me feel... See, what I'm actually here for, Matt, is to give you and everybody else an existential crisis. So welcome.
Wait until what happens, right? Is wait until the games that you enjoyed have been through retro and come back to being cool again, right? Jet Set Willy, my friends, it's coming back.
Was that made by Ultimate Play the Game?
Jet Set Willy wasn't. No,
Did I get?
I can't remember who did Jet
What
Set
am I
Willy.
thinking of?
Jetpack was, I think, Ultimate.
Jetpack.
They did all
that's
the
it.
Attic Attack, Trans Am. They did all sorts of games. That Ultimate.
Frogger?
No, I don't think that was Ultimate. I don't know.
Rare.
That's an older game.
That's what Rare is. That's what. I haven't.
Yeah,
I've
think
got
that's
some
Rare,
Rare
yeah,
stuff
that
around
makes
here.
sense.
I've got this desk is. I was like, maybe you could do like a show and tell of your desk stuff, because there's so much I have. This is the weirdest item I own. Okay, well. Okay, it's one of the weirdest items I own.
Say.
I have. This is an Xbox One controller. Okay, but it's only little. It's a Rare one. It's got a little Rare logo on it. Or Rare. Sorry, Southerners. Rare logo. So it's got a Rare logo on it. But the weirdest thing. It's so weird. It has.
I think Restream
It's a
started.
USB.
Carry on.
No.
No, it's just the chat isn't mirroring over. Right,
It's
you should do
got
that
it's got a USB. It's a USB stick. It's a 12 gig USB stick.
now. Nice.
In a weird Rare controller.
I
In a
can
tiny
match that.
controller. It's
I can match that. Hang on.
probably. It's very weird. It's a weird.
There you go. I don't keep it on my desk, but
Is it a USB?
yeah.
Oh my god, that's so cool!
It's a BR182 Taurus,
Oh.
done by one
Oh
of the
my
TS
God.
Classic developers, and I picked one up because I was like, no, I have to have that. Have I ever used it as a memory
That's
stick?
so
No,
good.
but I like it. It's actually quite a cool model.
No. You don't use novelty memory sticks. You just
Yeah,
have
exactly.
them.
Yeah.
They're just things that you own. Yeah, I don't want to use that. What's it for? It's a weird. It's 12 gig. I can put some stuff on it. I don't know. I do need a 66 one. That was. You know what? You read my mind. I saw that, Matt, and I was like, God, I'd love a 66 one. I'd love it. I'd love any. I'd like a little 66 for my desk, like a little desk 66 to add with my weird collection of weird things on my desk. Like I have an eye patch. I have a Sea of Thieves eye patch. It's just stuff. It's just stuff on my desk everywhere. Like it's the most cluttered desk ever. Oh gosh. Oh god. No. No. 1 second. Let me just. Everything's fine.
It sounds like
Everything's
copy
fine.
just went
Okay,
everriwhere.
that's.
It's exactly
No!
what happened.
No,
those are the same
no.
sounds I made when I spilled coffee on my laptop.
I knocked over my Alexa. Oh, she heard me.
Oh, you can't say that word out loud.
Did she hear me? How did she hear me? She heard me.
They're always listening. Always listening.
Always. Oh, I'm so nice to her. Anta, yeah. I'm so nice to her all the time because I'm like, look, if you decide to take over the world one day, I want you to remember who was nice to you, okay? Okay? Scary. I've got sack boys. I've got many sack boys. I've got a cup. I can't grab the cup. It's behind my monitors. I've got a lamp. that makes a noise. It makes Sackboy noises. But in my defence, that was because I worked on Sackboy, and I love Sackboy. He's my little friend. He just sits on my desk, and makes sure that I'm doing my work. Like I'm like, oh no, my silly brain is getting distracted, and Sackboy looks at me, and I go, well, I can't let you down, can I? Look at that face. I can't do that. Yeah. Favourites. Okay.
What's your
Usually
favourite bit of
medication's
classical
working.
music then?
Do you know the? Do you remember the Hovis advert that was like? I
know the one you mean.
I can't remember
the name of it now.
It's you know that one?
Going Home, Dvorak, New World Symphony, apparently.
Dvorak, New World Symphony. That is one, but also I like Hall of the Mountain King because whenever I hear it,
good.
I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm about to cause some mischief. It's mischievous. Something is about to happen. Like, if it comes on at work, because sometimes I like to listen to some classical music at work. If it comes on, I'm like, oh, it immediately changes my mood. I'm like, right, now I've got to do something mischievous and cheeky. That's probably gonna either upset or cause great joy to JD in some way, shape, or form. It's usually, to be honest, I'm well behaved. I'm pretty well behaved. See, this is why the chat thinks I'm trouble, but I'm not. I promise. I'm very, very good. It's just the dad jokes every Friday. When I tell the dad joke every Friday, and everyone looks like they want to cry. Or last Friday, Chris looked very concerned when I told the dad joke. But it was a good one. Do you want to hear it?
Yeah, we want to hear it now. You can't set us up like that and then not tell us the joke.
It's so
We've got Baked Bean
stupid.
Kid in the chat, so Baked Bean Kid, we're looking for a score out of 10, okay?
Oh no. Okay. Why? Could you tell me why my coffee tasted like dirt this morning?
Because it was only ground
I
this
know.
morning.
Yeah. Well, okay. Well, I guess I'll just go. I guess I'll just leave, Matt. You're gonna say my punchlines? Have I told you? Oh no, someone's angry at my dad joke. Someone's angry at Harry never stops talking. I don't. I have ADHD. It's a superpower. It's terrible and sometimes great. Yeah. I told you the one about the impressions. I said that one, right? That's the best one.
Which one's that
That's
one?
the best joke. The best dad joke. But something happened. Something happened. It's that bad my camera died.
Oh, was a red light there.
My camera fully...
No, the camera
Oh
died.
no! Did I
was-
distract you?
Yeah. I was trying to fix Restream. But I think Restream is actually what's dead on the YouTube chat.
Oh no.
Never mind. I'll do another one. Just do a different one. We'll do a different freight train. Carry on.
Okay. The joke about the in the pub. My friend came over to me in the pub. Have I told you that one?
Doesn't ring a bell.
Okay, this is my favourite joke ever. Okay. So I was in the pub the other day, and Alex comes up to me and says, "Hey, Harry, are you any good at impressions?" And I said, "No."
Yeah.
No, it was funny.
No, it was
It
good.
was.
It was good.
It was good. It was good. I will admit, it is sometimes difficult to get. Not everybody gets it.
Yeah.
But the joke is basically that the impression was really bad, but he was asking me, "Are you any good at impressions?" But the impression I did of Alex was terrible, and I said no. And that's the joke. And you can use that with anybody. You can use it in any situation. You can use it with anybody. It's perfect. It's perfect. Friday streams? Did you Friday streams?
Friday streams? What's the question? I can't see YouTube chat. So.
Liam. Okay. Liam said, I've got YouTube chat in front of me. I've got. Liam said, Harry, can you join Matt for one of his Friday streams?
Friday streams. What Friday streams, Liam?
We just need somebody to come in now and say, is it that age?
I wonder whether he's took, because I used to do when I streamed more regularly. I used to do I used to do trains Monday to Thursday, and then Friday I would do something else like Wreckfest or something like that, and we'd have a blast just crashing cars into each other. That was always good fun.
Wreckfest?
Oh yeah.
Oh, that sounds fun.
Oh, it's the best game ever. Except obviously this one.
Okay. Top 3 favourite games. They can't be related to trains. I'm taking trains away from the table. The table does not have trains on it anymore, temporarily.
So no particular order then, because that requires way too much thought.
Yeah.
Subnautica series.
I'll allow series because I can't pick a favourite Fallout game, so I'll allow series.
Yeah, Subnautica series. They're both good. If I had to pick one, it'd be the first one, I think. But they're both.
Wait, Subnautica?
Yeah.
You're so brave. You're braver than I am. I'm terrified
of Subnautica.
of
The released
Subnautica.
version of Subnautica was way tamer than the early access versions. You know, the early access version was genuinely quite terrifying in some areas, but when I went through and played it after it was released, I was just like, this is nowhere near as scary as I remember it being. You know, it was when you get to like the Ghost Leviathan, it's just like it's actually really quite easy to avoid the Ghost Leviathan. You know, there are a couple of times where they get the Leviathan jump on you, but actually they're in one particular place and you just avoid that place. So I found it actually relatively straightforward. And when I played it through, I played it through very super cautiously. So I was just like, it didn't go anywhere that was scary. I kind of, you know, avoided those places and went round the long way and things like that. So,
yeah. Ooh.
It's
the sea. It's the sea. Frightens me.
No, I really adored Subnautica. And the second one was really good as well. I'm really keen to see whether they were going to take the third one after the way the second one ended. What else? I mean, the thing is, I used to play a lot of the truck sim games. Probably go for American Truck Sim as being probably my favourite of those ones, because I just really like it. I've always loved American trucks, and so having American trucks is a cool thing.
Yeah, I like American trucks.
I don't think what else I've played a lot of. I've got to fire up my Steam library now and go and have a look, because now I can't think of anything at all. Just checking for signals in front of me.
Yes.
Ask the chat, what have I played lots of on stream that I've really enjoyed and can't remember, apparently? You know, going a bit classic, one of the games that I really used to enjoy a long time ago, not so much these days because they neutered it, killed it and destroyed it, was Command & Conquer. I used to play the living daylights out of that up until...
I'm escaping to the one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism. That's Command & Conquer, right?
I can't remember now. Doesn't sound like it. But
It's got Tim Curry in it, right?
Yeah.
Oh, Red Alert.
That's Red Alert. But even though the whole series,
Red Alert.
all the Command & Conquers were good. But yeah, Wreckfest as well. Yeah, probably in more recent times it'd be Wreckfest. Yeah, I haven't played Command & Conquer game in ages. Although what is going on with this train? Brakes, 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 brakes. Was I wheel spinning? Oh, we're going up a steep gradient. Oh, we're going up the Licky Blank. Licky Blank, alright, fair enough. Gun it. That's really annoying that Restream's not giving me YouTube chat. I feel like I'm only getting 10% of the conversation now.
Well, I can go through it a little bit. Let's have a look. Let's see. Okay. So Liam has said that you do Matt streams TSW on a Friday on your Twitch. There's people saying hello. People definitely really loved my joke. Yep. They loved it.
Yep.
Yes.
Doesn't feel like you're filtering the feedback at all.
We've got thumbs up. We've got thumbs ups, definitely, about my joke. We've definitely not got thumbs downs about my joke. What's your favourite song to do on karaoke? It's one of the questions.
Literally never done karaoke. I am that boring. Mind you, that is a good thing, trust me.
Oh, Matt. You've said it now.
What?
We're going to have to go karaoke-ing. I mean, there's loads of places that you can go karaoke in. I love it. I love a karaoke. I don't know what is my karaoke song? I like the classics. I like, Don't Stop Believing. I like to do a bit of that on karaoke. But I think quite a bit of. I don't do opera karaoke. I don't do opera. I do a bit of. I don't do opera karaoke. Yes, he is wearing. What are you? You are. We need to. We're gonna get you a new. We're gonna get you a new T-shirt. I'm gonna get you a new T-shirt, Matt. Oh, is it in the wash? Okay, fair enough.
My SpecialEffect shirt's in the wash. Yeah.
The TSW5 shirt.
That's in the wash as well.
Yeah.
I have got two of those, but one of them is sat on my desk in the office. I meant to bring it home from when I was in earlier this week. Carpool karaoke, but with trains instead of cars. It's never happening, Londo. It's never happening.
It would. To tell you something, it would annoy everybody on the tube if I started belting. I've always wanted to do, because sometimes they do musicals where you could do musical karaoke songs from musicals, and I'm not talking Greatest Showman. I don't like Greatest Showman. I'm talking War of the Worlds. Not the 12-minute version of the songs, because it's it's a prog rock musical. But give it. I want karaoke that involves Jeff Wayne's War of the Worlds. That's what I want. I could
David Essex.
I feel like I. Yes. Wait, I went watching it for the first time a couple of years ago. I've got a signed program, Jeff Wayne signed the program.
Wow. Good.
It's very. I'm a big fan. Big fan.
Yeah, me too.
But just the classic. When I was in Mustang Sally is my normal go-to. I'll in fact, Mustang Sally is the song that I'm ooh, my voice is a bit crunchy today. I think Mustang Sally will probably be my karaoke song. I recommend it for anybody. You can sound good singing Mustang Sally. Anyone can sound good with Mustang. And that's what I recommend, Matt. If you're worried about it, do Mustang Sally.
Fair enough.
From the Commitments. From the hit musical movie The Commitments.
That's good. That's a good movie.
I love the Commitments. We were on games. Did you do 3? You did 3
I
favorites.
think I did 3, at least 3. What were yours?
Okay. Really easy. So easy. Fallout. All Fallouts. In all ways. Fallout. Probably relatively new, but Baldur's Gate 3 changed my life. I played Baldur's Gate 3 and I went, oh, this is gaming now. Like this is crazy. It was amazing. I loved Baldur's Gate 3. And Sea of Thieves. Sea of Thieves changed my life. Like I've managed to do so much because of Sea of Thieves. It opened a lot of doors for me. Yeah, I'm a huge. I've got tattoos. I've got Sea of Thieves tattoos. That's the Siren Queen, and then I've got some on my legs. I've got the Megalodon from Sea of Thieves on my right leg. Yeah, so I'm planning on. We played some of it last night, and I hadn't played it in a little while. Because it can be a little bit tiring, because obviously there's other people on the server, and sometimes those other people are a little shouty. But I just yeah, I love Sea of Thieves so much. It's great. It's great. It's not great if you've got seasickness or motion sickness, because it's set at sea. And another accessibility thing would be like something to steady it, but apparently that's quite difficult to implement, because I've had that discussion before where I'm like, seasickness mode would be great, and they're like, that's so difficult to implement on this, and it'd basically have to be mandatory, so everybody would have to use it, because otherwise it would give people an unfair advantage. And I have not played Fallout London yet. No, I'm playing Fallout New Vegas for the 5th time right now.
I still haven't finished Fallout 4. I haven't gone back to it, so I'm going to finish Fallout 4, and then I might go ahead and have a look at London. But I'm going to get 4 done myself before I do anything else with it.
I just had a tattoo on my leg of the Deathclaw from Fallout 4. It's John Hancock fighting a Deathclaw from Fallout 4, and that covers my entire shin bone. And I would recommend not getting a tattoo on your shin, because that was quite painful. I've got a pretty high pain threshold, but even I was like, my eyes were watering. I was going, oh, okay, that's a little spicy, and it's just the outline. So, but Fallout 4 is just one of my favorite games ever. I love Fallout 4. I've got the Mark IV Pit-Boy here from Fallout 4. I don't think this is open. Oh, it's such a pain to open. Oh, there's a delivery person outside. It's so heavy. It's Pit-Boy! It's the Mark IV Pit-Boy that you get in Fallout 4. That you got with the special edition. And I've got the special edition for Fallout New Vegas over there, which I bought in 2010. And I've got the special edition for Fallout 3, which is just kind of scattered around the house, because it was a lunchbox and a bobblehead. The bobblehead's downstairs. And the lunchbox is here. I've just got Fallout everything, so it's my favourite game series of all time. When you told me that you were playing Fallout 4, I was like, okay, be normal about this, Harry. Be normal.
I really enjoyed it. I got really into it. I was kind of sad when I had to come back to work and do work things again. I had a week off work, and I'm just like, you know what? I'm just going to throw myself at this and see how it goes. And I was playing it probably 15 hours a day. Just got totally into it, and reading up on some of the lore and so forth. So I kind of want to play New Vegas before season 2 of the show comes on.
Yes,
because it seems like season 2 is going to be based in New Vegas.
Yes, there's a lot of Easter eggs that that I understood as a New Vegas player. Which I tried not to get too giddy about it, but sometimes it was just very difficult. I was like, oh my, oh gosh.
Well, just the closing scene as the credits roll up, as he stands in front of the scene there. That's New Vegas, isn't it?
Yes, that's it. I really loved the show. I thought it did a good job.
Very good.
But it's very rich in lore. It's got a lot of lore.
My wife enjoyed it, and she hasn't got a clue about Fallout, no interest in it. She still enjoyed the show, so that's a good sign.
Yeah, Chris is okay. He has played it now, but at the time he'd barely played it. He played a bit of Fallout 4, and he's as a result of the show, he downloaded every Fallout game, and he's now playing through every single Fallout game from Fallout 1, which he just finished, to all the way to, well, we play Fallout 76 sometimes, because I've got a friend that's got a private server, but that's like the most he's done. So I think the show opened up a lot of people to Fallout as well, which I was really, really happy about.
Yeah, without a doubt.
It's I loved that, actually. I thought it was really good. That it just a bunch of new fans were brought into it. It's a weirdly wholesome community as well, considering it's a game set in a post-apocalyptic nuclear wasteland, with violence. But it's a nice community. Like, I look at the community, I'm like, it's a good community. You could sometimes tell these things. I'm like, you can tell these things when you're a community manager. You look at them and you go, very nice. Like you lot, like the TSW lot, you're good eggs, aren't you? I'm catching up on the chat for you. Baldur's Gate 3 is really good. A couple of people said Baldur's Gate 3 is really good, Matt. You can add that to your list.
Not played that one at all.
It's excellent. Baldur's Gate 3 is they did a perfect job. Like, as somebody that plays D&D as well, it was really good for people. Again, it's kind of that integration of, like, if you've never played D&D before, that's a good thing to play if you want to get into D&D, because it teaches you some of the rules in a video game tutorial way, which is really nice, because D&D does not have that. Is your good eggs a northern thing? I think that is. Do you not say good eggs down south? You say good egg? Oh, you're a good egg.
The problem is I can't tell, because my mum's from Sunderland and my dad's from Eastbourne, so my house is just, there is no north and south in my house. It's just, you know, this mishmash of all sorts of things, and my mum and dad have agreed that they neither understand what each other's saying, and they just carry on with that.
Yeah, I'm wondering, actually. I'm not sure. We've got a couple of phrases.
Thank you very much for the donation, much appreciated. £3,200.
Yes. And 12 pence.
And 12 pence. Let's not forget the 12 pence.
And 12 pence. It's you've done such a great job. You've raised so much money. But we could raise more.
We can raise more, yes.
I don't know why I sounded. We have the technology.
And
that's
we have the amazing
right?
people, more importantly.
Robocop. Yes.
That was a good one.
Yes. Couldn't do it without donations. Oh. The first one, even as somebody that loves horror, the one scene with the machine gun terrified me. But I was too young to have seen that film when I watched it. I'm sure that didn't have an impact on me at all. But yeah. Oof.
I mean, anyone who thinks that AI should be left to be run amok should just have watch the scene with the ED209 and rethink your choices.
Mm-hmm. Yes. I've started playing D&D for the first time in your life at 40. It's helped a lot. I love D&D. I'm a big D&D
We've got a group in
person.
the company that
every
play
Tuesday.
I think they're in the office. They play it on the Wednesdays.
I didn't know that. That's nice.
Yeah, I think so. It might be Tuesdays. I thought it was Wednesdays. Maybe it's Tuesdays. I don't know. But yeah, there's a bunch of them. They go over into the kitchen area and play.
Do you know what? Do you know what I'd like to do? Do you know what I'd really like to do if we're doing something for? Come on, brain. Special Effect Game Blast is like a board game stream.
Ooh,
Set
cool.
up in the office. Bring some board games. I love a board game stream.
I did
we
some
did it.
board game streams in the past with the family. We set the camera up on the kitchen table, looking down, and we'd play some different games.
Yes,
that was quite fun.
Best way to do it. Best way to do it. We've got quite a few. We've got quite a few board games in the house. I'd probably struggle picking because we have 170 board games, 170 tabletop games in the house, which is a lot. That's a lot. It's a lot. I have not played the Battlestar Galactica board game, but I do have its spiritual successor, which is Unfathomable, because the Battlestar Galactica board game went out of print. That is a good favourites question, but it's impossible for me to answer, I think. But do you have a favourite board game, Matt? You don't say Monopoly. It's gotta be something good.
So I haven't played lots of board games, so it's a very small pool to pick from. More recent times, I got into Catan. Really enjoyed it when we were doing Catan in the company. I bought Catan and I bought Seafarers, and we were playing it a lot because we used to have what is now become the D&D thing. Used to be a board games night, and
yes.
So, you know, I learned how to play Catan, and we'd play some good games with that. That was good fun. But prior to that, it was probably a lot longer ago that I played games more regularly, and actually it was Super Cluedo that I really enjoyed.
Super Cluedo?
Super Cluedo, yeah, the sort of the jazzed up version in the much bigger box. With had these like plastic things. You'd put the card in, and then you could reveal clues and all sorts of things, and look up clues, and someone could take your thing and a little openers so that you could see and get one of 4 clues of what the answer was for that particular card. It felt a bit more investigative than standard Cluedo.
Yes, I can imagine that's got a bit of replayability to it as well, because I feel like
it's good fun.
Standard Cluedo, after a while, it's like you know, but
no, Super Cluedo.
Super Cluedo, I've never heard of that one.
Yeah, no, I quite enjoyed that. We played that a lot with Mum and Dad and sister back in the day. What else? I've only ever played Ticket to Ride a couple of times. I've got it on Steam. Not really got into it much. I think we have it in the office. We've got loads of board games in the office because of the board game club. Trying to think if there's anything else. My wife got this one. You know the fidget cube.
Yes.
The people that make the fidget cube made a board game. Fidget Factory, I think it's called. And basically, the idea is, and it was quite fun, but we only ever really played it once because it was one of these board games with like 1 billion pieces to it. And we weren't sure we were even playing it right. I think we might even have streamed it. It was on Christmas, possibly over COVID even. So the idea is that you've got to use, within the confines of obviously the parts and the pieces and so forth, you have to design a fidget cube. And so you get all these components to put on your fidget cube, designs and so forth, and blueprint tokens, and use that to come up with these. And I can't remember exactly how it goes, but it's a very tactile game. There's lots of things that you move around, a board that you move around, and bits that you earn. And yeah, the goal is to effectively design and build a fidget cube. It's really quite good. It's really
a fidget
quite
cube
fun.
nearby, but I feel like I'd be good at that. The only thing I've got is I've like fidget wise is I've got this squishy. It's like a hard, and it's just very satisfying to squish. That's the only. But I do have a fidget cube.
I've got a squishy down here that it's on the floor at the moment because of the last time I used it. But this was something we had a long time ago, where we made
dovetail squishies.
Yeah.
I did used to have. I had. Oh gosh, those drawers need an oil. I had a weird thing in my house. I had a War of the Worlds one because I went to. There's a thing in London that's like a. Oh, it's like an immersive experience. The War of the Worlds immersive experience in London. Done it twice. The first time was just a birthday present. The second time it was for a work Christmas party when I worked with Secret Mode, because it was kind of like themed, because Secret Mode, everything we were secret agents. That was like a whole thing. So we did that, and it was really good. No, it's not secret cinema. It's like an immersive experience. Like it's the musical, but like there's like a VR section at one point. There's like the Martians at some point, like the grabbers that they have in the tripods. They come out. It was really good. I recommend everyone to do it because it's the most fun thing ever. If you're a little jumpy, there are occasional bits that can be a little bit scary. And obviously there is a whole VR section. So if you're not good with VR, I love VR. We've got 2 VR headsets in this house. One's mine and one's Chris's, because we would frequently I'd be like, oh, I just want to. Oh, you're about to do something, aren't you? And he's like, yeah, I was just going to jump on a horror game. I was like, oh, I don't play horror games though. I love horror films. I don't play horror games.
Horror in VR is another thing, isn't it? Really.
I think my heart would fully stop. Like she beats quite fast anyway, but I think that'd be it. She'd be going, "Oh, I'm checking out now. You've done too much. You've done too much. This is it. We can't do this." The locals in Wigan say, do the locals in Wigan say Wigan or the Wigan? I just say Wigan. But maybe it's like an older Wigan thing. My favourite Wigan phrase is, especially as somebody that watches horror films, is, and you have to say it like this, they're messing with things that ought not to be messed with. Which doesn't sound like English, but it's they are messing with things they ought not to be messing with, or
I've
not.
heard that expression before,
yeah, but yeah, it's a really good one. You can say about anything. Like if somebody's meddling or something, it's just a good one. There's also put wood it thall, which is close the door.
Put wood in all.
Put wood it thall, which is just close the door. Just close the door. And I've started. Chris is from Leicester. But he did a lot of studying in Bath, so he's got quite a posh accent. He's gonna love me saying that about it. He's very well spoken. There we go. But even now, he started picking up Wiganisms. He knows what a Wigan kebab is. Very proud. A northern expression. You say it in Yorkshire. Okay. A little chat update for you.
As well. My mum's more northeast, so.
Yeah, it's just a northern thing then. Messing with things that ought not be messed with. But you have to say with. You can't say with.
No,
that TH doesn't belong there.
It's like you look on the Tees Valley line and look at some of the place names in there, and basically what you have to do is try and not say them the way that they're read. You have to say them a completely different way, like.
Yeah.
I can't even remember some of them now. But yeah. Stand up.
We've got a Bedworth near us, and you say Bedworth. Just say it. You pick up the dialect after a while. We had somebody asking if do you think Matt would be up for a SpecialEffect Catan stream? Which I think I've got a copy of Catan lying around. I've got the physical versions.
Yeah, me too.
I can just bring I can bring physical. I'm not going to bring 170 games to the office. They will literally not fit in my car. They barely fit in this house. To the extent where where I'm looking at my shelves going.
If we were going to do a Catan stream, then we've got the Catan Deluxe, I think, in the office. The 3D one.
Lux. No, we just have the normal version.
No, I've just got the flat 2D one at home.
Somebody also said there's a Guards board game from Terry Pratchett's Discord. Guards is one of my favourite books of all time. Like, if you were to ask me for my top 3 favourite books, Guards is like the top. It's like my favourite book of all time. I love Guards. I love Terry Pratchett. I love Guards. I didn't know there was a board game. Somebody said I prefer saying southerner things. I'm trying to think of southerner phrases, but I live in the Midlands, so I just get a lot of people calling me Duck. That's the thing I remember about Leicester and Birmingham. I love the Brummie accent. Chris's dad has got like a little twang in his accent, and he says duck, and I'm like, oh, that's a nice one. I like duck. But I also grew up in Glasgow, and they say hen in Glasgow as well, which is quite a fun one. I quite like hen. It's the different pet names, like from where you are, like the term of endearment.
Yes.
Did you ever try North Staffordshire oatcakes? I've had oatcakes.
I don't know what
You got to have a lot of water with oatcakes. You do, Matt. You got to have so much water or like cream cheese. You gotta have something with oatcakes because they're. Ooh. Ooh. Do you have a favourite book? Do you have a favourite book, Matt?
Favourite book? I don't know if I have one that stands out as being a favourite. There's several that I've enjoyed a lot. I remember that when I was younger, it was I never really. I wanted to read Asimov's Foundation trilogy, but I never could really get over the size of the book because I was small and the book was bigger than me, just about.
Yeah.
So much later on in life, when I was commuting on the tube, I got the ebook version of it, and I read through all three of the Foundation trilogy on the book. And it was so good. It was so good. It was just, I mean, I like Asimov anyway. He's always been a favourite author of mine. But no, Foundation was really good. And then I guess the other thing I like, another Asimov, is iRobot, because I just like the way he explores the three rules and different circumstances. I like kind of, I want to call it a little bit snobbish, but I want to call it proper science fiction, not laser guns and spaceships, where they explore, different aspects of the world. If you modify a bit of what you understand, and then try and explore what that would look like as an, expand it on it a bit. And iRobot, I thought, was a really good example of that.
Never read the book for iRobot. I just saw the film,
See, a lot of
which I
people-
imagine is very different.
It is completely different, and a lot of people
Yes.
panned it. But the thing is, iRobot is a collection of six short stories. Yeah, so how would you turn that into a movie? And what they did
That
in
is
the movie
very
is
odd.
they wrote another story which effectively encapsulates a lot of what the book tried to do. So it's kind of like, it does make sense. It does kind of get across what iRobot was trying to get across. It just does it in a different way.
Okay.
It's very good. It's very good.
The Foundation's got a TV series. I don't know how different that is.
Yes, I've
but
not
it's
seen that. I've not seen that.
Incredible.
But the thing is,
Positive.
the Foundation trilogy tells a story over about 35,000 years or something.
Yes,
it's an epic story.
They've done that. They've done some very clever things with it, I think. Because you're not the first person to say that, and I have a friend that has seen it. Apparently, the time jumping is clever. I got a little bit lost, but it's got Jared Harris in it, and I love Jared Harris. If Jared Harris is in anything, he's gonna chew that scenery. So I was like, oh, Jared Harris is in this. I'll give it a watch. Watched it. It was like, this is great. This is so good.
Is that an Apple TV one, if I remember rightly?
It is. But I mean, Apple TV has got Severance on it, which is probably one of the best TV shows I've ever seen. I loved Severance, because that's the one. Severance is the one about you can undergo a procedure that splits your work and your home memory, basically. So like, you're the same person, but as soon as you walk through the doors, you forget everything about the outside world. Like, you don't know what has happened. Like, you could have you could have crashed your car, and you walk in that door and you forget. But the people that when you leave, you the work person stays behind. Like, the work side of your personality stays behind. So it's like they blink, they don't sleep. It's like they blink and they're straight back in work permanently, back in the 8 or 9 hour grind. So good. I'm not going to say anything else, but
That
so
sounds really
good.
interesting. Yeah, I'll have to call that one because we've got Apple TV, so I'll have to have a look at that.
It's excellent. Severance is coming back. They've made us wait literally forever for season 2, but it's supposed to be coming back in like January or February. But they made us wait forever for it. But I'd recommend Severance. Severance was incredible. It's probably one of my favourite TV shows, along with Fallout. I'm thinking of like favourite TV shows. Ted Lasso. Ted Lasso,
Oh,
I think
yes.
that's on
Yeah,
Apple
yes.
TV.
Ted Lasso was fabulous.
Ted Lasso is so good. I at first I was like, I don't know if I want to watch this. I'm not massively interested in English football.
No, me either.
Like,
It was one of those,
like-
when I started realising what it was, I'm like, oh, I'm already checking out, but let's watch it.
Yeah.
And it's just like Ted Lasso
Yeah.
is such a good character. Jason is such a good actor. The rest of the cast are so good. It draws you in, and within an
Roy
episode
Kent.
or two. Yeah, absolutely. And some of the characters are, a number of the characters, including Roy Kent, are based on real people.
Yes,
so
yeah.
It's
I
a
love
fascinating
it.
show, actually. I really, really enjoyed it. Like I said, having below zero interest in football,
Yes,
I really
yeah.
enjoyed the show.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting to cry as much as I did, but I cried a lot. I cried so much watching it. I'm not going to say I'm not a big crier. I cry a lot at TV related things. You get attached to these characters. But I spent a lot of time. It was so funny. I was like, it's so charming and funny, and every character is likable, and they have interesting arcs that they go through. It was like the perfect show for me, and I was like, I think this TV show that I absolutely just zero interest going into turned out to be one of my favourite TV shows of all time.
Yeah. No, I totally get that. I went along the same journey myself.
It's beautiful.
Sorry, just fixed.
It's beautiful. It's funny. It's emotional.
Yeah.
Is it fixed?
I have no
You
idea.
can see everybody.
No. I just resetting it, so just where your camera disappeared off the stream for a minute.
Oh, okay.
But it doesn't. I'm still not seeing anything. So I think on restream I'm still on a bender.
Still having a little. Is this something I can do? Is this something I can do on my end? Like, if I like.
No, I think sometimes the bot just goes to sleep and it needs restream to come and kick the damn thing.
Oh.
Because all you need normally to do is make
So you
sure
can't
you're
see
logged
the-
into restream, which I am.
You can't see the chat. So well somebody said that there's a season 4 of Ted Lasso coming out. And normally I'd be like, oh yeah,
by that.
it ended perfectly.
I'm
But I
scared
think
by
it's
that.
still Jason Sudeikis, isn't it? It's still Jason Sudeikis. And
Well, no,
he's going to do a good job.
We'll see, but the rumours that I've been hearing is it might not be. And they might be trying to do it without him.
You can't have Ted Lasso without Jason Sudeikis.
Don't shoot the messenger. This is one of the reasons I was a bit bothered by it. And when you listen to some of the sort of, it's just, the discussion online about it, it's just like, so how could they do it? Are they going to retcon the ending, which would be terrible, or?
I don't think they
I
would
don't know.
retcon it. I think maybe something would happen to. I don't know.
So
I'm
the
never
idea
going to
I
complain
had-
about more Ted Lasso.
Well, the idea that I had, because at the end of the series, I don't think it's going to spoil anything for anybody. You've got, can't remember her name now, setting up the female league, the female football team.
Oh, it's Hannah Waddingham's character.
No, it was the
Rebecca.
model.
Rebecca.
No. The
Oh,
model.
Keely.
She sets up the
Keely.
female league.
Keely.
And I think Rebecca
Yes.
is funding it, and I think it gets to a point and Roy Kent has taken Ted Lasso's job. He is now Ted Lasso for the male football team. So it's kind of
Yes.
like, unless you're going to
Yes.
get rid of Roy Kent, and in which case I'm probably not going to watch it because Roy is half the show. Especially
I
with
love
the
Roy.
F-bombs, all the inappropriate F-bombs are really good. But if Ted comes out, I wonder whether or not they get Ted to coach the female team, because that feels like that would be riddled with awkwardness and inappropriateness and all sorts of strange, amusing situations for Ted.
Yes.
And then you've got
Yeah.
Ted versus Roy in various things. I felt like that could be a really interesting modern take on it, almost.
That would be really good, actually. That would be really good. I do. The Roy Kent swear words. When something goes wrong in this house now, that's how we say that word.
Exactly. Yeah. No. I'm
Like,
pretty much the
exactly how we say it. It's like it's just a little thing that happens now. In fact, I literally said it this morning because I forgot to put something in the slow cooker exactly in that way. We've just picked up a lot of Ted Lasso-isms because there's also things like the episode "The Hope That Kills You," and I always like what Ted Lasso, what he says about, actually it's the lack of hope that gets you, and I'm like, oh, I do like that. I like it a lot. I love it. It's very wholesome.
There were a lot. Yeah, exactly. Ted
lovely.
Lasso had a lot. His Lassoisms were sort of very inspirational.
Yeah. I just, it was one of those things where I was like, oh, this might have changed my life, might have changed my perspective on things actually, because it's just that good. We do have a question. What's Matt's favourite Korean show? Pretty sure he was watching several.
I mean, to date, I think I've watched about 400 and something, but favourite one. That's really difficult. That's really difficult to. I mean, it's over a few years, but it's a really difficult one because it depends on what you want to do. Which one I'd recommend. But so if you like the supernatural type fantasy stuff, Hotel Del Luna is amazing, and it's got the lead actress is a lady called IU, who is probably she's like Taylor Swift in Korea, in terms of top of the charts and everything else, but she's a brilliant actor as well.
Yes.
And so Hotel Del Luna is a really, really good story, really well acted and really interestingly presented. And if you don't like ghosts and things, Koreans really, I don't like zombie shows. I hate zombie shows. I really love Korean zombie shows. I don't know what they do differently, but it's really it's interesting.
You've seen Kingdom, right? Then you've seen Kingdom.
I haven't seen Kingdom. It's on my list to watch, but I haven't got to it yet. No.
Oh, I love Kingdom so much. It's genuinely incredible. I properly loved it. You were right about the zombie, like how zombie. It's not like the kind of the stereotypical zombies.
It's just really different and really interesting. There's several shows they've done which have just been. There's one which is an alien invasion. I can't remember the name of it now. It's about an alien invasion, and it's kind of after the invasion has happened. Well, no, it does at the beginning of it. But it's not very many episodes, like 6 episodes, and it's kind of brutal, and it's kind of about kids taking up weapons and defending. But it's told so brilliantly, and these kids go through and it's about their change of their lives and the lessons they go through, going from high school kids to basically being forced to become adults. Oh, okay. Keyboard fell off. It's really, really good. But no, the other one I'd recommend for anyone who wanting to get into it that was really good, if you want something lighter and you like romance, I like romance. Sorry, but that's how it is. The Crash Landing on You is probably one of the best ones that have ever been done. Really, really good story. It's about a South Korean heiress who, she's a bit of a doesn't necessarily take a job 100% seriously, goes out doing crazy things, enjoys her life, rich life. She gets into an accident with a little air one of these things which is like a parachute that you sit in. But she gets caught up in a big wind blast, and it sends her off, and she lands in the North Korean neutral zone. And it's
my gosh,
quite funny. All the stuff.
Oh my goodness, that sounds super interesting.
Yeah, it's very good.
Oh.
Because it's one of the first shows that really explored a bit more. You don't really see North Korea much for obvious reasons, but this show explored North Korea a lot, and they did a lot of research talking to people who have left North Korea and to try and represent what life is actually like in North Korea rather than the stereotypical view of North Korea. It was really fascinating, really fascinating.
That sounds really good, actually. Oh, the list is growing. the list of stress is growing.
Well, see, what I do is for the K-dramas, because the thing is, the problem with the challenge and the opportunity with Korean drama is that there's always every week about 10 new ones starting, or every few weeks there's about 10 new ones starting, And so it's easy to lose track of what you want to watch and so forth. So I use a website called My Drama List, which has got all of the K-dramas, and they always keep it updated. And you just manage watch lists and all the rest of it. It's so good to manage what's going on if you're a complete addict like me.
Like we're having to we kind of split the hobbies in the house, because obviously we both play video games, we both play board games, we both like watching TV and movies. We've just got not enough time in the day to do things, so we'll try and like split our tasks. So if we're doing like a big board game, then it's usually on a Sunday we'd play like a big board game. But like tonight, I was like, we've got the stream, and then after the stream, what I'll do is you take the dog out, and I'll sort dinner out. I'm going to attempt to sort dinner out. I don't know what that's going to look like. It's the first time I'm cooking this. It's also Korean. I'm making Korean beef noodles.
Oh, nice.
It's got a lot of gochujang in it though, and I feel like I might have poisoned us because it's going to be spicy.
Oh yeah,
I've put quite a lot. I put 2 tablespoons.
I mean, when I have a bowl of ramen, when I have a bowl of ramen, I'll put a tablespoon of gochujang in the ramen, and it's beautiful, really nice. It's very spicy.
Such a good. Yes, I'm hoping this isn't going to be crazy spicy, but I'm not sure. I put it in and I was like, it smells fine, because like normally your nose will tell you. Your nose knows if something's not right. Like I know if I've put too much garlic. There's no such thing as too much garlic. My nose knows if I put too much pepper in. Actually, I think I might. I'm a bit of a seasoning freak. I season everything. I make like a lemon pepper chicken. It's got like a crust on it, like a lemon pepper crust on it, with some gnocchi. And the gnocchi is in like a lemony sauce, and there's always a great deal of pepper in it. I love MSG. I love MSG. I'm a big fan of MSG. I've got like a big sack of MSG. I haven't put any in this because I was looking at the recipe and it just didn't call for any MSG. I was like, there's probably enough umami flavoring from the gochujang, and there's some soy sauce in it as well.
Yeah.
It's probably got enough umami in it. I was like, I'll forego it, but I do like to put MSG in most things. It's good in it's quite good in a lot of soups. It does things to soups that are just perfect. But yeah, it's a slow cooked beef. It's braising beef, so the idea is that it should just fall apart, just be buttery, fall apart, disappear. And I got like a nice, we got a butcher, and I went to the proper place and I was like, that one. I picked it, so I'm hoping that it's not gross. But it's the first time I'm cooking something. But I'm just going to dump this in the slow cooker, and then I can ignore it for a while. So fingers crossed that that's not gross. I forgot what I was talking about. Gosh darn it! It's gone. It's gone. I yapped too close to the sun, and now it's gone. Do you have... This one's really hard. This one's really, really hard. Like a top 3 favourite films. I feel like this is I feel like favourite films and top 3 favourite songs are impossible.
Yeah, I'm not sure. The problem is trying to remember all the films you've seen, and because I really only ever watch a film once. The only exception to that is I watched Buck Rogers in the 25th Century when I was very, very young. I watched it about 30 times, almost back to back, just because I just loved that film so much. But I haven't watched it since then, so I'm not sure it counts. I don't know. I honestly don't know. So there's films that have had an impact on me, like Matrix, because when I was in uni, I wrote a story. I had this inspiration, I had this dream, I wrote this story about someone who was... that basically all of the points about the thing in the back of the neck that plugged you into a virtual reality and getting stuck in the virtual reality, that was all in my story 2 years before I watched The Matrix. So you can imagine sitting watching The Matrix. There's kind of like this is intuitive, intense deja vu going on here.
Opened your brain.
Yeah, it was kind of freaky. So in addition to the fact The Matrix 1 was actually a good movie, unlike the other two that shan't be mentioned for obvious reasons. So yeah, that one was good. But I like classics. Like I've watched Back to the Future so many times.
The Future's been mentioned in the chat.
Yeah,
we've got Back to the Future in the chat.
Strong movie. In fact, one of the things that we did for the kids, we used to have this this thing where once a week we would have what Sarita and I called classical education, which was watching old quality movies. So that it's kind of like
everybody got to go through it.
Let's make sure you recognise good quality cultural references.
Yes.
So we watched the Ghostbusters, we watched all the originals, none of the follow-up nonsense. Well, we did watch all 3 Back to the Futures because they actually weren't bad. Yeah, it was. Uncouple one car. Wow. Yeah, so we watched all of those classical movies. So yeah, it was good.
Yeah, there's a we got Back to the Future in the chat. Shawshank Redemption.
Of movies like utterly
Green Mile is a surprising favourite film because that devastates
I really enjoyed that. Green Mile and Pay It Forward. I got Green Mile and Pay It Forward at the same time and watched them almost back to back. And obviously incredibly different sentiments between those two movies. It was they were both very moving films, in different ways, and really enjoyed them both. Really enjoyed them.
Yes. The Neverending Story, The Goonies, Clue. I loved Clue. We've got Tim Curry in Clue. I love Tim Curry. He's great in Clue. The Goonies is a classic. Nobody said Jurassic Park yet, which is my favourite film of all time. That's why I've got a little Rexy tattoo. That hurts so much. Who got done last week? I've put some stuff on her, so she's a little. Got some stuff on her. But Jurassic Park is my favourite film of all time. Closely followed by Muppet Christmas Carol, which we watch every year, and I can recite it word for word.
My wife is a big
if you're watching it with me, I love the Muppets. You got to watch Muppet Christmas Carol every year, but if you watch it with me, just expect me. I will sing every song throughout it, apart from the rubbish one that nobody likes, which they brought back. But Muppet Christmas Carol. I have like a subgenre of favourites because I have favourite horrors, which I don't put in with all of the films. So John Carpenter's The Thing is my favourite horror of all time. Sci-fi horror. Even if you're not a fan of horror, I'd recommend John Carpenter's The Thing. It is a bit scary, but it's good. Yeah. It's a classic. The Exorcist is another firm favourite, and I also it's Argentinian. It came out in 2020 or 2019 maybe. It's called Aterrados, or Terrified. And I've never seen something that scary. I was like, this is the catharsis I'm looking for when I watch a horror. Because I watch horrors for it's cathartic to me. It does something. It gets your brain chemicals that you don't normally use. Your fight or flight. It gets them going, and I really like watching a horror if I'm feeling anxious about something coming up, and it helps. So especially about The Dentist, I'll watch a horror always the night before I'm about to have anything to do with the dentist, unless it's got teeth pulling in it, in which case I'm like, no, I'm out.
I was going to say,
I don't want to see that.
When Sarita and I hadn't been married for very long, and she was heading back to the States for something, and we went out to, because Blockbuster existed back then, we went out to Blockbuster and picked a movie to watch, and it was a disaster movie of some sort, and we couldn't work out quite what the disaster movie was about because the box was rubbish. It looked a bit like a sort of a junk sort of movie, but we thought it looked silly enough to watch because there was nothing else that appealed. So we watched this movie. You know what it ended up being about? People shooting
What?
planes out of the sky with laser guns.
No. Oh. No.
So it was like, this might not have been the best choice.
Do you know what? I feel like sometimes my algorithm can tell when I'm about to get on a plane. Because my YouTube will just be like I don't even do true crime stuff. I don't do true crime stuff. My YouTube algorithm is what is my YouTube? What's going on? What's going on today, YouTube? Happy Joy from Ren and Stimpy. That is a horror, actually. A 9.5 hour video retrospective documentary on Fallout. Every Fallout game. I'm halfway through it. It's 9.5 hours.
Wow.
That's like, but normally, what will happen is my algorithm. I don't know why this is working. I'm not engaging in it. Maybe it's because I've like booked a flight. Maybe it knows I've booked a flight, and it's crossed over. It's cookies. I'm gonna blame cookies, but absolutely not, because every single time I'm about to like I book a holiday, it's like, here are the top 10 worst plane accidents, and I'm like, don't do that. Don't do that. Like, I don't want to know. Like, I'm now terrified, like, because it's happened before where I've googled just my dentist because I've been trying to find the address. I've googled it, and then afterwards, again, it's always YouTube. It's always YouTube's fault. Again, I'll like go onto YouTube, and it'll just be like, here's how you do a root canal. I'm like, I don't see that. I don't want to know how they do a root canal, okay? I don't care if it's just a filling with bad press, which is what my dentist said. My dentist's favourite thing when I had a full-blown panic attack over having a root canal was, don't worry, you've had a filling, and it's a bit like that, but it's got bad press because it's a terrible name for something. She said it's a horrible name. Like, we should never have called it a root canal because that freaks everybody out. But it's like a filling, but it's just like a filling with some cleaning, like inside cleaning and disinfectant. I was like, that sounds not scary at all. She went, yeah, that's what a root canal is. Bad press, bad PR, needs better marketing. Root canals, dentists in general need better marketing, I think.
Yeah.
They're pretty scary. They're pretty scary. And we did have this conversation. I did have this conversation once with her, where I used to have to get sedated, like a half sedation to go to the dentist. But I've done a lot of work and I don't need sedation anymore. Probably. I've not had extractions or braces put on yet. But and I said to her in my hazy state, and it sounded mean. She was like, no, I didn't think it was mean, but I was mortified that I'd said this in the state that I was in. But I said, what has to happen for you to want to be a dentist? Was the phrase I used. And God, and she was, and she said, do you remember? Because she said, do you remember much about like what you said? I said, no. She said, well, at one point you said that you wish you were Stevie Nicks from Fleetwood Mac. And I went, yeah, that's a very normal thing. Every woman goes through a phase of wanting to be Stevie Nicks. That's normal. She said, do you remember what you said about dentists? And she told me that I'd asked, that I said, what has to have happened? Like, something must have happened for you to have been a dentist. I was so mortified. She's so lovely. She's the nicest person in the world. She specialises in people with phobias. But apparently her response was just that she wants to be able to help people, but didn't want to be a surgeon or a doctor. And being a dentist is a good way to kind of do a bit of both. But I still don't get it. Nope, still don't understand it. There's teeth. There's teeth. I don't want to. Absolute no. But I mean, half sedated Harry had a point. Because the mere like horror films, they always go for the teeth in horror films, and I have to look away and cover my ears. I don't want to see it. I don't want to hear it. Matt, were you supposed to drive? Oh no, never mind. I thought it said. I thought it said MP36. I was like, were you supposed to drive something else? Did I distract you?
No, I'm doing this straight there. This is the BNSF freight on San Bernardino.
I love Bernie. I love San Bernie. I think the rest of the team got very used to me shortening the names of things. Obviously, we've got West Coast Main Line, which I didn't shorten the name to for TSW5, but we had Frankie and Bernie's instead of Frankie and Benny's.
Frankie and Bernie's, yeah.
Frankie and Bernie's. that was just how I remembered. I remembered things. A podcast. I train podcasts. Podcasts for rail enthusiasts have to exist, right? They have to.
I don't know.
If
I
they
don't listen to a lot of podcasts.
I listen to some horror podcasts. The Magnus Archives is a good. It's not scary. It's not scary. It's like reading a horror book, but somebody's reading it to you. And Chris listens to one. It's got Richard Osman in it, called The Rest is Entertainment. That's a really good one, and that just talks about like the behind the scenes of EV related stuff. And there's a really good one if you like maths. I don't, but if you like maths, there's one with Hannah Fry, and she does like an interesting math story. Let's explain why this weird thing happened, which is interesting, but then at some point it devolves into, well, if you times this by the square root of this, and then this algebra here, and at that point my brain goes, I don't know. I didn't know I needed to know what quantum physics were. I didn't know that. I'm not very good at maths.
No, me either.
I'm not. I thought you'd be good at math.
I mean, I got a B in my GCSEs,
I don't know why.
but it's never been a favourite subject of mine. Well, partly because, so one of the problems, and I wonder whether or not I've got ADHD, because the problem I have with maths is I can't keep things in my head long enough to make them sum together. Yeah, so someone will give me, even if they're just giving like what's 4 times 12, and maybe just like what was the first number again? Yes. Everything pops out of my head really quickly. So, you know, when any kind of maths I can't do mentally. I understand the processes of it. So my answer has always been, well, let me use a computer or a calculator and I can get you your answer. If you want me to do it in my head, we're going nowhere.
Yes. I never understood that in school. It was like, it's that thing, and you know, people go, well, you need maths every day. You need to know math in life. And I'm like, but I do have a calculator. I did not get a B in my maths GCSE, Matt.
No, I struggled.
Do you know what I got in my maths GCSE?
Go on.
I got an F.
Oh dear.
I got an F. I tanked my maths. I did pretty good in everything else. My science teacher thought I'd be a really good. My science teacher was fully convinced that I'd be working in a lab, as a biochemist. But that is not what happened, and that is not what I wanted to do in life. I was like, I can work in games, but unfortunately, you need maths to go into development side of things. And anybody that says you don't need maths is wrong. But sometimes I'll come downstairs and Chris will be like hunched over his desk because Chris is a gameplay engineer for Rare. He works on Sea of Thieves, and he'll be like hunched over his desk, and they'll be like, "Don't look at it," and I'm like, "I don't know what that means. I don't know what any of this means. It's numbers. It's numbers. What are you hiding from me? What do you think I'm going? For a start, I'm stood all the way at the other side of the room. I can't read that. I've not got 20/20 vision anymore. I hit 30 and needed to wear glasses immediately. Like, I don't understand what is being said. I'm like, what's wrong? And he goes, I'm doing some advanced trigonometry. And I go, no, no. You don't need to talk about it. You don't have to tell me. Like, he tries to explain it. Yeah.
I mean, I didn't, because I wasn't doing so well. I didn't. It's like I wasn't confident about going into A levels, so I didn't do A levels. I went over. I did a diploma in computer studies, which frankly was just a waste of 2 years. I got a distinction at the end of it, but I was asleep most of it. It was just a bit easy. But then what happened is I went to university and they just assumed you'd done an A-level. And so of course I went into some of these classes. The class I ultimately got 28% on in my final exam. And they sort of opens up saying, right, you all know calculus, so I won't bother boring you with that. And I'm thinking they're going, oh crap. I don't know calculus. Are we going to have a brief overview? No. Okay. Read that chapter in that book. I think it'll probably be more than a chapter.
Like running through all textbooks going, calculus?
Yeah,
Calculus?
no, I never did get it, and hence I didn't really do very well in that course. I mean, I got...
Oh, I can't hear you anymore, Matt. I'm just going to check the stream. Okay, the stream can't hear you either. I'm assuming you can hear me.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Good.
Yes, I can hear you.
My microphone ran out of juices.
Okay, it's okay. We can hear you again. We can hear you again. I got the stream open. I was like, I'll just do a little tweaking. I did hear my own voice, which, my God, I don't know how anyone ever puts up with it.
Yeah.
You've done really well today, Matt. You've done almost 2 hours. 2 hours
no, it's been
of
fun.
my incessant yapping.
It's been fun, hasn't it? I think it's been great. It's a variety. It's different conversation. It's been very good.
Yeah,
and we drove some 66s into a red light at one point. You know, it's fine.
And I could talk about trains. Like I did my first run at train spotting the other week, which was really
cool.
which was really nice.
Video. I loved that video. It was just like that's
Did you
were genuinely excited. I could see that, and that's what I like to see.
Do you know what? I went into that, so that was not like a planned thing for work. Because a couple of people have asked me, they were like, "Oh, was that for work?" I was like, "No, that was not for work." So originally, what I wanted to do is, I'd like to integrate myself in. If I'm working in communities, I'd like to integrate myself as best I can and understand what it is that community are passionate about and that they love, and that they know that I'm taking it seriously. I want to be able to take everything seriously going into it. And the TSW community has been incredibly welcoming and very patient. When a message pops up, and I go, let me check. Let me get back to you. And they're very good about it. And usually I'll probably send you a message and go, Matt, or Joe, poor Joe. I'll get Joe and just go, Joe, do you know the answer to this? And he goes, yeah, it's this. And I was like, cool. Where'd you get that information from? So I know for next time, and he'll refer me to something. Usually an article. I like to pop into articles and have a look through that. Or the FAQ section has been very, very useful. So I wanted to do that to just kind of get a better understanding of it. And I already, we've got Jamie on the team, who is a huge train enthusiast, and he's talked to me quite a lot about it. I'd really like to go with Jamie to clean a train. He cleans trains. I'm actually gutted. I missed out on the Black Country Museum. They were doing like a refurbishment project on the mining train, and they were asking for volunteers to clean it, and I missed it. It was like a week later I saw the post on LinkedIn. I was actually gutted. So I want to do more things like that, and but Jamie was, I spoke to Jamie. I was like, if I wanted to go and find a Class 66. How do I do that? And he explained how to use real-time trains. I'm a pro at real-time trains now. He was pointing out how you find the difference between freights and commuter or passenger, and he was kind of going through all of that. And he was he was basically I'll leave you to it. I've told you what to do, and I'll leave you to it. So I found the Class 66 that I wanted to find, and got the rough time that it'd be arriving, which kind of bounced around quite a bit, but I turned up at past. It was supposed to get there for 1:45, and then that time bounced to 5:02, and I was going, oh, you're going to be stood in the rain for 25 minutes. I turned up, and I was not expecting. I was expecting to be grumpy because I was getting rained on, and I fully expected to be grumpy and a bit like, oh, cool, you've seen your first class 66. I was not expecting it to be the only class 66 of its kind, 66708. Because I wrote it down and wanted to make a note of it and remember it, because I was like, nope, you got to write them down. You got to write it down. That's what happens. You write the train down. And so I wrote the number down, which I remember very well now. The only type in that livery of its kind. And I went to the station and I was pointing. I was like, oh, that's the 170. That's the train that I'd get to Birmingham. And I like a 170. I know that some people don't like a 170, but I love the 170. It's always nice and cozy. It's warm. Like, it's not. It's a good train. It's a good train. It's a good train, and it's better than the 222. Is what I'll say about that, because the 222 is the opposite. It's freezing cold. It's freezing cold, and it has hospital lighting inside it. Yeah, I turned up, and I that was genuine excitement. That I completely, in that exact moment that I saw it coming around the corner, it wasn't even the tone, it wasn't even that, it was just seeing it come around the corner, and I started to I was like, oh, I'm feeling like anxious, like excited and anxious, and it came around the corner, and I was like, that's it, that's the train. I've been looking at this is my train that I've been I've been looking at it, I've been updating my phone constantly, and it went past, and then he gave me a little honk, and I just completely lost my mind, and I was jumping up and down. If you've not seen the video, at that point I'm literally jumping up and down. You can see the camera moving because I'm jumping up and down. I must have looked crazy because I was like hopping around. I was screaming. There was people underneath the bridge, so they could probably just hear stomping feet and screaming noises from the bridge. And then I ran home because I was like, oh, it's really wet. I ran home, but I got in the car. The bit of the video that isn't there is getting in the car, immediately calling Chris and going, I found it! I saw it! It went past and I was speaking really quickly. I was going, he gave me a honk. He was like, is that the official name for it? I was like, probably not. I don't think it is. But it's a honk to me now, okay? And it was just the most fun thing. And in that exact moment, I went, I understand why people do this. I understand why the community love this. I understand why people. Since then, I've played more TSW just in my free time. I had a nice day on Friday because I had to do some bits in it. I had to have a little look at some bits. I was like, I just had a nice time in it. Do I automatically default to the Class 66 every single time because I'm frightened of learning how to drive new trains? Maybe. I know how to drive a pacer. No, I know how to drive a pacer. I learned how to drive a pacer because, I feel like a lot of them are very similar in what you need to do with them. So I learned how to drive that. Yeah, I did do an MP36, and I called Jamie. Because I was going, there's a bell that won't stop ringing in this train, and it's driving me insane. I pressed, I wanted to. It says it's right there in front of me. Of course I'm going to press it.
No, there's even
but then
a name
the bell
for that.
started going off, and I was going.
There's even a name for that process.
What,
for process? It's called doing a JD. He spent the
Oh,
entirety of a stream with the bell on because he couldn't turn it off. It was hilarious.
I genuinely, oh my god, I can imagine JD doing that, and I can imagine it driving him insane.
Oh yeah, no, it did.
By the end of it, did nobody tell him? Did nobody tell him in the chat? And did you all just leave him?
It was one of the 4-ups, so he pre-recorded it. So he pre-recorded the video.
Oh no! So he didn't have anyone with him.
And I think in the end, it got more and more frustrated with it because it was shunting with on the CSX on Sandpatch grade, And he got more and more frustrated because the train wasn't going where he wanted, and he didn't understand what was going on. The bell was going on the entire time, just chipping away at his sanity just a little bit every time. And it was very, very, very amusing to watch, in a kind of a Schadenfreude sort of way. But doing a JD is running the bell, not knowing how to turn it off.
I thought I was going mad. By the end, I just sat and I was going, what am I doing? What am I doing wrong? I was properly, I was checking. I was going, you've done everything right on this train. You've learned, you've done everything right. And I called Jamie, and he was like, what do you mean? And I was like, I'll share my screen with you. I shared my screen. I turned the sound on. I went, I said, that's been going on for 10 minutes now. 10 minutes. I said, it's making my teeth itch. It's so annoying. I said, have I done something wrong? And he went, did you press the horn? I went, yeah, it worked. He went, he was like, just have a look around for me. Just have a look around. There should be something on it called bell. I was like, there is, isn't there? It's right in front of me. It says bell on it. He was like, yeah.
Press that.
See you later, Harry. I was like, yeah, bye, Jamie. Nightmare. I'm trying to find the video. We've had some people asking about it, but I need to find it because I put it on my own socials, but I want to find it on the TSW.
There's a video that my son took. It's on his YouTube channel. That because he goes out train spotting and he'll record videos. He's got loads of trains at various stations videos. And on one of the trips they wanted to go to a particular station. It's on the East Coast Main Line. I'll need to rely on the viewers to remind me where it is. And it's in between two tunnels. And it's a really good spotting station because if they don't stop at a lot of the express trains don't stop at the station, so they kind of get these trains flatting through really fast.
Flying.
Hadleywood was it? I think what's the name of it? Is it Hadleywood or something like that?
It is. Somebody said her and tortoise.
Tommy Danny said Haroldwood, but I don't think it might have been Haroldwood. I kind of want to think Hadley something or other, but I don't know. I'm guessing at this point. So
Hadleywood. Somebody said Hadleywood.
Yeah, something like that. And it's a really good train station for doing train spotting because you get a variety of stopping trains and you get the through trains. And the reason that they went to go on that particular day was because there was supposedly going to be an empty stock move of a Deltic, which is a heritage train that used to be the racehorse on the East Coast Main Line many years ago in the 80s. And so there was this heritage train supposed to be going through, and there was the opportunity to catch it at line speed, going absolutely like the clappers through this station.
The fastest.
And so you've got 6 or 7 of these young lads standing on the station. They've all got the tripods and the cameras out, and they're all chattering away. Cameron's is quite far back, so he can kind of see everybody else and then amongst what's going on. And you can see when they can hear, all of a sudden they hear, because the Deltic has a really unique sound, and they start hearing this thing in the tunnel, and everyone goes deathly quiet, and they're all stationary. And then they watch this thing, and it comes blasting through, blowing its horn, blowing through Hadley, going through this station, absolutely like the clappers, giving it full horn. And these kids, these lads aren't kids anymore, they're lads, jumping up and down, bouncing around, hugging each other. It's just like, that is a train fan, This is the video example I use when people are like, how do you get excited about trains? It's just like, how do you get excited about football? It's just a thing. You get excited.
Yeah. Yeah. That's why I wanted to try it. I was like, come on.
I think Adam, who used to work at the company, had a really good analogy actually, which I really liked, which was that train spotting is like fishing. And it is kind of like you plan the sorts of things that you want to see, and then you go out there and you kind of see what you actually did catch, and you get that heroic moment when you get the thing you wanted. Seeing the Deltic, because so many things can go wrong that you don't see it because it was running an hour late and you needed to go, things like that can make things not match up. But when the stars align and you see the trains that you were looking for, or you, if you're someone who collects the numbers, you need to get yourself your Platform 5 spotter book now, and cross off.
Somebody
the trains
else
that you've
said
seen.
that.
Yeah, you need to get your spotter book.
Somebody else said that.
Yeah, and then because what you do is it depends. Some people cross them out, some people underline them, some people highlight them. But it's a list of every train number that's on the railways in a small book. And so you get this other thing whereby you'd be like, I need to see one Class 395 to have seen them all. And so you start, and then suddenly that one train comes through, and again it's that jumping up and down moment. I've now seen every Class 395, that kind of thing. It's train enthusiasts are collectors, and it's, whether they're collecting model trains, collecting train numbers, collecting one of each class or whatever it is. It's you pick the thing that's interesting to you and you collect it.
Oh my gosh, I'm having a look at that now. Because you're the third person that said, "Oh, you need to get a platform 5 book."
Yeah.
Because when I went to Birmingham last weekend to get my tattoo done, and the Discord in the Discord they said, "Oh, can you try and find an Azuma?" And I couldn't because I was looking afterwards, but I just had my shin tattooed for multiple hours, and I was limping. Birmingham New Street is a big station, and I was limping around Birmingham New Street trying to find this. I was like, no, you can't let them down, you've got to be able to find it. I asked somebody. I asked one of the people. He was like, he said, I'm not sure actually, I'm quite new. I was like, he was like, no, me too. I was like, me too, I'm new to this. He said, oh, I'm not sure actually. He said, does it have to be that? And I went, I don't know. Do you recommend anything else? And he went, there's a 390 about to come in. I went, perfect. So I went running to the other side of the station. My platform was 9, and this was like platform 2. I was hobbling my way across that station, and I managed to find this 390.
I do like the Peddlesden. They're lovely looking trains. I found it, and the challenge I got set was that I had to throw up a gang sign in front of a train and take a selfie, and they'd pin it. So I did. I had some weird looks because I was literally like, take a picture in front of the train, and I had to like walk right to the end of the platform that I could possibly get to as a pedestrian, member
commuter,
member
of the public, and I went right to the other side of the platform. Right, I accidentally went the wrong way the first time and ended up at the back of the train and couldn't get any further because it was like way back. I was like, great. So then I had to hobble my way, and it wasn't a small train.
No, they're not.
I don't know where that. I don't know where it was going. It was so. I think it was London. I think it was going to London. It was so massive, and I walked the other way, and I finally got to the front of it, and I took the picture, and and the Discord seemed to enjoy that, so I was like, I'll keep up with it. Like I'll keep looking for trains. Like if I'm going to get the train more often, and I'll keep looking for things because there's some things I can't just drive my car around with because I'm an EV driver. So I sometimes just like I can't get to I could get to the office easily in my car, but I don't want to be on the M25. I don't want to be on the M25 for 5 minutes, let alone 2.5 hours. I don't want to be on anywhere near the M25. I don't want to look at the M25. You know the song, is it Road to Hell? It's not Highway to Hell. It might be Road to Hell. That song is about the M25. I don't want to get that. So I'll get the train down every single time, even if it means getting a 222, my arch nemesis. Which when I got it in May, I was freezing cold. Freezing cold. In May. Somebody from the north. I don't get cold. Like, it's cold today. I'm just in a t-shirt today. The 222. I thought I was dying. Like, my throat was so dry. I got off it. I was like, I feel like I'm dehydrated. Like I haven't had anything to drink in a week. I don't know whether that was just one experience. That's the only time I've been on one.
I've never been on a 222.
Because the only other time I used to. Oh, it was horrible.
I've been on the Voyager that they come from.
Do we have them?
No, we don't have 222s. We don't even have Voyagers either.
We don't have 222s. Let me see. Oh, there you are. Oh. It was fine. It was fast. It felt very fast. I was like, ooh, this feels speedy. Like, my favourite that I got on that whole journey was the Javelin. And again, some of that kind of train, it was great. And some of like the train enthusiasm, like that as kind of, it's going to get quoted again. I was talking about the forums the first time the first live stream I ever did with Alex. I was talking about the forums. And I meant to say, the sentence was supposed to be, the forums, the love of trains, comes across on the forums, and that love is infectious. But my brain stopped working, and I said the forums are infectious. and sometimes I gets like, I was like, no, I meant to say there's lots of passionate people on there that care a lot about trains, and I was very excited about getting the Javelin, because when I'd mentioned it, people were like, oh, you go down to the office, you might get the Javelin. I was like, oh, what's that? And I had a look. And I immediately messaged Chris, and I was like, I'm on the Javelin! And he's like, what's that? And I was like, it's the fastest domestic train in the UK! It's like, why domestic? I was like, because of the Eurostar. It's like the Eurostar. But that's not domestic, is it? Because it leaves. It goes away. It goes elsewhere, to France. So, like, domestic. And he was like, wow, you know some stuff about trains now. I was like, a little bit. Tiny bit. Getting better. It's getting better every single time. I'm going to be learning more about the MBTA stuff, because they're purple. That's the current information I know about them, is that they're purple. And I went, wow, look at that, they're so purple. I love those, but I should probably... Highway to Hell. Oh, Highway to Hell is about the M25. There you go, Matt. I don't know if you've ever had... Have you ever had to be on the M25?
I use it all the time.
Ah!
I use it all the time. The only bit that bothers me about the M25 is the northwest corner. The rest of it's fine. Well, except, ironically, when they changed the Dartford crossing and made it automated, using license plate ANPR, instead of having gates that you stop at to throw money at 15 times before you get it in the basket, they automated it so it's automatic, so none of the cars stop. And what happened was that it made so many more people want to use it that now that it's so much more blocked now than it used to be. And so at any given moment when you want to go to the Dartford crossing, I allow 2 hours to get off the M2 and get through the Dartford crossing. It's just like, what went wrong here, people? It should have been easier.
That is kind of the case where it's like, oh, we'll just tweak it. We'll just tweak it a little bit, and it's like, don't. If it ain't broke, please, I mean, it's one of the reasons I hope they get on and do this other crossing they want to do, but that's delayed until next year now, because that will take a lot of traffic off of the Dartford crossing and hopefully smooth it up. But yeah, it's really weird because there's a really good system they put in there, so you just drive through, you go through at 40 miles an hour, no stopping. Yeah, it's. Stop. I think.
But beyond that, it's actually good. It's fine.
I like driving to London. London's quite nice. I like a drive to London. I don't mind the M1. I don't mind the M1.
I don't think there's any roads I particularly dislike driving on, I've got to say.
M6.
You kind of just get...
M6.
Well, even the M6, I mean, I've not driven on there recently, but the last few times I've driven on it, it's not been terrible.
I think the problem is, so because of where my family lives, they live in the Warrington side of Wigan, because Wigan is, depending on who you ask, it's in Manchester or Liverpool or Warrington, but it's got its own postcode. It's a confusing nightmare. And I also used to live in a place called Leigh, and that has a Wigan postcode, and there's a lot of history there. And if you're from Leigh, you're not supposed to like Wigan, but I was kind of from both. But it was because of where the Warrington section is. There's been roadworks there for 10 years. It feels like 10 years. It might actually be 10 years, but there's a stretch. I can't remember the junction. I can't remember the junction. I put it into my sat nav, and he just says, "Oh, you need to turn off here," and I listen to him, and I don't concentrate on anything else apart from not smushing into another car and dying, and just like where I need to go. So I'm not very good at directions. So it's just after Thelwall Viaduct. I know Thelwall Viaduct because when I see Thelwall Viaduct, I'm like, oh, home. Thelwall Viaduct equals the north, west. And it's beautiful. Thelwall Viaduct, like when you're going over it, it's stunning. It's just a really beautiful place to go over. There's lots of greenery. But there's been roadworks literally forever on that stretch of road. Forever. Bad roadworks. Where you just have to, where you suddenly go from 70 to like 40 or 50 forever. But it's been there forever. I hate that stretch of motorway. And it just, I dread driving to my mum's every single time because I know those roadworks are still. What are they doing? I don't know what they're doing there. I couldn't tell you what those roadworks are for because it's just cones. It's just cones everywhere. I don't think I've seen a single builder. I don't think I've seen a single van. There's just lots of cones. But, like it's not dug up. Oh, it's the it's that bit of the M6. I don't like that bit of the M6. Like around here, we've got the A5. We've got, to a degree, you can get on the M1, and we've got the M69, and that's it. Like the A5 is the one that that's the only one that you need to get anywhere in the country. I feel like, but it's But I'd like to drive. Because I know we've got electric chargers nearby to the office. It'd probably be nice for me to drive there. But I'm like, what's the point? Just get the train. Just get a train. You work for a company that makes the train game. The train game. Just get the train. Catch the train. But the thing that puts me off that is the 222. Bumpy, freezing cold 222. Bumpy. Why? Why is it bumpy? It's a train. Isn't it supposed to be like? Is it the suspension? Am I learning something? Is it the suspension? Is there something? Is that it?
Yeah, it'd probably be the suspensions, but it's quite rough, I should imagine.
Aggressive. It felt aggressive. It feels like my car's got really tight suspension that makes it bouncy, like the whole car bouncy. The wheels are not very good at suspending the car. It just bounces the whole thing. It was. Oh, perhaps the 222 hasn't had the suspension. The suspension mod. It's not had a suspension mod. That's what it is. Class 222. Somebody's got to go in there.
Send James get the suspension installed.
Yeah, I'll be looking at it next time. I'll be like, trying to like peek, just going, what's going on? Like ask the driver, what's wrong with your train? Tell me. I'm not going to say that to the driver, but the thought will be there. I'll be looking at it going, something wrong with that train. I'm sorry to any Class 222 lovers in the chat. Very, very sorry. But it's my arch nemesis. And Birmingham New Street is my arch nemesis train station. I actually prefer Euston. I like Euston. Do you have a favourite train station, Matt? I have to jump off soon. I'm gonna shred up some beef. But
favourite train station.
But like a favourite station.
I used to go through Waterloo a lot, using all sorts of different things at Waterloo, like tube and overground. I've just found it worked really well as a train station. Multiple exits and entrances to different places that got me where I wanted to go to. And there used to be the statue of who's the famous painter, folks? The train painter that painted mice on the things. Why can't I remember his name? But
mice?
So there's a famous painter that painted really beautiful pictures of trains and railways, but all of his pictures have a little tiny mouse on them.
Is it Terence Caneo?
Caneo, that's him. And
oh my goodness! Oh.
And at Waterloo, they had a statue of Caneo, and I remember, having an idle minute at Waterloo while I was, because I used to travel, arrive via the tube of Waterloo, and then go out of Waterloo to walk to Vauxhall where I worked. And I was there, and I was just idling around, and I thought, I wonder if some cunning so-and-so has put a mouse on the statue. And they did. You got to look hard to find it, but it's round the back underneath the book. And it's there, and it's this mouse, so it's just like, oh, that's just perfect.
Still there?
The statue's gone. It got moved somewhere a long, long time ago now. But
Just having a little look. Oh, there is a mouse!
Yeah.
Oh my goodness! Wow, he's a great painter. Really beautiful.
Cuneo was brilliant as a railway artist. Very, very good. Painted some really nice stuff. But yeah, it was really good. Trying to find the mice on his pictures was just a really interesting aspect of them. Because they weren't hidden, but they were just really subtle, and it just made them hard, like you were standing on a fence post or something.
That's amazing. I didn't even... Oh yeah! A mouse! It's like Where's Wally, but with pretty paintings and mice.
Yeah, so I used to like that. But it was more to kind of join so many things together. You know, when I was travelling there, the Eurostars were still there. I mean, even the exit I used to go through is gone now. The last time I went, it's been blocked up. So, and one of the Jason Bourne films was filmed there.
It's a good station. It's a good station.
Yeah, no, I like
Have
it.
we got...
It worked well for me. You know, it's insofar as you can like or dislike a station. None of the others have really spoken to me much, but what do I need to give Restream a kick for, JP? What's wrong with it? Is it still to chat?
Still doing a thing.
Restream is kicketh. It hasn't been working in chat for a long time, JP.
Yeah.
So Restream is competent and effective and good at what they do.
Wait a minute. Did I detect a certain... Je ne sais quoi? That's not the right word. Did I...
Sarcasm.
I just like saying it. Did I detect sarcasm? I don't think I've ever heard you be sarcastic in my life.
Wow. Then we haven't spoken much, because seriously, I can be...
Have you played Transport Fever 2? I have not played Transport Fever 2.
It's very good.
Is it?
I like it.
Transport... Oh gosh, Transport...
I didn't really get on with Transport Fever 1 so much, but Transport Fever 2 I really got into.
Oh my goodness! Planes?
Oh yeah, it's everything.
Planes? Trains? Automobiles? Look at that! Oh my gosh! See, so before joining Dovetail, my sim games were park management sims. I obviously I worked for Frontier, so I worked on Jurassic World Evolution 2 and Planet Zoo were my two games that I worked on. I was a capture artist, and like the reason I wanted to work there was because of the park management genre. I love park man. I love most games. I'm not very good at tower defense games. Me and the tower defense genre have beef.
I like the tower
we're
defense
fighting.
genre. But I've always been into the real-time strategy genre as well.
Do you like Civ?
I played bits of it. I used to play it more when it was at uni. I've not really played any of the newer ones.
Okay.
Because that's turn-based.
I am. Yeah. Well, yes. I also I've fallen out with Firaxis as well. If anyone from Firaxis is here, we're in a fight right now because the next Civ. So Chris is a huge Civ fan. He's where the meme "one more turn" comes from, because it will be 2 in the morning, and I'll be like, Chris, I've got to get up early. We both do. Please go to bed. And he's like, I've just got one more turn. That's the whole thing. And they're releasing the next Civ game a couple of days before Valentine's Day.
No, that's not
diabolical. I was because he went. Oh, because before he was like, oh, we've got it for a nice meal. I was like, oh, play some board games. We always play board games for Valentine's Day. That's our like romantic Valentine's Day activity, is playing board games all day. and then it was announced, and I can't really do an impression, but he was kind of like sat next to me when it was announced, and he was just got like side eye, just like. I was like, because the date came out, it was like, I can't remember if it was like the 11th of February or something, or the 9th of February, and I was going, really, for Axis? I'm going to lose him. I'm going to lose it for 6 months. That'll be it. I'll have to find something to play for 6 months, because that'll be it. I'll be lost. He'll be lost to me forever as soon as that comes out. I don't know what's on my backlog. I'm looking around as if I know what's on my back. I haven't played the Starfield expansion. I've not played that yet, but I'm still playing Fallout. I'll probably play Fallout. Probably play Fallout for
play
the 50th
another Fallout
time.
again, and play you got Fallout London to play.
Yes,
there is undiscovered Fallout to play.
But we only have the one PC. I've got my work PC, but we've only got the one PC downstairs. We've got the Steam Deck, which you've hooked up to the TV, which is a nice thing to have hooked up to the TV. I can play TSW. You know what? I can learn to drive more than 3 trains in TSW. I can and then Matt, and then I'll be able to actually be slightly more useful to you on streams. I can be like, don't worry, Matt. I'll take over driving today. Don't you worry about it.
Nice.
You be charismatic. You can be the yapper. You can be the charismatic yapper. I'm gonna sit here and drive, and not overshoot or break the speed limit like I frequently do.
Wow, so better than me then. Excellent.
Go above. No, I do break the. That's what I was saying. I break the speed limit.
Too.
Because I'll be like, why is it red? Why is it telling me to go slower? Why is it saying 30 miles an hour? I know that this can do faster than 30 miles an hour, and then I'm just welly it. I'm like, yeah, let's go. Oh, failed. It told me off. I ran a red light. Ooh. Undertale is fun. And Civ apparently had a giant board game. Don't tell Chris that. We will be enemies if you tell Chris that. We'll be enemies, arch enemies, if you tell. There's a game called Tapestry, by Stone Mayer, who did Wingspan, which is a great game. Wingspan's a beautiful, wonderful game. One of my favourites. And they did one called Tapestry, which is kind of like Civ Light in a board game form. It's not Grand Theft TSW. Yeah, I'm not thieving the trains. I'm just going fast. It's a train. It's meant to go fast. It's supposed to go really fast. I was surprised by that Class 66, to be honest. That felt like it was flying, because it was carrying so much. Because Jamie told me how to check the tons. It was carrying 2,020 tons. So, and he said, oh, it might be going through at 60. And I was like, 60? 60 miles? It's got 2,000 plus tons on it, and it's going 60. What happens if it has to stop?
It takes a minute.
Yeah, I imagine the force. You've got to do it really early. I'd be terrible at that.
Well, it's one of the things that Operation Lifesaver spend a lot of time with in the States, because American trains are far worse because they're much, much heavier. They'd be 20,000 tons. And one of their big things is in a fight, in a competition between you, a car, a bus, a coach against a train, the train always wins.
Yes.
Do not race a train, because if you get it wrong, the train ain't stopping. Even if the driver has had half a mile to put the brakes on emergency, still not stopping.
They did do Forza Horizon 4 did a train race.
Yes,
where you were just on a track next to it.
Yeah.
Was it with Flying Scotsman?
That was Flying Scotsman, yeah.
I didn't know that at the time. My goodness!
It's actually a really fun race, because the Scotsman speed varies according to how you're doing in the race, because there are a couple of set pieces where you have to, you effectively take a jump over the train, and so they time these things.
Yeah.
It's just executed so beautifully. Really, really nice little set piece.
It looks great. It's that was one of my favourite. That was one of my favourite missions to do in Forza 4. Was Forza Horizon 4 was because I love the Forza Horizon games. It's like open world adventure, but you're a car. I love it. But I didn't put 2 and 2 together that it was Flying Scotsman.
Yeah, that's Flying Scotsman.
Oh my God, there he is. I didn't even realise that. I feel like I need to go back and play it, but I don't even know. I've heard that they were maybe stopping support.
Yeah, 4 has been
I'm not
taken
sure.
off, so I don't know whether you can even play it anymore.
No. This is why physical copies of things are useful. I like to get a physical copy of a game. I did it recently with Fallout 3, because I bought the collector's edition, but when I moved to the Midlands, I think I just lost a bunch of stuff. So I managed to keep hold of my lunchbox and my bobblehead, but I lost my disc and I ended up just buying it outright because I was like, what if I can't, if this is off Game Pass, like the official version or the digital version, like, so I just try and get physical copies now if I can. Yee. That's sad. Okay, I should probably go and stop and shred up some beef and stop it from burning. I mean, it's a slow cooker, but hi. So when is your next guest? Let's have a look.
Next guest is
Excel.
around 10 to 9 ish.
10 to 9.
That is
Oh,
Calter.
yes.
Calter's supplied a video and we'll be waffling over the top of his video.
Nice. Yes, 10 to 9 UK time. Or 10 to 10 EU time. Or 10 to 4 USA East time. Or 10 to 1... God, I really could not tell the time then. 10 to 1 USA West time. There you go. And you've got some fun stuff coming up, but I'm glad I was here for Bernie.
Yeah, it was really good. It's been really good having you on.
Has it?
It has definitely been really good. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
It breaks up
It's
the
been good to
monotony
be here.
of the normal. Actually, I've been quite like having the guests on. This time having people coming along to either do a video and talk over it, or just share me a video as British Ace and Train Simulator Driver did. And then Train Simulator Driver joined me this morning on for a chat. You're here. Alex was here yesterday. That was great fun. Did all sorts of little challenges, and it's added a lot of variety. I'll just quite happily sit here and play Train Sim World for 90 hours if necessary. Quite happily do that. But I think this has made it a lot more interesting to watch.
It's been really good to jump on. It's been really good to anything to do with special effect, and I'm there immediately, like straight there. I'm looking forward to finding out what we do over Game Blast weekend. I do do my own stuff for Game Blast, but like it'd be nice to do something maybe like the day before. I don't know, because when I used to do it when I did it for Secret Mode, we had like the week running up to it. That was quite brutal. But we had like different guests on playing different games, so they'd be like, this is like my favorite game to play, or this is my favorite game to play, and then we hit a stretch goal that was, if we surpass a certain amount, that I'd play Subnautica, despite being absolutely terrified of the ocean, to the point where like thinking about the sea sometimes makes me feel sick. Like the Titanic was a horror film for me, fully a horror film for me. I don't want to get on a big boat.
Not Poseidon Adventure.
I don't like it. It's just so... Like, Sea of Thieves I can just about deal with, but if I fall in the sea, like, I can't look down. Like, I have to look up. It's like heights. Like, the sea is a terrifying beast. Like, we don't know much about it. We know more about space than we do about the sea. And that's space. It's constantly moving and changing. But Jaws, somebody mentioned in the chat Jaws. Jaws is one of the 2 reasons I'm frightened of the sea, because of that one scene in Jaws. You know the night diving scene? If anyone's seen Jaws, the night diving scene. I'm not going to say anything else. Just that one scene. In the night.
The one that initially put me off going near any water when I was younger was I happened to see the movie Piranha which is stupid. And piranha aren't like that at all. But it was you know, it's basically these killer piranha that just instantly eat people alive. And it was just like, okay, I'm not stepping in any water then, just in case.
It
would not be on your
genuinely...
watch. It must not be. It won't be on your watch list. Trust me.
No, Deep Blue Sea. I watched Deep Blue Sea. That frightened me quite a lot. I'm not even that. I'm not particularly frightened of sharks. Like there's a respect. There's a mutual respect with me and sharks where I go, I'm not going to come near you, in your home. So don't magically grow legs or turn into Sharknado and come anywhere near my home, and we'll be fine. But that one scene in Jaws, the night diving scene, and also in Tomb Raider 2, there's a level called 40 Fathoms, where Lara dons her scuba gear and goes for a little swim in the sea. But unfortunately, back in the 90s, Tomb Raider only had a certain render distance for its levels. So after a certain point, it was black. Like, the only thing you could see was black. It just faded into an abyss. Which is fine, mostly, for the rest of the game. But in the sea, when there are sharks, because the sharks would just come out of the black. They'd just be like, they'd come out, and they'd just attack you. Terrified me. That one thing, and I actually got to speak to, I go to Norway once a year, to a retro gaming convention in Norway once a year, because Chris gets invited to them, having worked on many retro games. So I go along with him and speak a bit of Norwegian, and get to see friends, and like some of the guests that they have are really cool. They had Duke Nukem on one year, the voice of Duke Nukem. They had the voice actor John St. John. They've had people that work for like Ocean Software. They get the Rare guys in, so they've had like Grant Kirkhope, who's a big composer, and David Wise. Dave Wise is one of my favourite composers. He did Diddy Kong Racing, and a bunch of other stuff. And you get Chris. Chris is the voice of the Great Mighty Pooh from Conker's Bad Fur Day. So they get him in. If you've not seen it, don't. I'm not condoning that you watch the Great Mighty Pooh, but he plays a singing Pooh in it because he's an opera singer. So they were like, let's use this and put a singing Pooh in it. But last year, or this year, just gone, we had somebody called Heather in, and Heather is one of the level designers for Tomb Raider 1 and 2. So she was like, oh, did you play Tomb Raider? I was like, yes, I did. It traumatized me. Did you know that? Did you know that I can't get in the sea anymore? Not just the sea, what Tomb Raider did to me, I can't even get in like a dark swimming pool. Like if swimming pool lights, dark water, I can't close my eyes in the shower. Like I don't like having baths in the dark. I'm terrified of dark water, basically. And it's Heather's fault. And she was so nice. She was like an adopted mother. She was so sweet the whole time. But when we were discussing it, she was going, oh yeah, sorry about that. I was like, that's fine. It's alright, Heather. What kind of childhood did you have if a piece of media didn't traumatize you in some way, shape or form? For me, it was Tomb Raider 2 and Watership Down were my two things. But everybody has one. Everybody has like a this was The Secret of Nim. The great owl in The Secret of Nim terrified me. I was frightened of owls for so long. I like owls now, but when I was a kid, I was terrified of owls. Terrified. Because of Don Bluth of all people. What a nice man. Don Bluth is such a nice man, but I was so angry at him. I was like, ugh, owls. Ugh, what a horrible bird. I love owls now. Yeah. Everybody has it. I'm not sure. Do you have one of those, Matt? Before I leave. Do you have your?
The only one I could think of off the top of my head was the piranha thing. It was just that. I mean, for the most part, nothing more than the usual range of arachnids and that sort of thing, to be honest.
Oh yeah.
Just not interested. Just no, get it off my screen. Ugh.
Ooh. Ew. Ooh. Absolutely not. No. Anything like that, I'm just. Yeah. 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 It was Watership Down for a while. I think it still is Watership Down because they did another one called Plague Dogs, which was the most upsetting thing I've ever seen in my entire life. And I watched it and I was like, cool, I'm now going to have to like sit down and watch 50 episodes of Bluey to be able to ever recover from this. I need to watch a happy dog. Yeah, I need a happy dog related thing. I'm just going to stick Bluey on. As a 33-year-old adult woman, I'm just going to watch Bluey. Because why not?
Why not?
Why not? You should watch whatever you want. Watch whatever you want.
Yep.
Bluey is cool. It's got good music. They're Australian, so automatically I love them. Even though I would never go to Australia because I'm frightened that literally every piece of wildlife in the country wants to try and eat you in some way. I have a friend from Australia that when they moved over to the UK, they moved over to be with their wife, and their wife's terrified of spiders, and he was like, oh. Easiest thing in the world, moving to the UK with spiders. It's easy. He was like, where are your killer sharks? Where are your killer snakes? Where are your killer spiders? Where are your cassowaries? Your killer birds? I was like, we've got seagulls. They're pretty gnarly. Seagulls can be a bit scary. We've not got cassowaries. And we've got like one killer snake. I don't know if it can kill you though. We've got the adder, who can give you a bit of a funny bite. But I think we've got some poisonous spiders. I'm not sure. I think we've got some. I don't like to think about it.
There's some poisonous things, but I don't think they're deadly poisonous. I think they give you a bad day poisonous.
Yeah, like that's gonna swell. That's gonna swell a bit.
Oh yeah, you're gonna feel it and you're gonna regret it, but I don't think
it's
it's
gonna be itchy.
Fatal.
Yeah, no, we live in a pretty tame country.
Oh yeah.
I mean seagulls. Seagulls are terrifying, especially
just avoid
if you've
chips
got chips
at the seaside. I was going to say.
It's
kind of an invitation
but other
for
than
harassment.
That, yeah. The seagulls are just, yeah. I like birds. I like all birds, but well, I'm a bit frightened of cassowaries. Again, Australia, I'd be going, oh, cassowaries are scary. That's a dinosaur, and I love dinosaurs. I don't want to stand next to a dinosaur though. I don't want to stand next to a velociraptor.
Admire them from afar.
Jurassic. Yeah. Utah Raptor is what the Jurassic Park velociraptors were based off. I'm not going to go into dinosaur. I'm not going to go into dinosaur territory. I will not stop. I will not shut up. But they're literally, they look like Spielberg's velociraptors or Crichton's velociraptors. They're terrifying, big terrifying birds. But they're very pretty. But I don't want to go near them. Okay, you can't see the YouTube chat, right, Matt? Can you not see the YouTube chat?
No. I'm gonna have to bring up a window of YouTube somewhere and have a look at that.
That's a good. Yeah, because the YouTube chat is chatting away. We've got somebody from Australia in the chat as well.
Oh, excellent.
A beautiful country, full of very scary animals. Very scary animals. Do you know what? If it was just the sharks and the snake, I like snakes. If it was just the sharks and the snakes, to the extent of big birds, I'd be fine. But not the spiders. Not the spiders. No.
I've seen pictures of huntsmen, and they can stay there, and I can stay here, and that's a good enough distance.
Yeah, like the sea. I'm not gonna. Do you know what, sharks? I'm not gonna. Oh, okay, you're not frightened of great whites? No, I'm not frightened of sharks because I'm not gonna go near the sharks.
Yep.
Okay. The sharks are going to stay there unless they turn into Sharknado. They're going to stay there, and I'm going to stay here, and we never have to cross paths, ever. Orcas, terrified of orcas. Never attacked humans, but I'm terrified of them. They can just stay there. I don't need to see. Sperm whales, they can kill you with noise, like their location, their echolocation. They can kill you with that. I don't want to go near that. I'm just going to stay on land. On land. In a train, or a plane. I don't particularly like being in a plane, but in a train, or a plane, or in my car, but not a boat. No.
Nope, definitely not.
No. Okay. I am going to go. So well done, Matt. So far, you've raised £3,210 and 12 pence. Your next guest is coming on at 10 to... God damn it, I closed the thing, but they're coming on at 10 to a time. Okay.
Big shout out to Bill 4DD for that donation as well. Sorry. Thank you, Bill.
Bill 4DD, thank you. And you know, don't miss me too much. I'll be back in like 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Not
Is it us
like
doing
2
the
weeks.
MBTA stream?
It is. It's me and you.
There you go.
Joke with me again. But this time I'm going to talk about Boston.
Yep.
I love Boston.
Can't
I know
get
lots
there
about
from here.
Boston because of Fallout. I know. I'd like to go to Boston because of Fallout, but now I know that there are
My wife's from
bright purple
Massachusetts.
trains.
In fact,
Really?
the scary thing of this route is it is my wife's local route.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's my wife's local route from when she grew up, so it's kind of like, you know, she's ready to judge.
Oh my gosh.
I think she used to live in Worcester area, and Natick Centre is where the big shopping centre is that she went to as a teenager. So, yeah, no, this
Did
is...
did they pronounce it Worcester in Boston?
Yeah. Worcester. Worcester. There's no R in it, it's Worcester.
Worcester.
Yeah.
Worcester. That's pretty good. I'm not gonna attempt to do the Boston accent. I'm gonna leave that again to Fallout 4.
You just have to every now and again say, you can't get there from here. That's what Bostonians say when you ask for directions. They say you can't get there from here.
You can't get there from here. No, that is a, I don't know what American accent that was, but it was not Boston. It was American Psycho. it was like uptown posh American accent. Typical. The only posh accent that I can do is American. Can't do that in an English accent. No. Okay. The YouTube chat. Behave yourselves until Matt comes back. No, wait. Behave yourselves, because Matt will see you misbehaving yourselves. Okay.
We have moderators
me
as well.
keeping
Big
an
thank
eye
you
on
to the
you.
moderators.
The moderators. I love our moderators. They're so good. They're good eggs, which is a compliment, by the way. It just turns out it's a northern compliment, a northern English compliment,
Eggs
but
are
it's
awesome,
a good thing.
you know.
Eggs are awesome, delicious, nutritious, and they go with literally everything. Like, you can make a cake out of eggs, or you can have something savoury with eggs. The perfect thing. Food item. I'm gonna go. Okay. Have a really good rest of the stream, Matt. You've only got a few hours to go, and then you can sleep. And I'm gonna go get some food. But big love, and well done for all of the fundraising.
Thank you. Thanks for coming on.
I've had a great time. I've mostly yapped, and I'm sorry about that.
No.
If
that's
you
really
ever
good.
need somebody talkative, just, you know where I am.
Awesome.
Okay,
Alright, well,
see you
thanks a lot.
later.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
That was great, wasn't it? Let me see if I can get a YouTube window open here. Until Restream sorts their act out. And there's me typing Ustream. That's great, so my brain works weirdly. Day 2. I now have chat, I believe. Maybe. If it comes up. Day 2. I now have chat. I should probably mute this though. There we go. Chat's still not come up. We'll press refresh on Restream and see if it wakes it up. That's my normal account, but it'll do. Right, okay. And I think we are nearly done with this marathon bit of quite slightly strange switching. I think we've just got to deposit these here. I think we might be done. Yep. What does it take for YouTube to show the chat? Show the chat. Somehow YouTube isn't showing the chat when I go to YouTube. Why would YouTube do that? Annoying. Oh, here we go. It's just appeared. Live chat. I gotcha. Right, I got YouTube chat up and running. Oh, we've got another donation in. GWR Phil, thank you very much for that donation. Much appreciated. I like the switching because it's a little bit, you know, just zen, back and forth. But this has been a bit long. What we got next? Bremen in a BR110. There you go. It's a little bit more of a pace. Hey Tim, how are you doing? Going a bit faster now, just 10 miles an hour is starting to do my head in a bit. I was expecting a scenario, I must admit, a service called Beverage Run. I was expecting to be more a run rather than sitting here switching, I've got to be honest. But I'll talk to the team about how they name their things. Calter storm later. Yeah, Calter's video is a BR612 German train on the Clinchfield American Railroad. It looks kind of cool actually. Sorted all of the tankers out and the hoppers out. Finished with platinum and many pointses. Wow, did all right on the points there. 20,000. That's good. Oh yeah, no, I got what we were doing. I was kind of hoping we were going to take the beverage cars. What I was looking for was a run where you could go up and down the line doing like a local pickup drop-off type thing, but I didn't find it. But no, I like shunting. I wanted to do a bit of freight as well because it's a fairly large chunk of what you do on San Bernardino rather than just focusing on the passenger. I am going to go for a quick comfort break though. I'll be back in a minute. Microphone is off, don't panic. Right, let's get ready, let's get ready to rumble. Yeah, you almost have to wait for the thunderstorm to go away, Tim, so that you can get a better, drier track on there. Right, let's have a quick watch of a video just to remind us all while we are here. Let's go with Colo again.
Hi, I'm Colo, and I have been helped by Special Effects since 2020.
What does your current setup look like, and how much does it cost?
The current adaptive gaming setup that I use involves a guitar pedal board with switches on it connected to either an Xbox adaptive controller or two PlayStation Access controllers, and then a traditional controller in my lap. And I play with both controllers working together as if they were one input. So this is what the foot controller part of my setup looks like. So all in all, the cost of my controller setup to be able to play games on PC, Xbox and PlayStation is in the region of about £500. I think it's also really important to say that it's not just about the cost of what I use right now. It's not just about the absolutely can't put a price on it advice and care from Special Effect, but it's also about the equipment that we kind of trialed along the way that I just wouldn't have been able to trial without Special Effect.
What does Special Effects support mean to you?
I am so grateful for the help that Special Effect provided to me. When I was first involved and first helped by Special Effect, I was honestly really lost. Gaming is my job and gaming is my escape, and at a time when I needed to escape more than ever and have something that I was able to do, I wasn't able to do it. And the impact not just on my ability to work and engage with my friends and be on a level playing field with other people, but also the impact on my mental health has been absolutely phenomenal.
How was Special Effect able to help you find the perfect setup?
So the equipment that Special Effect were able to provide to me on long-term loan helped me not only figure out what worked for me and then send back the things that didn't quite work for me so somebody else could use them, but also enabled me to have the time to get settled with something.
How much does Special Effects support cost, and how is it funded?
And the key thing is that this is entirely free. Special Effects services are entirely free for everybody seeking help. It's covered by incredible fundraising. It's covered by incredible supporters of the charity. So people don't have to face these barriers to do the things that they love to do.
That's better. Yeah, really important, as we know. So do keep those donations coming in, folks. We're going to be going until probably about midnight tonight, so we've got loads to do. We've got Bremen next. We've got the West Coast Main Line, Lioness Line, Peninsula Corridor, Calta, and then we've got Northern Transpennine to finish off with. So lots to do. Let's get going. Oh, it's really awkward having to look at two different chats. Come on, keep Restream sorted out. Right, so put that in, drop it forward. Desk light don't need, signal lights normal, master and instrument lights are on. Let's just cheat, get those all turned on, get that turned on, get the doors open. Anything on the back wall to worry about? Piece of beer on. They're all good. TS Southwestern, that is the whole weekend. That's the grand total over the whole weekend. That's the doors closed. Right, let's go. Why are my brakes not coming off? I guess the question then is, oh, here we go, brakes are off now. I don't know what I did differently, but I did it differently. Yeah, I did the brake key first, William. It might have been traction lockout or something, but it was showing tractive force down here, which is what's confusing me. Still on a 440. See, I defeated Restream Bot. No, it just killed itself, I think. Been gone for a while, to be honest. Do you think it's possible to show the red hand, remove the red hand on the gear in minimal HUD type, change it to show whatever gear you're in? Where are you seeing that, sorry, Max Wizard? PS5 HUD type. Is it do you mean the thing that comes up over in this section, which I've not got on here? That's the interlock indicator, which I've got turned off because it only works on some trains. Yeah, that's the interlock indicator, so it tells you whether or not the throttle is locked out. So if that light, in theory, if it works, when that light is on, that indicator is on, the throttle won't do anything. That's what that one means. We don't really have an indicator for gear, the same as we don't have any indicator for any of the controls on the mini HUD. The idea is on the mini HUD you should use whatever displays or in the cab for understanding what things are doing. I think we have gear shown on the normal HUD. So if you switch to normal HUD, there is the thing on the bottom right has got one of the things it includes is what gear you're in. I assume you mean, for example, for 101s or for the DMUs. Aaron, thank you for the donation, much appreciated. Yeah, in most cases gear is shown on the normal HUD, and there are various types of gear depending on the train. No, mini HUD doesn't show outputs. And the throttle interlock you can just turn off. If you go into escape, go into options, settings, is it accessibility, I think? Let me just double check. No. It is HUD and gameplay. We have minimal HUD traction lock. So you can just turn that off to hidden, and then you won't see it at all. Welcome back, EC. M2. Tim, do trains like the you know, like on the 363, you've got high and low gear. Do they show that? That was the ones I was concerned about whether or not they show it or not. It's whether or not the. Oh, it just takes forever to release the brakes, by the looks of it. Whoops. A little bit excitable on the old throttle there. Oh, they do. Okay, cool. What next? Heidekrug at 7.4 kilometers. I know the 101 does. I couldn't remember whether the other ones do, the high-low gear. Because I think the 218's got that as well, hasn't it? I do like this kind of old school traction. Welcome back, Baked Bean Kids. What are the fireworks in Adolf, Jack? So people are happy they've had dinner. I've had a couple of quick comfort breaks and I'm having dinner at the minute. Matt Hardy, thank you for the donation, much appreciated. Did you skillfully miss the 1.5 hour of switching then, Baked Bean Kid? Dang it. Realised I'm stopping here. Fortunately this thing has got anchors for brakes. Wow, brakes on this thing are insane. Yeah, we're redoing the whole Sonic switching thing again, Ed. It was so good. Looks pretty low to me, Ed. We're off. Spartan, is there a way we can get a chance to save weather settings or show percentages of them? Possibly. I can have a look at certainly showing the percentages of them. I did have an idea quite a long time ago about having it to where you could make weather patterns, i.e. things that change from pattern shape to like weather style to weather style to weather style, and then make that something that you can then apply to a scenario, plan a scenario of what you're doing in free roam, and then share the weather patterns themselves on Creators Club. But it hasn't gone anywhere so far. I've got an outline design for it. Beastie Bill, are you doing any tutorials? because I think the tutorials turn them on and then forget to turn them back off again. Oh, thank you, Kakarot. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Two and a half to Delmenhorst. Yeah, the link between YouTube and Twitch has gone kaput. I've tried to reset it up, but it's not working. So it must be restreaming themselves that have got a problem. I'm trying to keep an eye on chat and what I'm doing, so I'm not expecting much. One chat's bad enough. Two chats is a nightmare. I say, is Squirrel not busy driving trucks? Oh no, he's flying planes by the looks of it. Off to Heukenkamp. Oh, Urban Fox, thank you for the donation. Rounding us up nicely to a nice and even £3,250 and 1 penny. Thank you very much. Yeah, 325. No, very good. Apologies for the trigger. No. It's all good fun. Laser Claw, any plans to add Class 221 Voyager to West Coast Main Line? Nothing to share, but I don't really, even if we had something, I couldn't tell you. Snails, thank you for the donation, much appreciated. 3258, edging ever closer to 3300 and 3500. I think we've seen all the special effect videos now, Baby and Kid. I think. I really need to do a better job of tracking which ones I've played and which ones I haven't. Sherrock is next. No release date yet for TSW VR New York. No, Alan. Hopefully at some point, not too distant future, that'll be announced. Can someone try tweeting Restream and see where and see, do it at them and see whether or not do you know your YouTube bot is down? I wonder whether that might evoke a response. How's the Mrs. New career coming along? So she finished her course, passed, and she's been getting, you know, more and more work coming up. She's done several gigs now, so we're building up a lot of confidence in terms of, you know, knowing that she can do it. You know, it doesn't matter what equipment the venue throws at her, she can sort it out and make it all do what she needs to. Getting really good feedback from the musicians, the people who run the gigs, promoters as well. So yeah, having a good time. Well, we've got no power. There we go. One of the decks, Sarita, the one that she learned how to use, is just this absolute sea of thousands of buttons, switches and sliders, and it's got a touch screen just because it hasn't apparently got enough inputs. Epic thing. Yeah, Mothman, this is the BR110 on Bremen Oldenburg. The Kolsberg is next. Hey Amada, how are you doing? Below 85 now. Have I ever played RuneScape? No, I haven't, Amada. I haven't. Hertz. Must be a pinch point coming up ahead then. Got the light now. Wait for brakes, off we go. Oh, I forgot about the 500 hertz. Twit. brakes to come off. And then I jumped it. Here we go. Still in 500 hertz, Matt. Behave yourself. 25 limit. 20 limit. Huda. Oh, I see. I see. That's where we're going. Good, good. I've hurt its feelings lots of times. I plan on hurting its feelings more. Oh, don't forget to keep those donations coming in, folks. It's for Special Effect, really good cause. Special Effect are there helping everybody be able to play games. Also helping developers make games that everyone can play. See you later, Matthew Bateman. Thanks for joining. Where's my phone gone? Oh, no, there it is. When I was watching rockets earlier on. How cool was that, though? Catching the Starship booster. Right, what was I looking for on here? I don't even remember. Why did I pick my phone up? Can't have been important. Busting. The bigger HUD indicator for warning alarms. Oh, not yet. No, Ed, actually, it's something I need to get looked into. That's 8 kilometres, good. We've got some time to build up a bit of speed. On the public editor of the Include Access Limited Track and Trees, you can access everything in the game. Everything in the game via the public editor. Maybe you should get in touch with Special Effect Mothman. Sounds like your skill set that they might be interested in talking to. Almost certainly. Let me know if you want an intro. Where are we? 2.8 kilometers. Hey Plague, Dr. Wario, how are you? I might get myself another latte after this scenario, actually, bad guy. That is a top idea. This is a BR110 Warrior, and I'm on the Bremen Oldenburg route. Oldenburg is next. Last station. Go over the lifting bridge. I don't understand how other countries haven't come up with this baked bean kid, because honestly, tea's too wet without it. You know? Right, we are on our way, Oldenburg. I guess we'll get signalled over that bridge shortly. Jacob, of course you can. Limit coming up. Rather weirdly placed 160 and a 40. Probably should ignore the 160, right? You are keeping me up, baked bean kid. Thank you for asking. Stretch my legs and have a cup of coffee, I think, after I've done this. It might be time to raise the desk and stand up for a bit as well. Might do that as well. Marty Van Dam, thank you for the donation, much appreciated. Going over the lifty bridge. Any sign of a boat? Nope. Yellow, yellow, expect red. I mean, that's basically a new product, Jacob, doing that. But I'd like to do more with it, and we've talked about doing more with it, but we don't have the RRX license to do it in modern days, which I kind of would want to do. So that one's with the licensing team at the moment. I like the variety of trains you've got in here as you come in. There you go, you've got the G6 over there on the left, the green one. Got MRC 185.5, got Presnistobahn 155, got the main Autobahn 642, so 363s over there on the right hand side on the distance. BR 101 within city. No, this route doesn't come with deluxe. Oh no, does Bremen come with deluxe edition? It might do actually. Oh no, special edition maybe, not deluxe edition. I can't remember what's in special edition, but not deluxe edition. That's the 3 core routes plus the 2 loco packs plus go and pass. Daz, thank you very much for that donation. £16 now, £16 and some change away from 3,300. Brilliant. Nice. Right, okay. I'm going to have a quick stop, stretch my legs and get my coffee. And then we'll carry on. We've got Lioness line next. Brevin is in the special pack, is it, Liam? Thank you. Right, let me just go and get a coffee. Back in a moment. Hello, I'm back. Let me just put the microphone back on. Right. Still got lots of battery on the microphone. Goody good. Right, okay, so we are Lioness line next. What are we doing? I can't remember what year Hauptstrecke Rheinroll was set in. It's back in the past a bit. It's not modern. Because obviously it's DB. It's not all the private operators. Alright, West Coast Main Line. 710. And let's go into Euston this time. Or should we go out of Euston? No, let's go into Euston. London, Euston, Watford. Watford to London, Euston. 7:13. That one will do. Not quite what I had written down, but you know what? I'm allowed to ad lib. It's all good. Right, key in, put it into forwards. No, forwards. Excellent. Safety systems on. Doors open. Headlights day. Tail lights auto. Cool. Good enough for me. Mothman, thank you for that donation, much appreciated. Rounding us up to a very, very nice £3,300. £3,300. That's amazing. Now, who is going to be running donating the £33 to get us to £3,333 and probably 33 pence? This is the question. 2 of the digits are done. 4 more digits to do. How long ago did I start this service? I just started it. Just now. Hey Paul Wilson, how are you? I think we're officially in the evening shift now. Is the London Overground worth it? I mean, you get if you've got West Coast Main Line, then if you buy London Overground, you get the Lioness line, which is on this to drive, and you've got the Goblin line to drive. So I think for me it makes sense. And actually, I like the London Overground train on the West Coast Main Line probably more than even the Goblin line, because you've got all the other background traffic on the West Coast Main Line. But the Goblin line I still enjoy. Hey Super Chris. Anything's possible, Jacob plays, without making any kind of promises. Right, on our way to Watford High Street. It's a nice, easy train to drive, actually, Eloquent. It's pretty responsive. Do you mean on the Bakerloo line route, Liam? Nothing's been changed there yet. I just looked actually, and it doesn't look like it does. I have to take it up with the team. When I press the appropriate key, nothing happens. It's got a button, but it's not set up. Don't really need it, to be honest. All the routes are pretty flat, but it still should have been there. Connor Jackson, can't wait for the ATS Manchester commuter route. It's finally a decent set of real speed times with a real font, yeah. I don't know why that's eluded our team for so long. Yeah, fire away with the questions, Eloquent. Fire away. How do you mean, who creates it, Dwario? It was our team that created the model for the game, and Sir Nigel Gresley's team that created the real one. Anonymous, there you go. Thank you very much to whoever is anonymous. You know who you are. Thank you very much. Rounding us up to £3,333 and 33 pence. Thank you very much. Well, for the most part, the overground. Do you mean this route, the Lioness line? Most of it is along the West Coast Main Line. It's just this little bit that diverges away. The rest of it is on the West Coast Main Line until eventually it comes into to Euston platforms down here somewhere. So it's, by and large, it's all on the West Coast Main Line. It's just tracks over here on the side. It is quite fun to use the to drive on the Bakerloo line tracks, though. Yeah, it's got quite punchy acceleration, hasn't it, compared to the third rail? The Overground DLC Goblin line is over to between it goes via God, I can't remember now. Barking on the eastern end. Yeah, Barking line. Gospel Oak Barking line. That's what Goblin stands for. It crosses the East Coast main line. You can see you go under the East Coast main line, if I remember rightly. No idea, Jacob, at this point. No plans for it. Hey, Ethan, plane train spotter. Whereabouts in East London, Eriquent? If I remember rightly, Goblin line passes the likes of Leytonstone, Leyton High Road, where I used to live, which is all East London. OG, difficult to recommend a DLC without knowing what you're used to, what you like, what you've got. Oh, your family's from Bethnal Green. So that one was on the Great Eastern Main Line, or the West Anglia Main Line, because it branches off at Western. The branch for West Anglia Main Line is at Bethnal Green. Used to go past Bethnal Green all the time. There isn't actually a stop for Bethnal. There maybe used to be on the Great Eastern Main Line, but it goes right past it. Sierra Oscar 95, thank you very much for the donation, much appreciated. But yeah, probably Gospel Oak, the closest you're getting there is the likes of Leytonstone, Leyton High Road, and Barking and that kind of area is in roughly the similar vicinity, I guess. It's further out. Is it further out? God, my geography's not working. No, it's further in. It's further in. How did the team get the tilting tick from the Pendolinos in TSW? Lots of analysis of looking how it works, figuring out how the animations would work, and then the art and animation team would set that side of it up, and then the setup team would then wire it all into what the train is doing at that point. We've done tilting before, and it was really just wiring in the different animations into it, because there's quite a lot going on animation-wise, where the top has to animate as well as the bottom, or the body. You got Deluxe Edition and then you got the Suffragette line. What sort of things do you like driving then, Oggy? You say, are there any good routes? I'm bound to say there are lots and lots and lots of good routes, but that's not necessarily going to help you. That's good, Dr. Warrior. Yeah, the Pendolino is proving a favourite for definite sure. And it was one of the #1 requested trains, so I guess that tracks. 40. Overtaken by a commuter train. For shame. So in terms of experiences in the game, Oggy, you've got where routes like Suffragette Line, where you're kind of stop start doing passenger trains in sort of dense commuter. You've got high speed express, where you don't really stop very often, but you go really fast over a longer distance. You've got freight trains like in America, or where you're doing switching or so forth. Steam engine routes, there's 2 of those. There's obviously, you know, for whatever type you want, there's something for it in almost every country that's in the game. So it's like thinking about it in that sort of perspective. What sort of gameplay, from what you've looked at the moment, what's the sort of gameplay that you like? Harrow and Wheelstone. Stop start. So, I mean, if you're enjoying the West Coast Main Line and you're liking driving the 1972 stop, one option is to buy the actual Bakerloo line and get the full route. That's quite fun. I quite enjoy that because there's quite a lot underground that you don't get in West Coast Main Line. One that's a really nice mix and a personal favourite is Southeastern High Speed, because you get the super high speed trains, but then once they switch over at Ebbsfleet, they do a power changeover, and then you can do stop start then between Ebbsfleet and Faversham, which is a lot of stations. It also then, if you like the high speed stuff, it will let you do the express run down HS1 to Ashford as well, which is effectively a second route. So there's quite a lot going on there. There's also dedicated commuter trains that go on that run as well, like the Electrostar. A full-on commuter route would be something like London-Brighton. Again, I'm assuming British interest. If you've got an interest in other countries, shout. What else? Yeah, London-Brighton's got a nice variety of things, about 55 miles long. All commuter stuff, but there's some of the commuter trains that you drive express. So Gatwick Express is done high speed. So again, there's a reasonable mix there. There's nothing waiting in the loop, or in the turnback rather. What platform are you on, Oggy? I should mention that as well, because some routes work better on certain platforms. I mean, everything's fine on PC, but... That's a good point, JP. Midland Main Line's got a good mix of stuff. Yeah, you've got the 158 and the HST. what would probably be a good idea, Olgie, go onto the in-game store. Oh, there we go. Look, you're saying, is the Glossop line good? I like the Glossop line. It's not particularly long. It's about 20 miles, about 12 stations. But you can sort of do it in one sitting, and then you can get in, turn around, and go the other way. You know, it's I quite enjoy that. It's not everyone's cup of tea, because some people feel it's a bit on the short side, but it's a similar length to the Goblin line. The 323 is quite fun to drive. And if you like the 323 on Glossop, there's also the Birmingham Cross City line, which is a 323 as well, just in different colour, and that goes through Birmingham. On the HUD, what does the orange bar and the speed display represent? I realise the blue bar is acceleration. The orange bar seems to show at times is coasting braking. Which bar do you mean? Sorry, Matt Hardy. Do you mean the one that's the barber shop bowl bar that's in the middle? Oh, sorry, up next to the times? Oh, you're on PS5, oh, and yeah, in that case everything will work well on that. Cathcart's another good shout, actually. Yeah, Cathcart's another good shout. Nice one, Liam. Blackpool's not a long route. It's more a sort of a networky type route with branch lines going in different places. That one is diesel locomotives. The 47. It's the Pacer, which is quite fun to drive. I was driving it earlier on. Frankie, thank you for the donation, much appreciated. Sorry, I just saw that. We're off to South Kenton. Ah, I see what you mean, the orange bar. So, when it's effectively blue when it's going up and it's orange when it's going down, or brown when it's going down. So you mean the accelerometer here, there. So if I'm accelerating, it shows me how much I'm accelerating in blue. If I cut power, it goes away. And if I want to slow down, then that is now showing me how much I'm slowing down by. No, Bakerloo line. No, I'm actually driving on the part of the Bakerloo line at the moment. So on the West Coast Main Line, you get the surface part of the Bakerloo line, which runs to Queen's Park, and then the line goes underground into via Paddington to Elephant and Castle. There's quite a lot underground, but it's about half and half, to be honest. Half the route is overground, half the route is underground. On your question on the 380, Eloquent, I think part of the thing is, remember the 380 was originally designed for the Glasgow Airport Rail Link, which never happened. So there's a little bit of finding a home for all these trains they bought. No, I'm not doing Cathcart today. No, the Manchester Airport route isn't a particularly long route. I can't remember what it is though. They did say in the article. Like any developer, they wanted to start something manageable as a first project and learn the tools, learn the rope again, learn the hang of how it all works before you then embark on a big project. Rob says something like 35 miles of track in total across 2 lines from Manchester to Piccadilly. There you go. There's no slouch, that's for sure. I'm looking forward to seeing it. Where's the best place to learn about TSW? So one place you can look at is our forums, Oggy. The other thing you can do is go to live.dovetailgames.com. There's a bunch of articles there. There's tons and tons to read. But ask the chat, ask other people on this chat about any questions you've got. All questions are good. No, Sweet is not doing VO for Boston. It'll be done by Fakery again. Cross under the West Coast Main Line now. Oh, that's neat. Train over the top as we go under. Yeah, we went to visit the depot where the Pendolinos are as well, FSX Simmer. Spoke to a lot of people there. They talked the team through a bunch of stuff, showed some stuff off. We have got someone working on a new timetable, John, yeah. No idea when that'll be finished. It's not a small job. Do you still program by yourself on TSW? I don't really do programming anymore now. Oh, the content creators livery Amaze Taste. Yeah, it's where some liveries, what I need is some examples I can reproduce of what's causing that. So if you can send me an example of a situation like, you know, what livery you've got installed, how you make it reproduce that happen. If I can get the engineers to reproduce that issue, happy days. Harlesden. West Coast Main Line is now over on the right. Yeah, I've got AWS on. Is it worth trying to make a scenario planner scenario Amaze Taste that's sort of reproducible with specific liveries and see whether that works or not? My gut feeling is it's something about the livery is taking too much time to load, and so the model hasn't finished loading yet, essentially. And it may not be the livery, it may just be like it's a victim of something else that's taking too long, I don't know. Aeroquid, yeah, I've been using. I other than my bacon rolls this morning, I these days I drink a lot of this Y food, yeah, which is meal replacement. Basically, I usually skip breakfast because I can't be bothered, and I make very bad decisions for lunch. So Y food solves both of those problems for me, and then I have a normal dinner. This weekend I haven't been. This weekend I've been having just Y food because it's easier, but I am going to have a something to eat after the stream, but I'm not hungry, to be honest, which is why I like it. No, I'm all good. Trust me, I wouldn't go hungry. That would not happen. East Coastway, Brighton, Eastbourne and Seaford. Yeah, that's a good route. That's a little short one. It's quite highly regarded, I think. It's not massively busy in AI traffic. But the Electrostar's nice and easy to drive. You're having a TV dinner, are you, Paul? Nice. I'll wait until it's time to go. Kensal Green. Yeah, Ollie's been adding quite a lot of different little character animations and behaviours and so forth. It's really cool stuff. Oh, I'm going to stand up for a bit. Really quiet. I'm going to turn it up. So London Commuter has probably the most traffic of any route in the game. Cathcart these days is very busy. Oh, is it too loud? Okay. 350 running up there. Dresden Riesa, if you haven't got that one, Oggy, is pretty good for traffic. There's tons of trains. I think there's like 5 or 6 trains that come actually in the pack itself, and the route, the timetable is epically busy. So that one comes pretty much loaded to the gunnels out the box. Queen's Park, at which point we would depart the Bakerloo line. Dresden Riesa, or Nahverke Dresden it's called in the store. It's like it's a whole different language, Araquin. Everest, I'm on the overground section, yeah. Oh, was that your last one that went in there now? The anonymous there, Dowler. Thanks, Dowler. 3380. Awesome. Thanks, folks. No, Twitch mods are people I've known for a long time, generally. Or people that have spoken to Alex and Alex has approved them. Is it Nigel? Yeah, Nigel, thank you for the donation, much appreciated. 33.90. If it's something you're interested in, Aeroquent, I would suggest dropping Alex a DM on the forums. That's the one, Oggy. I could have swore I put AWS on. Why is it binging? Oh, neat, Rob. Yeah, this is the London Overground train. Opened both doors, didn't I? Right, 2.1 now into Euston.
TPWS operational.
Okay, so it was on. Because I had to turn it off and on again. Oh, of course, now the it's probably in TPWS timeout. Never mess. Never mess.
TPWS operational.
Busted it. Log fault. I need to put in log a fault because it's broken.
TPWS
It keeps
operational.
switching it off and on again. Well, the audio vanished there for a minute. Wonder if it banged out the. So we are. There's no main circuit breaker button by the looks of it. Oh, I missed brake gauges. Where's the power gone from this? Oh, well and truly busted this. What's it doing? I'm curious. Oh, we got main air pressure. No, that's the main res. I want to know what the brake systems are doing, you stupid train. Driving panel? No, that's not going to give me brakes. Station panel. Control panel, main menu. PIS. CCTV. Power and brake. That's nothing useful. Implement automatic trains that are just trying to do everything for you. Switch to overcode, which isn't going to work for obvious reasons. Pan up, which isn't going to work for obvious reasons. Pan down. Switch to DC. Shoes down. It reckons the power's there, so I'm going to come across. Yeah, try the reset physics. We got there. Never mess with the settings, yeah? Just yeah, it went wrong when I messed with AWS. Something was clearly wrong though, because I turned AWS on and it wasn't doing anything. GWR Phil, thank you for rounding us up. Now 3,400. Good shout on the old red, but I imagine this TPWS is going to bang me out. Bang myself out. I'm not going to stop otherwise. It was a bit close. One in that way, and that gives us the light. Oh, is it reset my physics to be what am I on? Third rail. Oh, here we go. By all means come in at 25, but you better be doing 12 by the time you hit that TPWS. Oh, right. Got the Peninsula Corridor. Calta, what does your schedule look like? What's your end stops? Because we can either do your bit now, and I can do Peninsula Corridor after, or I can do your bit. Do Peninsula Corridor now as planned, which is 1 hour 24 minutes, and then do yours. What would you prefer? It's up to you. Oh, do that there. Woo, look at that. Nice. Do your video now. Excellent. Okay, in which case, join me on Discord. I'm going to pretty much lose access to YouTube chat again because with 4 monitors, believe it or not, I don't have enough to do all of this. Right, are you there?
Hey ho, yes I'm here, I can hear.
Excellent. Right, let me share my screen so that you can see what's going on this stream real time instead of waiting for it to be 10 minutes behind on YouTube. Cool. Right, well, welcome to the stream. Do you want to just introduce yourself?
Well, I mean, hi. I'm one of the moderators, and I was asked if I just want to do like quick video for the stream, so I decided, yeah, sure, why not? And that's about it, really.
Nice. Okay. Let me find where I've got your video. Oh, it's under the twin thing again. I turned that off, and what I'll do is put that one on.
Oh yeah, I've gotten a video, so I don't think there's any point in trying to show me.
It's probably easier this way, yeah. Right, okay, let's go with hopefully that. Does nothing at all. Excellent. It's a good start. Why not? Let me put it on Studio Mode real quick. It's like, why on earth would I bother prepping this stuff if it's just going to ignore me and go wrong anyway? Turn that off. Apologies, folks. Let me just figure this out. What's going wrong here? So there's the video. That's there. But it's like all of a sudden.
It's not the video that's broken, is it?
It was working. I literally have all this set up.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no, I set all this up and it was working. This is part of why I'm a little bit bemused, marginally frustrated, is that, yeah, this was all working prior to... There it is, 2024, right, there it is, there. That one. And yet now all of a sudden it won't play it. Oh, I know why. No, I don't know why.
Well, I was gonna say this. Oh yeah, this looks like something. Maybe you wanna skip the first 5 minutes so you don't spoil the stupid stuff.
Yeah, it's 6 minutes there.
Ah, perfect.
I had a look at it and I had it all lined up, ready to just go, and it was just like, never. There we go, folks. Right, okay, I don't know if we're getting sound. Looks like we're getting sound, but I'm not getting sound. I know why that is, because I need to... You're probably not getting sound on the stream either. Just switch over that to me. We have sound. Hopefully everybody's getting sound. I can go and turn the video down, or not. Right, that's better. I'll manage the audio as it go. Talk us through it. What's the vision here?
The vision is to just have fun. Like, I took realism and threw it out the window. I just went for, I want to do stupid stuff, so I did stupid stuff. We're driving, as you may have guessed, Class 612, because it's awesome. And you're driving in Clinchfield because, why wouldn't we? So that's about it.
I'm not going to disagree, you know? I'm not going to disagree. It's, and not only that, you know, as we'll find as we go along the route, the 612 is a tilty train. This is a tilty route.
That's exactly the reason why I figured I'd do this. Because, you know, I like Clinchfield a lot. I think it's awesome route, but at the same time I think it's a bit slow and I usually prefer faster going routes. So Clinchfield, I always want to drive it, but I never do because it's a bit of a slow route and I have more fun with faster routes. So I thought, well, let's make it a fast route and just don't care about the speed limit. So yeah, realism was of no bother at all for me. I just decided I want to do this, so I did that.
No, it's cool. It's cool. It's a really neat idea.
I also threw some stupid contests along the route because, again, why wouldn't I?
If you're going to have
just
fun,
because
you know, you should just have fun, shouldn't you, really?
Yes. Like, I think you can play the game both ways. But at some point, like, no, there are times where I play, like, kind of realistic, so with PZB, without even because it annoys me, but where I try to play realistic and care about the stuff, and there are times where I just don't care at all, and I say, well, let's drive a SD40 up the Tarandaramba because why not? And there are times where I say, let's drive 612 in Clinchfield because I want. So,
no,
yeah.
It's very good. I mean, it's good to empower people to just realise that, you know what, at the end of the day, it's your game, and if you're having fun, then you're doing it right. You know, it kind of the rules that you want to impose are up to you. And if sometimes the game that you're what you want to do is run a German train in an American route, go for it. You know, if that's what's going to be fun, then do it. And what you'll do is you actually sometimes, as you'll find out with this, you find out some really fun combinations. Like, you know, because of the extreme turns on this route, the 612 really rides into them, and it is quite a fun journey. And it's a way to enjoy the trains and the routes in other ways than you normally would, kind of reinvigorate them a little bit. LD Enable, thank you very much for the donation, much appreciated.
I think the 612 is quite a cool train, but I think it gets way too little use on Dresden Chemnitz. So I want to drive this train because I think it's quite cool. I've driven in real life, and you do notice it really. It's quite a lot actually, and so I wanted more of it. so I did just that. I had to lead a couple of trains which were in my way, and were trying to hold me up, and well, I'm not going to spoil anything really, but let's just say I've had some disagreements with the dispatcher.
I'm just moving the camera over to the OBS screen so that I'm not looking off to one side. Yeah, the 612 is nice, Araquan. It's on the Dresden Chemnitz route. Sorry, carry on, Carl.
Yeah, I did 2 trail runs with this one. One went quite successful, and the first trail run I just straight up crashed into another train, like 1 kilometer after the start line, because my switch is wrong. Yeah, so I did learn from my previous trail runs, and actually everyone is different, because in the first trail run I managed to get ahead of a train, which I had to lead in this case because it was ahead of me. And I was so annoyed by that I just nuked it.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Odin Moore, this is a BR612, and it comes with the Dresden Chemnitz route, Torrent the Rampa. It's a DMU, but it's a tilting DMU. It's quite good. It's really good fun, and it's good fun on its home route. But as you can see, it's going to be enjoyable on other routes as well.
I've also had my fair attempts at some couple, let's call it interesting camera angles. I don't know how much you've watched through the video, Matt, but I've had loads of different perspectives in there, which I think some were really interesting. I'm looking forward to those.
Yeah. Andy, I did watch the SpaceX launch. I actually co-streamed some of it, the catch and the final landing of the Starship, because I didn't want to wait. I've been too excited. So yeah, the catch was epic. So yeah, very good, very good. Tom Kennedy, TSW4 shirt while wearing TSW5 or playing TSW5. I know, but the TSW5 shirt is in the wash. So is the special effect shirt now. So yeah, I have got a second TSW5 shirt, but it's in the office. So you know exactly where it's not useful to me. So I need to go and get that and bring it home. But you know what? It's all good. It's all good. What route is this, Armadar? This is Clinchfield Railroad, 1980s America. And yes, this is a German train.
You may want to point out that this combination is not like this with the map.
No, this is not a out of the box combination. This is definitely not how it looks in real life. Kind of got the train. I don't want to make the train too quiet, but I am turning it down a little bit. The exterior is really loud on this, isn't it? Was there anything in particular that inspired you to do this combination, or was it just literally the curves on the route?
No, it was just like, at first, well, tilting trains are cool. Let's just make that effect. So then I thought, yeah, I could do the ICET on Frankfurt Fulda, but then I thought, okay, there's a 20 route, everyone's seen this. But I want to do some stupid stuff, like, I don't just want to do a standard run. I want to do something a bit more stupid. By the way, that's the point where I stopped caring about the speed limit and just went for it. And that's when I thought, yeah, I want to drive this train, and I want to make a tilt. I want it to be stupid, but also fun, so that's when I just thought about which route could work. I've also had a 612 and Linger Einsteiger at some point. That was great as well. but I thought I could go even stupider. And that's when I ended up with this combination. It's really just because I want to. Yeah, and as you can see, I kind of figured out going about twice the speed limit is like a very good limit for tilting. If you just go to speed limit, nothing happens, but going twice, that's where the fun begins.
Yeah, you need to get up because most trains have got a speed limit or minimum below which the tilt doesn't activate, because otherwise you kind of, there's no point tilting if no one's, you know, feeling the G-forces. Here we go. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
tilt going now. And also, if you run this route at line speed, you'll be here about 3 hours.
That's true. Especially going uphill with like F7s. They're not fast. Not with wagons on them.
No, exactly. Well, my remaster, I've actually got the SD40 now, showing with banking comp working, so you can actually get these trains up the hills a bit more rapidly now, rather than relying on just the power on the front of the train, which is often not enough.
Oh, that's why I sometimes couldn't make it up to.
Oh yeah, no. If you've got SD40, with SD40 trains, none of the trains at the back are doing anything because there's no banking comp in the SD40s. And in reality, there is in the game there is. It's just there was a small bug that I found that meant that it didn't do anything. So I fixed that, and now my trains power up the hill, no problem at all.
I like suffering F7s. I don't want them to get up the hill.
There you go and turn them off then.
Fair enough.
What sort of content do you normally play?
All sorts of stuff really. I think I've got about 2/3 to 3/4 of the whole catalog. Mostly German stuff, because it just is my kind of favorite, but right now very much what's the new American route called?
The what, sorry?
The new American route?
The one that's about to come out is the Boston one.
No, the one with Trains 115.
Oh, San Bernardino.
Yes, that one. Currently, I'm kind of stuck in this one and playing this a bit. I've also driven the AZET, of course the Vectron, because why wouldn't you? It's a brilliant logo. I'd like to drive the Peddlesden more, but this thing just sends me straight to sleep. Like, the running zones are just so relaxing. I just fall asleep.
It is very soft.
But yeah, I quite like to go back to the older routes and play them, because they're still very much fun. Also, when arriving at the first stupid stuff I placed along the line.
The ICE3D.
No, it's the AZE.
The BR6.
This one I call the AZE.
06?
I call it the AZE2 because it's 2 ICEs.
ICE2.
At first I was trying to make it an ICE2 by averaging an ICE1 and ICE3, but the formation designer didn't allow my stupidity, so I had to come up with something different. So I thought, yeah, ICE2 is just 2 things coming together and that's it. This thing can't actually drive because it's got a pantograph. So you always have to put it along.
Yeah.
Tried adding it to 18, but this wouldn't work as well because of different couplings, and then it just gave up. But yeah, one of the routes I've also played like kinda on and off is Hauptstrecke Rhein-Ruhr. Just because it's quite a short route, but it's very active to drive. You always have to pay attention to what's going on.
Yeah.
I like this quite a lot.
No, I quite like Hauptstrecke.
Yeah, and of course always custom Würzburg because I like the AZ1 so much. I think it's still the best of the AZs.
That's cool. That's cool. I'm enjoying this actually. It's quite interesting to see it from a different and rather more rapid perspective.
Absolutely, I've had my fun too. I was just happy that I've managed to find a time slot where I could go through the route without having to care about too much trains. My first attempt was just, yeah, let's have a look at this and just see if it works. Surprisingly, it did. So I just decided to stick to this time frame. But yeah, you can see the tilt very well and quite a lot of it.
So is this free roam, or is this timetable with some trains added to it?
No, it is a timetable.
Wow. Okay, so there's other trains running around as well.
No, I've deleted them all.
Oh, you deleted them all. All right, fair enough, fair enough.
I think I had to delete about 1 or 2 trains, one that's tried to get ahead of me. And of course that doesn't fly. And I think one where I arrived was my way, so let's just say you'll see. You'll see what happened with the second train. But yeah, I first started in the free room and then thought, where are the trains? Oh wait, it's me, I'm stupid. No, I want trains. And then I just see what worked. Found that 10 o'clock in the morning worked quite well, and just took it.
That's really cool.
I always find it quite amazing just how much this train actually tilts.
It does, doesn't it?
I think you said at some point, if I remember correctly, it's like 12 degrees, which doesn't sound like a lot, but you do see it, and if you're inside this thing, you actually feel it.
Yeah, no, it's got quite a fierce tilt. It's more than the Pendolino, if I remember right. The Pendolino, I think, tilts a bit less than this.
Yeah, I think so. It always looked a bit more sane.
Well, I think there's a lot of the what you see in the way of tilt on a Pendolino is actually coming from the super elevated track. There's some quite fiercely super elevated track on the West Coast main line. So obviously the tilt is in addition to the super elevation on the track. So the combination makes it look quite severe when you see some of the photographs of the Pendolino tilting. But actually, it's, like I said, it's a combination of the two things. See you later, Quent.
Clinch doesn't have super elevated train, does it?
Sorry?
Clinchfield doesn't use elevated tracks, it's only the train doing the tilting. Is it?
Clinchfield doesn't what, sorry?
Doesn't feature elevated rails or tracks.
No, I don't think it does have super elevated rails. I mean, it's a 1980s route, and the trains run about 20 miles an hour.
Yeah.
If there is any super elevation, it's very, very gentle.
Well, I took care of that.
Joe Keffel, thank you for the donation. Not too far now from 3,500. That'd be a really good target to hit for the end of the stream, folks. If there's anyone else who's got anything they can dig deep for, I think if we can get to 3,500, that would be a splendid goal. Look at this thing go.
Yeah, that's where we noticed just how much this thing actually builds.
So where did you start with train simulation, Kalta? What are you? Did you start in TSW? It is Classic, some other simulator?
Oh, I started in Trains and Classic, not knowing what I did actually. I don't know. One of my first routes was, I forgot. Probably somewhere around Köln. At some point in time, I managed to figure out how to turn an AFB. Don't know how I figured it out, but I did somehow though. And very quickly switched into Trains and World once it released. Was quite excited when I think the third route was Rapid Transit, which is a route very local to me. So I was quite excited for that one. And yeah, I never really turned back, to be honest.
Yeah, I must admit.
Because
I'm pretty much the same, even though, I mean, obviously I'm biased because I work on TSW, but once I just got used to the way TSW works, the gameplay style, the fact that I could get up and walk around. I always found other simulators left me wanting because I kind of wanted to get up and walk around.
Yeah, same. I'm also a sucker for graphics. I always thought Trains Classic looked updated, and as soon as I figured out it's Unreal Engine, I was like, yeah, I'm staying. I like this more. Plus, for me it just felt like, a lot, don't know, more intuitive. Just felt better with Trains World. And yeah, as soon as the DLC started showing up a bit more, that really looked back. Of course, also I enjoyed the timetable feature quite a lot, where you don't need make your own scenarios and that sort of stuff. Instead, you just jump in and go like, I want this, and then you've got like 24 hours of exactly that, which was a big bonus for me.
Yeah, service mode is really good.
Also, I think you're coming up to the next surprise within this corner. Hope I'm right.
Oh, Dostos.
Yes, I am. Well, not exactly.
It's come some kind of a weird, sort of strange twin decks.
I mean, Thomas Dog already kinda has no front and back, so I thought, yeah, let's make this train have no back and only front, and put the logo in the middle. I don't know if this actually works, I've never tried it, but I mean, why shouldn't it?
I'd hate to think.
I may have to try out today or tomorrow. Let's see how stupid you can get before the game just says, yo, that's it.
So those of you that are watching, what are the wacky things that you've been doing? The off-normal things that you've been doing? What is the, where have you been taking your trains where they shouldn't go? Well, they should go, because honestly, if you want to put it there, it's yours. It's up to you. But where are they going where they don't normally go? I quite enjoyed the SD40 on the Bakerloo line for some weird, strange reason. I think having a gigantic loco going through these weird tunnels that were very, very tiny just appealed to me somehow.
Does it even fit?
No,
Isn't it
God
way
no.
too big?
No. The SD40 is about twice the size of a Bakerloo line train. So you just end up clipping through all the tunnels.
Okay.
It's hysterically silly.
36 pesos. What?
36 paces on Northern Transpennine. Nice. I know we did on when I was doing my normal streams. You might even remember this. I think you might have been there. Someone did a scenario, possibly Danny, which was he called it Southeastern Low Speed, and it was pacers dressed up in a Southeastern Low Speed livery, which is obviously a fake Mickey take on Southeastern High Speed. And then we did a run with something like 10 pacers chained together, going from St Pancras down the line, and it was that was quite fun. There we go. I got an ICE1 coach.
Yeah, just what I call the ACEE, as in the Intercity Express.
Nice.
Because it's just it accelerates quite quickly. That's
yeah, I should think so. 72 stock on sandpatch grade is a fairly common thing, I think. I've heard lots of people tell me that they do that, actually. Joe Keppel, oh, I think I said thank you, Joe. Only me, thank you. Oh wow, only me. Oh, holy crap, holy cow. Thank you, only me. That pushes us over the 3,500, 3,511. Thank you very, very much, only me, and thank you to everybody that's donated and got us to this amount. Don't let it hold anyone back if you want to donate more, obviously, but I think 3,500 is a amazing total. Amazing total. Monty Burns Wakey's run 166s on sandpatch grade and other routes. Yeah. You take the train you like, run it on the route you like. Doesn't matter if they go together. John from Rhode Island enjoys taking the 45 on the Providence line as a proof of concept for MBTA EMUs. Oh, interesting, though. Yeah, another good thing you could do is what ifs, isn't it? In this case, this scenario would be what if the Clinchfield Railroad hadn't just washed away.
Fair enough.
Well, there was a
I
big
think at
storm
one
and
point
most of the clinch field is gone now.
Ah, that's well, that sucks. Quite liked it, but enjoyed it. In game, obviously. No idea it was in real life.
Yeah.
But what I did once was take the F7 from the was it the Holiday Express, where you were that little Christmas DLC?
Yep.
I think that came with an electric F7.
Yep.
I took that from Sales and Clearance just because I could and because I thought it was fun. And it was fun. I actually quite enjoyed this DLC very much. With what yeah. I just like the form factor of being so incredibly tiny and small.
Yeah, Holiday Express was a fun experiment.
Holiday Express it was called.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was great.
Yeah, that was good fun. There were some really good fun elements like the lifts and the Jeep and all sorts of things. I'm still trying to pitch for the Jeep to make a recurrence in something else, in some form. Maybe not as a Jeep, but as something. But then we're going to have to go through and make sure that the car won't fall through other elements of the route, so it's not trivial.
Let's just make it fly. This way it's can't fall through.
Have a drone that you can fly, yeah. You take the 390 on Boston Providence, yeah, show them how it's done properly. It can't do 150 miles an hour, but then most of the time neither can the Acela, bluntly. But then the Acela's a tilting train, of course.
Yeah, but Isella is... You know, the thing about Isella is that only the passenger cars
yeah,
tilt.
it's weird.
And then the cars, you never notice it. And just for that reason, it disqualifies for me. I want to feel the tilt.
You want to see the train, you know, when it comes around a corner and you're standing looking at it, you kind of want to see the train super leaning into the curve, not have it sort of stealth leaning in because you can't see it. Unless you happen to look carefully at the coaches.
That's why I like the 612.
Yeah, no, 612 is good. I enjoy driving that on Dresden.
Does the ACET tilt just as much, or is it less?
Say again?
Does the ICET tilt as much, or is it less?
I can't remember what the tilt range is on the ICT. There was a discussion about it, but I can't remember what it ended up being. There's a video of YouTube Peddlesden stationary and tilting. Yeah, there is a test mode actually. We've got a video from when we went up to the Peddlesden depot, train spotter. We went up to the Peddlesden depot and we did because what it does is it wiggles but it does like a sine wave down the train. So all the carriages wiggle slightly differently. So you see this sort of snaking effect down the train. It's really quite neat. Ace Ridges, this is Kauter's video. We're running a German train on an American route and we're largely ignoring the speed limit. It's going about double the speed limit because then you get more better tilting on the train.
I like how you say largely ignoring because we respected it for the first half a mile.
Yeah, exactly. That means you're not totally ignoring. That means you're not totally ignoring, yeah. There was at least 3 inches where you obeyed the speed limit.
I mean, technically you're right, I accelerated at some point where I was under the speed limit. There was actually one point where I got dangerously close to the speed limit, but then I noticed and took care of it. Can't have that.
No, definitely not. Mischief must be managed.
Pretty much.
Ace Ridgey, this is Clinchfield Railroad.
I think this is one of the best shots I took.
166 on the TGV. I've seen a number of people try all sorts of trains on the TGV just to see what can make it, because it's got some really steep gradients on it. And a lot of trains can't make it, as it turns out. Colonel Failure taking on high-speed trains down Cane Creek. But weren't they normal trains? And he was just going fast.
I mean, at some point, both kinds counts as high speed.
If it goes wrong enough, it's high speed, that's for sure.
Fair enough.
I've had a couple of high-speed runs down Cajon Pass's gradient that weren't necessarily intended to be high speed.
Oh yeah, I did that too.
Running a Gronk down the full length of Castle Würzburg, yeah, that does take a certain level of patience. I think that's the understatement of the century.
Isn't running faster at this point?
Sorry?
Isn't running faster at this point than taking a Gronk?
No, you mean your Gronk is 19-20 miles an hour limit.
Oh, okay.
On the Castle Würzburg line, at 186 kilometres.
Yeah.
It's going to take a minute or two.
Turn on the PC in the evening, let it drive, go to bed, wake up in the morning, be like halfway there.
It's like those things in flight sim where someone will set their flight from Heathrow to Los Angeles, go to bed, wake up and land the plane.
Probably.
Go for a wonder now. We're doing twice the speed limit and the driver's not even sat in the seat.
That's no problem, because I want to do something stupid as I did the whole time. And that's more important. Besides there are no passengers because it's Glitchfield. But I always think this perspective is really interesting.
Yeah.
Because then you actually really notice just how much is actually going on. If there would be a corner, that is. I just wonder what it feels like sitting on the toilet when this thing tilts. It must be so weird.
Probably get a bit damp. I do like the interior views. You get some really cool ones, like the 700 or something, where you can see all the way through down the centre of the carriage, so you can see it sneaking all the way around all the corners. I love that view.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Certainly not really possible with this train. It's just a bit too off-center for this to work.
Yeah.
I've tried. And that's the funny part. When you're sitting down, you don't really notice the tilt that much. Like in real life, when you're driving this train, if you're the side that's leaning down, you basically don't notice it at all. If you're the side that's leaning up, you feel like you're starting to fly.
Yeah.
Suddenly you're so high above the ground, that's insane.
Well, it's like the first tilting train I ever rode on was an ICET from Jena to, from Leipzig to Jena. And it was, it was really It was really weird because I'd never been on a tilting train. It hadn't occurred to me that this train was a tilting train. I'm just sat on it, and I suddenly become aware that I'm staring at the ground, looking out the window, and I'm like, what the hell's going on here? And then suddenly I'm staring at the sky. I'm like, oh, hello, what's going on? This was a long time
same
ago.
for me.
Sorry, carry on.
But to be honest, it was very enjoyable. I liked it. I liked
Oh
this
yeah,
train.
once I realised what was happening, I was like, oh, this is brilliant. And of course, it was that route is really twisty, which is hence why they've got the tilting train on it. And it was just like up, down, up, down, up, down. Like, oh yeah, this is fantastic.
Same for me. Plus, this train is really loud inside. Thanks to the fact that you're sitting right above the engines, you do notice that this thing has power, and man, they're loud. It's insane. They're comfortable, but they're loud. Very loud.
Liam, this is Clinchfield Railroad.
Yeah, I was trying to show this whole sitting down thing again. This time at some reasonable speed, but I don't think... Never mind.
Got a bit of rail pull fun there.
Yeah, it's maybe a bit overpowered, but...
For the two empty wagons, possibly.
That's the least stupid contest I could come up with, but I think it's counter stupid nevertheless. I've called this the Wegtron, which is a pun that only really works in German, and you can't translate it. But it goes quite quick.
Hey, Chris Khaled, how's it going? That's some extreme tilting right there.
Pretty sure that's the limit. But it just looks fantastic. You always think the train's just falling over.
It's Clinchfield, Liam. Clinchfield. Oh, what's the route for the ICT? Sorry, it's Transeramper, or Dresden to Chemnitz.
It's Tarant, mit Tarant.
Sorry?
It's Tarant.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yes. I was trying to get... No, I was trying not to say it, but at some point I just had to.
Oh, got headlights on now.
Yeah, I like seeing it in the tunnels. This is actually the high beams. I've got headlights on all the time, but those are the high beams.
I really like this route. It's a really pretty route. ECM2, thank you for the donation, much appreciated. And thank you ECM2 and all of the moderators for everything you've been doing this weekend. Can't say that enough, including yourself, Carter.
Well, thank you. I wasn't here for this weekend, but thank you anyways.
You're here for a lot of the other ones, though.
That's true. State Challenge. No, that's a good name. I think that's check that board out.
What's that? Sorry.
Someone called us just a. What was it? Where is it gone? Oh, the bobsleigh challenge. I think.
Oh, the bobsleigh challenge. Yeah.
Should do more of those.
Yeah, you want to find basically a hill that you can roll something down and see if it can go down safely. Or rather, get to the bottom without coming off.
Isn't that kind of like the same thing? Like to get on safely first, you need to get down?
Well, you know, going down safely would imply not going too fast, whereas getting to the bottom in one piece means that you would be in a manner of unsafe places along the way.
That's true, but I dislike this answer. I'm just going to ignore it.
Welcome back, Derek. I think that bridge got washed away.
Oh.
I think it's that one that got washed away. I can't remember, but yeah, one of the major bridges got washed away, at least.
Just in recent times, or
just recently? Yeah. I say a lot of the Clinchfield Railroad is unserviceable now, from what I understand, and there's doubt about whether there's enough warrant to fix it anymore. And if they've knocked a bridge out, that's a fairly expensive job to rebuild. Is there real physics when you derail, Stadlux? No. There's real physics to determine if you have derailed, but the minute the game determines that you have or are likely have derailed, then it switches the train over to physics instead of the bullet physics it's normally using, and then at that point the train cars bounce around like model trains. But they don't bounce around for long before the game just ends with a black screen and says, "End, you've derailed." And then it gives you a little slap on the wrist. "40 miles of Clinchfield track was wiped out," says Derek. Wow, that's even worse than I thought it was.
Isn't that like half of the route?
Well, the entire Clinchfield is much bigger than what's represented in the game.
Okay, fair.
But no, 40 miles is no insignificant stretch. I don't know if the ICT goes into the Chemnitz route. It would be a good, valid addition for Dresden Riesa. But it isn't there at the moment. You'd have to use freerun to place it.
I don't think it ever went on Dresden Chemnitz in real life.
In what, sorry?
I don't think it went on the route in real life.
Not on Chemnitz,
I don't remember
no.
when was the last. No.
I don't remember it ever
I don't know
coming
when the
on to
last
that one. But Dresden Riesa it does.
Yeah, probably.
Does Riesa have GNT? No. I don't think so. But remember, tilt on the ICT in the game is not dependent on having GNT. In reality it is, but in the game it isn't. I mean, hence why this thing is tilting.
GNT just a safety system that determines how much you're allowed to go over the speed limit? Like of
Well, I
the
think in
regular speed
reality,
limit?
from what I understand, and I mean, I'm happy to be corrected. From what I understand, you need to have GNT turned on before it will allow tilt as part of the tilt enable system. I don't know. I might be making it up. I'm sure Lucas said it was supposed to be enabled as part of tilt. Sorry, as part of GNT, but in reality, but we've made it so that it's always available.
I always thought GNT was a safety system that told the train how much it was allowed to go over the speed limit. Like I thought tilt was always enabled, but you could just go to the regular speed limit, and only once you have GNT enabled you can override PZB or in general speed limits and go up to 40 kilometers per hour faster.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I rely on someone to correct us. So
Yeah,
not
I
a
have
clue.
no idea too, though.
Sorry?
Nope. I have no idea either. I'm just guessing.
Yeah. But is physics set to derail you when it should be? Yeah. Yeah, it's looking for a number of things. One of the most common condition that the game is looking for to signify derailment is what's called tilt. So if the train tilts more than a certain number of degrees, i.e. tilts to the point of the wheels being off the tracks, and it's not much, but if the wheels go off the tracks by more than a certain amount, then it considers the train derailed.
Oh no, wheel train driving? Only four-wheel train driving?
Oh, we're stopping.
Yes, as I've told you, I've had this disagreement with the dispatcher because I wanted to go somewhere and the dispatcher didn't want me to go there. So you may skip the next 5 minutes or don't. I'm getting there at the end.
Let's skip 5 minutes then while you fight with the dispatcher. We're at 52, let's go to 55, 56.
Yeah, that's about right.
There we go, let's go with that.
It also started raining near the end.
Yeah, this is one of the key iconic bridges on the route.
It's a very nice looking one. It really is.
Yeah. I was asking where I experienced tilting for the first time. I was on a train ride. I was going to Jena in East Germany for a course, and I flew into Berlin, took the train from Berlin to Leipzig, and then took a train from Leipzig to Jena. One of those two, I can't remember exactly which one. One of those two was an ICE tilt, and that was the first time I experienced tilting. That's a bug, Si. Something's on the team to look at.
Yeah, so the problem at this point was my first final stop was at the track on the very left of this screenshot, or of this screen right now. But it was already full with wagons. I didn't notice at that point.
Oh no!
I was at the destination to a already blocked track, where the dispatcher went like, no, you may not. And then they needed the train, they just wouldn't let me do it. So I just basically had to reset the last meters of the path. Not really a big deal anyways.
Thank you, Si. Appreciate that. This is interesting, this part, because you've got two parts of this route and there are different heights, which is quite fun.
Oh, you mean, yes. At first I wanted to enter the left, but then I wasn't allowed to. This is the part where I struggled with Imperial units. Like, I had no idea how much 500 foot were, so I just decided that sounds like the right amount to break. And just by pure chance, I actually made it quite well. Which surprised me.
Oh wow, yeah, that's close. Good shot.
I've had no idea what that was. But yeah, that's about it. We've took a 612 along Tenchfield, and now we're there.
That was really good fun. I enjoyed that because you know, it's good to just remind everybody that you can just kind of do what you want. It is your train set to play with, and do what feels like it'd be fun. You're not tied down, especially with free roam, but also with scenario planner. You can just kind of kick back and do what seems like fun.
That really was fun. I'd recommend it.
Yeah, no, very good. I think it's just about finished. There it goes. Okay, well, thank you very much for joining us on the stream and for that video. That was quite entertaining, and hopefully it gives viewers some food for thought of some creative ideas that you can explore with that.
Yeah, I hope. In this case, thank you for having me, and have a nice evening, I guess.
Nice one. Thank you very much, Kata. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
That was awesome. I really enjoyed that. That was very good. Let me put the game back on and sort that out. I think we're there. Brilliant. Thank you very much, Kata, for that. That was a lot of fun. And like I said, you know, it's kind of, I think it's important to remind people, remind all of you too, you know, I generally play the stuff that comes in the game, and it's very easy to just play the stuff that comes in the game. But actually, there's all the other options that you can consider, where you can just mix and match the trains and the routes and try other options. So there's, you know, an infinite amount of extra gameplay that you can explore that might be an idea. Maybe there's another train. There's a train in the game which looks like one, or you know, vaguely like one, and you can try that even if it's in the wrong livery, or take it in the livery designer, paint it in a livery local to you. What if the Class 47 and Mark II coaches ran in your local area? Give it a try. You know, there's some real fun that can be had by just exploring alternatives. Right, before we proceed with Peninsula Corridor, I'm just going to run for a quick comfort break, and I'll be right back. Okay, back in a sec. Camera lights, turn on. Thank you. Let's have a quick clear up and then we'll get on to the Peninsula Corridor. Oh, sit down for a bit now. Right, let me reorganise Windows again so I can see chat everywhere. Right, I think we're back operational again. I'm just going to turn my camera off real quick because I got given a bit of food and no one needs to see that. I'll turn the camera back on again shortly. Right, okay, let's put this back over here. What next is Peninsula Corridor. Sorry, I'm just grabbing some munchies. I'll put the camera back on in a minute, but meanwhile let's get going in the cab car now. Right. Oggy, you can buy all of the routes from 2, 3 and 4 are available to buy in 5, yes. Just get the TSW 5 version. But yeah, they're all there. See the brakes coming back up. Brakes haven't released. What brake haven't I? Let's put cut in on the brakes. That was it. See you later, F1 fan. Enjoy the redesigner. Hopefully you can all hear me now. Let me put my camera back on. Superb. We're back. We're back. It breaks some 10 miles an hour around here. 20. Why do UK traders not use a brake key? Locos, the brake, the equivalent of the brake cutout would be in the engine area, which is not modelled. So blinking red over red is not red. Yellow just means it's not red, but it's not green. That's all yellow on the HUD means. So in that case, blinking red over red is a restricting permission, so I've got permission to proceed through at 15 miles per hour. Or 20, or something like that. But it's a restricting aspect. The HUD is basically simplifying the whole thing down to stop here, all clear, and something in the middle. Looks like that plane isn't moving. Not aware of that issue, Armadar. That's something new and fun and interesting. There's a lot less passengers on Brighton, on London Commuter, because it doesn't have the rush hour passengers, but it should still have some passengers. Hopefully you don't have to work a 40-hour week. Yeah, big bright work for Monday 9 AM. Got a full work week ahead of me. That's fine. Let's have a look here. Hopefully when looking photos it taken, it skips to the next page. Yeah, that one's on the list to have a look at as well. I don't know why this stuff didn't get caught, but there's a couple of things that don't get looked at. Like if you delete a picture, it seems to delete a different picture, which is a little bit more disturbing. Yeah, you'll find on one of the Class 66s, Liam, I think it's the East Coast Way, the cutout has been put into the EM2000 overhead screen. You can cut the brakes out in there. And normally that's a valve inside the engine area. I was going to say 40-hour work week would be a light and easy week. Will there be any British trains expert level? I don't know. Different operators have got very different feelings on trains like expert level trains, and most of them are not positive about it. So I'm not going to promise anything. The Stopple dock. That'll be the next video then, will it, Counter? I'm excited. You can drive it from each end though, can you? Maybe we should call it a twin ducks or something like that. Plus the loco, yeah, that'd be a fun place to drive it from. Looking out the window. It's the new Isolona train. I don't know about sales tubs, I'm afraid. Yeah, security safety issues, GA Meta. There are a small number of idiots out there that want to go and steal trains and take them for a joyride. Or there are terrorists out there that want to do something even more malicious. So they're very concerned about that side of things. They're already concerned enough with how realistic Train Sim World is. And I know some people might scoff at that, but trust me, what there is in Train Sim World is enough to make some of them go. I mean, that's kind of the root of the Long Island situation. So you have 4 cabs for a train with 3 components of 2 ends, yeah. Safety systems forced on, some of the controls changed, there are all sorts of changes that were made to the Long Island route to make it comfortable for Long Island Railroad. It's actually harder to steal an aircraft though, Spartan, than it is to steal a train. This is the problem. Trains are left in yards that you can get into, and they've pretty much all got the same key. One person told me, you know, you can get into one of the certain types of trains with something barely resembling a French fry. No, I didn't hear about the intermodal train people broke into Derek G's. I saw about a New York subway incident. Devonshire Riviera line. I'd love to make the Riviera line, Ruben, in all honesty. I think it would work a treat in TSW. The problem is the GWR license, really. But should that rectify, I'd be all over wanting to make a Riviera line. I think it'd be great. Yeah, I'm not expecting Restream to come back, bad guy. I think that essentially the amount of time spent using Restream over the weekend has hit some kind of limit, and so it's switched off, essentially. Interestingly, that's the cheap function, I think, and they're still doing the streaming okay, so maybe it's chat limit or something like that. Maybe YouTube has booted the Restream bot off because it's been on for too long. I honestly don't know, but it's silly, it's annoying. Restream is worth it. I have no idea whether we're on. It is a payable service, but it's also free, and I don't know whether or not we use the free aspect of it or whether we use the paid aspect of it. Because you get a lot with the free. I can't remember. It might be paid. Not something I'm involved in. I just log into the account I was given. It's an interesting idea for a stream, Calta, actually. Having a kind of everyone gets 10 minutes to demonstrate Insanity, their version of funny, original and so forth. And then we do a poll on the chat to sort of which player, who do we think is the person who's that people like the most or something like that. Not the person they like the most. That'd be entirely the wrong tone for the stream. But you know what I mean. The content they like the most. So I think that'd be quite fun, creative. Extra points for customizing a livery. It makes it look different as well. Londo, were you about when Alex was here on the stream yesterday? That was really interesting. No, there isn't, I'm afraid, Amada. Not that I'm aware of. So Alex's stream segment yesterday was really cool. He come with a bunch of ideas for different things to do. One of which was a Pictionary game, where you had to we used the Discord whiteboard facility to come up with start drawing a train, and the other person and the chat had to guess what it is. I kind of cheated by using really obvious train looks, but that didn't say I couldn't do that. And then we did a competition, or a challenge, which was like a speedrunny type challenge, which was a pink logo, create a pink logo, put the Dovetail Games logo and the Special Effect logo on it. You can't use the logos that come with the game. You have to make your own version of the logo. And then you have to take a screenshot of that logo with an aircraft in visible range as well on a route in the snow. And it's kind of like, how long does it take to do that? And it took me 15.5 minutes. It's quite a fun challenge, actually. It was quite interesting. I think it'd be quite interesting to set that as a challenge for people to upload as a video, and then you can, have a bunch of people sort of sharing their answers to that solution. Coming up for Sunnyvale. Matt still has a voice. My voice doesn't quit, not unless I get respiratory virus, apparently. Lesser things than 28 hours of streaming have tried to kill off my voice and failed. Oh, if I ever get to a point where I'm not covered in work, I'd be delighted to do a stream, bad guy. I'm not sure I can foresee that happening anytime soon, though. No, Dowler, I don't get tomorrow off. I'm working tomorrow. I'm working all week. I got too much to do. I ain't got time to take time off work. Never do. Yeah, some Wreckfest would be good. When was the new one coming out? The new Wreckfest? Oh, another donation. Trifand, thank you very much for the donation. Much appreciated. Total still edging up. It's very good. Yeah, there's a Wreckfest 2. There's also the one that Stellar Interactive or Stellar Games, whatever they're called, they're working on, which is supposedly a spiritual successor to Wreckfest, which is more like a Trackmania type thing. Hard Driving, was that the old arcade game? It's kind of more like that, but I think it'll be interesting as well. Wreckathon, I think that was it, bad guy, yeah. See how time goes. If I end up running out of stuff to run, I've got this and one other thing to run, and if there's a bit more time at the end, I might throw in a Southeastern High Speed at the end. Thank you, Stadlux. Much appreciated. But I'll throw that back out to all of those who've donated, all of those that have been watching the chat. It's been a damn good weekend. Pardon the expression. Really enjoyed it. I like playing Train Sim World, bad guy. This is not hard. This is easy. This is very easy. Appreciate it, Joshua. Much appreciated. Thank you. See you later, Aeronautic. Thank you. What's Peddlesden Power? Should be an MB36, yeah. Oh, Destruction Derby, Dowler. Wow. Oh, the Flat Out series. I mean, the Flat Out series is what inspired Wreckfest, wasn't it? Or is the before it was the previous car game for where Wreckfest is the next car game? Wasn't it the same team on Flat Out? That's a really wacky thing. It's like where you had to drive to a point to where and suddenly bring the car to a stop with some sort of so that your driver went flying out of the window and you had to then try and get the driver splattered on the wall at where the X was or something really daft. Jimmy, thank you for the donation, much appreciated. SnowRunner is good. Yeah, I've got MudRunner, SnowRunner, and I've got the new MudRunner Expeditions, which I really like. Actually, I've not really played it enough. I've only barely started it, but really enjoying MudRunner Expeditions. For my liking, they've kind of really perfected the gameplay side of it now. It's really good, but it does a different thing to SnowRunner. So I think because SnowRunner was excellent. Nicholas, thank you for the donation, much appreciated. Thank you all for the donations, very, very much appreciated. It's all going to a really good cause. Well, we shall see, Tom. I think 4K would be a stunning amount to hit. I'm not confident. There's not that much time left, and people have already donated an awful lot of money. So, I think 3,500. I was really, really thrilled to hit, to be honest, for today. But anything is good, you know. It all helps. It all helps. Little or large, it all helps. Oh yeah, Gift Aid will bump that up a bit, won't it? I haven't even looked at Gift Aid. Plus hopefully there'll be a donation from Dovetail Games as well at some point, hopefully this week. Which I think is 200, 250, something like that. So, I mean, that alone puts us not far off 4,000 to put that on there. Oh, that's good. Thank you, Derek. Hey, Yoshi Gamer, how's it going? No plans for Voyager or Super Voyager now. Yikes. Gonna miss, but not as much as I thought I might. Oh, hello. Nicely done. That's the Spaceballs Winnebago, right? Hey, Richie Rao, doing very well, very well, thank you. Nothing that I can share, Yoshi Gamer. I can't remember what we've got in the way of third-party developments going on. There's a number of new countries coming in potentially via third-party developers. Best off just wait for developments. There's nothing going to be coming anytime soon. But if it's in development, it'll be potentially by one of the third-party developers. Like I said, there's a bunch going on. I can't remember which countries that is. California Avenue. Oh, I'm glad you're enjoying it, Yoshi Gamer, and your friends. The Tadami route should be really good, shouldn't it, Tom? I'm looking forward to that. The screenshots are really superb. Which one's CNR? Truckers Alliance. Stuart Harris rolled us up to 3,600. Thank you very much, Stuart. Much appreciated. We don't have a Canadian National Railway route, or do you mean the Oakville subdivision, Truckers Alliance? I've got some ideas of what I want to do with Oakville, but there's nothing set in stone at the moment. I really like the route, but there's clearly room for improvement on it. Union Workshop posted new images of their route on Twitter. Oh, very good. Go and have a look at Union Workshop's Twitter, folks. Well, I don't want to say anything at the moment because I don't know how it'll end up, Truckers Alliance, so... We just need more rail buses in general, Strad looks. Rail buses are cool. I had a ride on a rail bus at the Keighley and Worth Valley Railway when I was there the last time. It was great fun. Really enjoyed it. It's a really interesting railway as well. GWE's never had the route hopping Roblox Olympics because it's being remastered. I haven't really got a way to update it at the moment because all the files are in a state of flux. No, it wasn't a pacer, Calta. It was an actual rail bus, the little two-axle single unit thing. I can't remember what they're called. What's the one that you have a look at, Ed, on the Keighley and Worth Valley at what they've got? I mean, I got a steam engine to ride one way, and I got the rail bus to ride the other way. You know, what's to complain about? So yeah, route hopping will appear once the remaster comes out on that one. It's never been on GWE Roblox. Let me find this rail bus that I rode on. There it is. That's the rail bus that I rode on at the Keighley and Worth Valley Railway. It was quite pleasant. Oakville? No, Oakville was a little way along. The third route we made isn't available anymore, and that's the Northeast Corridor, New Rochelle, New York. No, it's not a 121 Gavs photography. A 121 is about twice the size. This thing's quite small. How's that one that you, Derek? How's that Steam Loco you're always following? I can't remember what the number of it is now. That probably doesn't help you explain what I mean, but hopefully you'll get it. Palo Alto, where Xerox Palo Alto Research Center is, Xerox Park. No, it's a large loco, 6 something or other. 6 something, I don't know. He says, making up random numbers. 611, that sounds like it. Good night, Carter. Running a bit ahead of schedule, still got time. Just really annoy everybody by going slowly up the platform. Not at the moment, Roblox Olympics. We have got a bunch of work going on West Coast Mainline South, but it may be a lot of it comes in an update a bit later on when it's all done. I think if we can get some of it out sooner, we want to do that, but I don't want to make any promises about that. Not looking to do real weather anytime soon, Truckers Alliance, no. I don't know the answer to that question, Spartan. What does it normally use? Real weather is a lot more important in flight sim. The problem with the train sim is almost every route is set in the past. So, yeah, I don't know. And you're also not travelling far enough or fast enough to go into other weather systems much, so the weather really won't change a lot. That's why we did the dynamic weather in there. You know, it's I struggle to see the value of the real world weather. You can always just look out the window and mimic what you've got, and then it's real world weather. Hey, brother. That's not to say that it couldn't be done via a mod at some point in the future. There is something coming at some point which might allow a mod to do it. There's already 110 DLC, Tom. How many are you looking for? Yeah, if you're experiencing turbulence on a train, you're definitely doing it wrong. Oh, it is a neat feature, don't get me wrong. It's not that I'm opposed to it, it's that in the priority list of things that will add the most value to the game, there are other more important things to do. Yeah, the pile of things that can be done is, well, the amount of time there is to do anything is finite. And so, you know, when I'm looking at the list of things, it's kind of, I can't just do, ooh, that'd be neat, because there's probably something that would make more people more happy. And so I try and prioritise, or we try and prioritise those things. Well, with the third parties coming on, Tom, you'll see more range, more variety in the types of content being created. You've already got Tadami line coming from third party, for example, Japan. I didn't say anything about what's going to happen to the route Truckers Alliance. At this point, I don't know the answer to that question. Nothing may happen to it. Redwood City. That's got that funky sign on the side, hasn't it? We are off 3.4 miles. In game they use 101s. In which case I wonder whether it's not got the country code allowance to permit OBB to swap in, perhaps. I lost Lucas. Stuart Harris, thank you for the. Oh no, that was a while back, wasn't it? Sorry, Stuart. When I switch to the development branch, bad guy, which is not compressed, so that it can be updated quicker, it's about 900 gigabytes. It takes a little while to load the game, bad guy, because it's got to go through all the DLC and get a catalogue of everything. So the more DLC you've got, the slower it is to load. I'm not sure what there is we can do about that, unfortunately. It sounds about right, unfortunately, bad guy, yeah. Oh, 100 megabit, yeah, I bet that takes a while, Stud looks. Unfortunate, I've got a gigabit connection, but even Steam can't cope with that half the time. Doesn't matter how much bandwidth you've got if Steam can't fill it. Oh yeah, no, I remember MSTS well. As I showed earlier on. That'd be that. Although I used to have the cardboard box version of it, it's long gone. You remember you used to have disk 2 or something like that installed all the time, or put on your disk drive all the time to make MSTS work? I hated that so much. San Carlos. Oh, that's good, Derek. Share some pictures of it when you can. Am I tired? Getting a bit tired, yeah, but I'm ready to go to the end. No more soy than I normally am at this time of day. San Mateo. Oh, that'll put us well on the way to San Fran. How many cups of coffee? Well, I think I had 2 today, 2 yesterday. Coffee doesn't really have much impact on me. Weird. If anything, it makes me sleepier. Oh, it's the special train, the Martin Luther King special train. That's cool. They join 2 trains together and run a special. It's free, from what I remember. To get everyone to the MLK celebrations. I'm doing alright, Mark. It's more general sort of achy things from sitting around or standing around rather than tiredness as such. .7 miles, San Mateo. It's 7,000 feet. Getting close now. There it is. Not in the room. but on the track monitor. Haul anchor. Managed to capture a bit of time back. We've been running a little bit on the edging towards late, like 30 seconds late, whereas coming in a minute or two early here, so that's why I've been pushing it a bit harder. Yeah, I actually added the shake from not this one but the MP15 to the Javelin ages ago, but I think it sounds like it's the same shake sound. Make the Javelin sound so much better at speed. Will Boston receive conductor mode when MBTA commuter releases? I don't think so, no. What's the difference between TS Classic and TSW? One is a very old game engine versus a current one. One is first person, so you can get around and walk around. The other one isn't. One has an awful lot more content across a wide range of countries. This one, much less. See you later, Superstate. This is true, bad guy, yes. One definitely has better simulation physics than the other. Milbray. Oh, bullet. Roblox, your best bet is to wait for the previous stream to ask questions like that. I don't know off the top of my head, to be honest. Thank you very much, Mark. Appreciate that. Studlux, yeah, I'm looking into a Bula, or Lucas is, and we'll see. I need to figure out what it is. It's definitely something I want to get added in. Mr. Train Guy, what do you mean? Why did they seal up and turn the cab cars into just coaches? It's for safety reasons. They weren't compliant with latest regulations.